Hey there, night owls. Tonight we're tackling one of the biggest structures humans ever built, and one of the most misunderstood. The Great Wall of China. You've heard it's visible from space, right? Spoiler alert, astronauts can't see it without serious zoom, but they can spot highways and airports just fine. Awkward. This wall has been wrapped in myths for centuries, but tonight we're stripping away the legends to find something way more interesting. A story about emperors terrified of horsemen from the north, about millions of workers who never came home, and about a barrier that somehow became a symbol of both strength and desperation. Before we dive in, smash that like button if you're ready for some serious history and drop a comment below. Where in the world are you watching from? I want to know who's joining me on this journey across 2,000 years of sweat, stone and imperial paranoia. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's walk the world's longest monument to fear and power. Ready? Let's go. So let's start with what you think you know about this wall. You've probably heard since grade school that it's the only human-made structure visible from space. That one's been floating around since at least the 1930s, long before anyone actually went to space to check. Unfortunately for this particular myth, when astronauts finally got up there and looked down, they couldn't spot the Great Wall without serious magnification. What they could see quite easily were highways, airports, and the occasional oil spill, which really makes you wonder about our priorities as a civilization. The myth persists anyway, probably because it's more romantic than the truth, which is that the wall is really good at blending into the landscape it was built from. Not exactly the cosmic billboard we imagined. But here's the thing about myths. They tell us something true even when they're factually wrong. The space visibility legend reveals our deep need to see the Great Wall as something superhuman, something that transcends ordinary construction projects. And in a way, that's not entirely misguided. This structure consumed more human labour, more resources and more lives than almost any other building project in ancient history. It's just that its significance has nothing to do with astronauts, and everything to do with what it represented to the people who built it, maintained it, and ultimately lived and died in its shadow. The Great Wall wasn't one wall, first of all. It was many walls built across many centuries by many different kingdoms and dynasties, each with their own agenda and their own particular brand of paranoia. Some sections were built from stone, others from tamped earth, still others from whatever materials happened to be lying around. Some parts connected, others didn't. Calling it the Great Wall is a bit like calling all the highways in America the Great Road. Technically accurate in spirit, completely misleading in detail, but we're stuck with the singular name now, so we'll work with it. What really matters is understanding why anyone thought building such an absurdly ambitious barrier was a good idea in the first place. And that takes us straight into the psychology of power and fear, which is where things get interesting. Throughout Chinese history, the settled agricultural civilization to the south looked north across vast grasslands, where nomadic peoples lived entirely different lives. These weren't just different cultures, they were fundamentally different ways of organizing human society. Farmers build permanent structures, accumulate possessions, develop bureaucracies and written records. Nomads travel light, move with the seasons, organize around kinship and warrior prowess rather than property and paperwork. Neither system is inherently better, but they're magnificently incompatible when they share a border. The nomads had horses and mobility. They could raid a Chinese settlement, grab whatever wasn't nailed down, which unfortunately was most things in that era, and disappear back into the grasslands before any organized military response could mobilize. For Chinese emperors sitting in their capital cities, this created an almost existential anxiety. You're supposedly the ruler of everything under heaven, the son of heaven himself according to your job title, and yet these horsemen keep showing up, causing chaos and vanishing before you can do anything about it. Not exactly the all-powerful image you're trying to project. And let's be honest, nothing undermines a divine mandate to rule quite like getting repeatedly embarrassed by people who don't even have permanent addresses. So the wall became a solution, or at least the illusion of one. It was a statement carved into the landscape. This is where civilization ends and chaos begins. This is the boundary between order and disorder, between the cultured and the uncivilized. The fact that this boundary was somewhat arbitrary and constantly shifting didn't really matter. What mattered was having a physical manifestation of control, something solid you could point to and say, "See? We've got this handled." Whether it actually worked militarily was almost beside the point. The wall was as much about projecting confidence to your own people as it was about keeping enemies out. Think about it from the perspective of an emperor in ancient China. You've got internal rebellions to worry about, rival courts scheming for power, natural disasters that your subjects might interpret as signs that you've lost heaven's favour. The last thing you need is foreign raiders making you look weak. Building an enormous wall tells everyone, your subjects, your enemies, potentially hostile neighbours, that you have the resources, the organisation, and the sheer determination to reshape the physical world. It's the ancient equivalent of a very expensive and permanent flex. Not exactly subtle, but subtlety wasn't really the point. But here's where it gets complicated, because the wall was simultaneously a symbol of strength and a monument to fear. Strong empires don't usually build defensive walls, they go out and conquer their neighbours. The Romans didn't wall off their entire empire. They expanded until the cost of expansion exceeded the benefits, and only then did they build Hadrian's Wall to mark where they decided to stop. The Great Wall, in contrast, was often built during periods when Chinese dynasties felt vulnerable, when the northern threat seemed overwhelming, when emperors were more concerned with holding what they had than with expanding further. It was an admission that there was a problem you couldn't solve through military victory alone. This paradox runs through the entire history of the Wall. It's supposed to represent unassailable power, but it exists because that power has limits. It's meant to demonstrate control, but it acknowledges an enemy you can't fully defeat. The wall is essentially a massive architectural compromise, and like most compromises, it left nobody entirely satisfied. The emperors who built it always wanted it to be longer, stronger, more impenetrable. The people who lived near it knew it didn't actually keep determined raiders out. And the nomads on the other side understood that walls had gates, and gates could be opened through trade, bribery, or occasionally finding sympathetic guards who'd rather make some extra money than die defending a remote checkpoint. Not exactly Fort Knox, more like a very long fence with occasional security cameras that may or may not be plugged in. Now, before we get too deep into the imperial era, we need to back up several centuries to understand where this whole wall-building obsession started. Because the Great Wall as we know it, the stone and brick marvel that tourists photograph today, is actually a relatively late development. The story really begins during a period called the Warring States, which lasted from about 475 to 221 BCE. And despite what the name suggests, it wasn't one big war but a couple of centuries of nearly constant conflict between rival Chinese kingdoms, each trying to dominate the others, while simultaneously dealing with raids from the northern nomads. Think of it as Game of Thrones, but with better record-keeping and less incest. Probably less incest. The records aren't completely clear on that point. During this period, China wasn't China yet. It was a collection of independent states that shared a common cultural heritage, but absolutely no love for each other. The major players included Qi, Chu, Zhao, Yan, Han, Wei, and Qin, though the roster changed as smaller states got absorbed by larger ones. These kingdoms fought each other for resources, territory, and supremacy, developing increasingly sophisticated military technology and strategy in the process. Warfare became professionalized. Armies grew larger. Philosophical texts about military strategy proliferated, including Sun Tzu's Art of War, which remains popular today among business executives who've probably never faced anything more threatening than a hostile takeover. But here's what matters for our story. These warring states also faced threats from beyond their northern borders. Nomadic peoples, various groups collectively called barbarians by Chinese chroniclers, which tells you something about their diplomatic approach, regularly raided settlements along the frontier. These raids were economically motivated, not some kind of civilizational deathmatch. The nomads wanted grain, metal goods, textiles, and other products that sedentary agriculture produced but pastoral nomadism didn't. From their perspective, raiding was simply another form of trade, albeit one where the merchant showed up armed and didn't bother with receipts. For the northern Chinese states, particularly Zhao, Yan, and Qi, these raids were a massive headache. You couldn't predict when they'd come, you couldn't chase the raiders into the steppes without overextending your supply lines, and you couldn't negotiate because the nomads weren't a unified political entity. With a king you could send ambassadors. 2. They were scattered tribal groups with their own internal politics and motivations. Dealing with them was like trying to negotiate with a swarm of bees, possible in theory, inadvisable in practice, and likely to end with someone getting stung. So around the 7th and 6th centuries BCE, these northern states began building walls. Not the impressive stone and brick structures you're imagining, but long barriers of tamped earth and gravel using a technique called hangtu, or rammed earth construction. The process was brutally simple. You dig a trench, build wooden frames on either side, dump soil and gravel into the frame, and then workers pound it down with large wooden mallets until it compacts into something reasonably solid. Remove the frames, repeat every few feet, and eventually you've got a wall. It's not architectural genius. Honestly, a determined child could figure out the principle, but it worked well enough for the technology available. These early walls weren't trying to be impenetrable fortresses. They were more like speed bumps for raiders on horseback. The wall slowed down attackers, giving defenders time to mobilize. It created a clear boundary that guards could patrol and monitor. Most importantly, it established psychological territory. Raiders seeing a wall had to make a calculation. Is whatever's on the other side worth the effort of getting over this thing? Sometimes the answer was yes, but often it was easier to just move along and find an undefended target. The wall didn't have to stop everyone. It just had to make raiding more trouble than it was worth most of the time. The state of Qi, occupying what's now Shandong province, built one of the earliest known defensive walls during the 7th century BCE. This wasn't a continuous barrier, but a series of fortified sections protecting key valleys and mountain passes. The logic was sound. You don't need to wall off every inch of territory, just the routes that armies and raiders would naturally use. Mountains and forests handle the rest. This approach required understanding terrain and mobility patterns. Basically, you had to think like a raider to defend against one. Not exactly comfortable psychology for Confucian bureaucrats who prided themselves on moral superiority, but effective nonetheless. Chu, a powerful state to the south, built its own walls in the 7th and 6th centuries BCE, though their threats came from other Chinese states rather than northern nomads. Their walls marked boundaries between Chu territory and potential enemies, serving both military and political functions. A wall says, "This is ours," more definitively than any treaty or border marker. It's a physical commitment to a political claim. Of course, walls can be torn down or bypassed, but doing so requires effort and sends a clear message about intentions. Peace treaties have loopholes. Walls have gates, which at least makes the relationship more honest. The state of Zhao took wall building seriously in the 4th century BCE because they had the misfortune of bordering the Xiongnu, a confederation of nomadic peoples who would later become the primary threat that motivated massive wall construction. During the imperial era, Zhao's walls ran through extremely rugged terrain in what's now Inner Mongolia and northern Hebei province. Building in these conditions was nightmarish. Workers had to haul materials up mountains, construct in extreme temperatures, and deal with the constant threat of raids from the very people they were trying to wall out. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. You're building a defensive barrier while being attacked by the people you're defending against, which is a bit like trying to build an umbrella during a hurricane. Possible, but deeply unpleasant. Yan, positioned in the northeast around modern Beijing, built extensive walls during the same period, facing similar threats from northern nomads. Their walls incorporated natural barriers, cliffs, rivers, steep valleys, into the defensive system, requiring walls only where geography didn't provide natural obstacles. This was smart engineering born from limited resources. Why waste labour building walls where mountains already exist? Of course, it meant the defensive line was only as strong as its weakest point, but that's true of any barrier. Perfection wasn't an option. Adequate was the goal. Now here's where these early walls get interesting from an engineering perspective. The beacon tower system. Multiple states developed networks of watchtowers positioned along their walls at intervals of a few miles. These towers served as early warning systems using smoke signals during the day and fire signals at night. Guards stationed in these towers maintained constant watch. When they spotted enemy movements, they'd light signal fires that could be seen from the next tower, which would light their own fires, passing the message down the line. In theory, a raid spotted at the border could trigger alerts all the way back to military headquarters within hours. Impressive communication speed for an era when the fastest information travel was literally as fast as a horse could run. In practice, the beacon system worked about as well as you'd expect technology from 2,400 years ago to work. Sometimes guards fell asleep. Sometimes they misidentified harmless travelers as raiders. Sometimes they lit signals as pranks, which apparently was a thing. There's a famous Chinese story about a Zhou dynasty king who did this repeatedly, until nobody believed the real warnings anymore. Sort of like crying wolf, but with geopolitical consequences, The weather didn't always cooperate either. Good luck seeing smoke signals during fog or heavy rain, which naturally was when raiders preferred to attack because they understood the limitations of the system as well as anyone. But despite these problems, the beacon tower network represented a genuine innovation in defensive strategy. It turned individual walls from static barriers into active surveillance systems. A wall by itself just sits there. A wall with manned watchtowers and communication infrastructure becomes part of a coordinated defensive network. It's the difference between a fence and a security system. Both might deter intruders, but only one tells you when someone's testing the perimeter. Different states developed their own variations on wall and tower design based on local conditions and resources. Qi's walls incorporated more stonework because they had better access to quarries. Zhao's walls were lower and thicker because they expected cavalry assaults rather than infantry. Yan experimented with double wall systems in critical areas, creating kill zones between two parallel barriers where defenders could trap and attack raiders. None of these innovations were revolutionary. They were incremental improvements born from experience and necessity. But cumulatively, they established principles that would influence wall construction for the next 2,000 years. The Warring States period also saw the development of specialized border troops who spent entire careers stationed at frontier posts. These weren't noble warriors riding out for glorious battle. They were professional soldiers performing the unglamorous work of garrison duty. Their job was to maintain walls, staff watchtowers, patrol borders, and occasionally fight off raiders who decided a section of wall looked climbable. It was dangerous, uncomfortable work in remote locations, and it paid poorly because frontier defense always gets underfunded when the capital city is far from the border. Some things never change across history. These frontier soldiers developed their own culture distinct from both the agricultural settlements they defended and the nomadic peoples they guarded against. They adopted nomadic clothing because it worked better in the climate. They learned to ride horses in the nomadic style because border patrol on foot was suicidally inefficient. They even learned nomadic languages for negotiation and intelligence gathering. Over time, these border troops became culturally hybrid, Chinese in loyalty and identity, but nomadic in many practical aspects of their lives. The wall they guarded was supposedly a clear boundary between civilization and barbarism, but the people manning it existed in a grey zone between both worlds. Not exactly the clean division the emperors preferred to imagine. This cultural blending worried the central governments of these warring states. Officials in the capital, safe behind their city walls, wrote complaints about frontier troops going native and losing their civilized values. They worried about loyalty and wondered if soldiers who adopted too many nomadic practices might sympathize with the enemy. These concerns weren't entirely paranoid. There are records of border troops defecting, switching sides, or simply abandoning their post to join nomadic groups. When your choice is freezing in a watchtower for minimal pay, or joining a mobile community that treats warriors with respect, the calculation isn't complicated. But most frontier soldiers stayed loyal despite the hardships, not out of any abstract patriotism, but because they had families in the settlements they were defending, and because desertion came with severe penalties that usually involved creative forms of execution. Ancient Chinese law didn't mess around with incentive structures. Loyalty was encouraged through a combination of familial obligation and the certainty that betrayal would end very badly for everyone involved. Not exactly inspiring, but effective. The physical construction of these early walls required enormous labour forces. Historical records suggest that states mobilised anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of workers for major wall projects. These weren't volunteers. They were conscripted labourers, convicted criminals, prisoners of war, and sometimes entire communities relocated to border regions to provide both labour and permanent settlement. The work was backbreaking and dangerous. Workers died from exhaustion, accidents, exposure, and occasional raids by the nomads they were trying to wall out. No one kept careful casualty statistics, because individual workers weren't considered important enough to count. They were human resources in the most literal and brutal sense. The pace of construction depended on terrain and weather. In flat areas with accessible soil, crews could complete substantial sections in a single building season. In mountains or rocky ground, progress slowed to a crawl. Winter halted construction entirely in northern regions because frozen ground couldn't be excavated, and tamped earth wouldn't compact properly in freezing temperatures. This meant wall building followed an annual cycle. Construction in spring and summer, Maintenance and preparation in fall, shut down in winter. Projects stretched across decades because of these seasonal limitations. States also had to maintain walls after building them, which proved nearly as labour-intensive as original construction. Rammed earth walls eroded under rain and wind. Sections collapsed during floods or earthquakes. Even without damage, walls needed regular maintenance to remain effective. This created a permanent burden on state resources. You couldn't just build a wall and declare victory. You had to commit to maintaining it forever, or at least as long as the threat remained. Many states discovered this the hard way when they completed ambitious wall projects, only to watch them crumble within decades because they hadn't budgeted for maintenance. Building the wall was the easy part. Keeping it functional was the real challenge. The competition between warring states actually accelerated wall construction because defensive infrastructure became a status symbol. Having impressive walls demonstrated a state's power, organization, and technological sophistication. It showed that you could mobilize massive labor forces and coordinate complex engineering projects. Other states noticed. They built their own walls, often trying to outdo their neighbors in length or height or sophistication. It was an arms race, but instead of weapons, they were competing with barriers. Somehow this seemed more civilized, though the workers conscripted for these projects might have disagreed. This period also saw the development of written technical knowledge about wall construction. Engineers began documenting best practices, optimal ratios of earth to gravel, proper tamping techniques, ideal wall dimensions for different defensive purposes. This knowledge circulated among states despite their conflicts, because engineers were valued specialists who sometimes moved between kingdoms offering their expertise. The borders might be militarized, but technical knowledge flowed across them anyway. Walls couldn't keep out ideas, only armies, though ideas often led to armies eventually, so perhaps that distinction mattered less than it seemed. Philosophical debates about walls and borders emerged during this period as well. Confucian scholars argued about whether walls represented wise governance or moral failure. Some claimed that virtuous rulers wouldn't need walls because their moral authority would naturally bring peace. Others countered that walls were necessary precisely because human nature wasn't perfectible, and threats would always exist. These debates were mostly academic. The walls got built regardless of philosophical concerns, but they established an intellectual framework that would influence Chinese political thought for centuries. The tension between idealistic notions of moral governance and practical realities of power and security never got resolved. It just continued being argued about, which is what intellectuals do when they're safely removed from actual decision-making. By the end of the Warring States period, northern China was crisscrossed with hundreds of miles of defensive walls built by different states. These walls didn't connect. They often competed with or contradicted each other because they were built by rival kingdoms with different strategic priorities. Some sections overlapped, others left gaps. The overall picture was a chaotic patchwork rather than any coherent system. But together, they represented the accumulated wisdom of several centuries of defensive engineering and the gradual development of wall building as an accepted response to security threats. What's crucial to understand is that none of this was inevitable or obvious. Wall building was one possible response to the northern threat among many options. States could have focused on pure military solutions, trying to conquer or pacify the nomads through force. They could have pursued diplomatic approaches, buying peace through trade and tribute. They could have developed mobile cavalry forces to match nomadic warfare tactics. All these approaches were tried at various times with varying success. Walls became dominant not because they were the best solution, but because they seemed like the safest bet. They might not prevent all raids, but they wouldn't actively make things worse either. The psychological comfort walls provided to settled agricultural societies can't be overstated. Farmers and city dwellers needed predictability. They planted crops expecting to harvest them. They built homes expecting to live in them. They accumulated possessions expecting to keep them. Walls supported this worldview by creating boundaries and establishing control over space. Even if nomads could still raid successfully, the existence of walls made people feel safer. That feeling mattered politically. A ruler who built walls could point to them as evidence of protection, even if the protection was partially illusory. The optics of security often mattered as much as actual security, maybe more. This era also established the precedent that wall construction was the emperor's responsibility. Private individuals or local communities couldn't build major defensive walls. That was a state prerogative requiring centralized planning and resource allocation. Walls became synonymous with state power in ways that other construction projects weren't. Anyone could build a house or a temple, but only the state could build walls. This association between walls and sovereignty would persist throughout Chinese history and influence how the Great Wall came to be understood as a symbol of imperial authority. The Warring States period ended in 221 BCE, when the state of Qin finally conquered all its rivals and established the first unified Chinese empire. The first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, inherited multiple wall systems built by different kingdoms and faced the same northern threat that had motivated all that construction in the first place. What he did next would transform these scattered defensive barriers into something much more ambitious and much more costly in human terms. But that's a story for the next chapter, when the walls built by competing states got reimagined as a single unified system designed to protect an entire empire. Spoiler alert, the workers weren't thrilled about it. For now, what matters is understanding that the Great Wall didn't spring fully formed from one emperor's megalomaniacal vision. It emerged gradually across centuries as different states experimented with defensive architecture, accumulated engineering knowledge, and grappled with the fundamental problem of how settled agricultural societies could coexist with mobile pastoral peoples along a shifting frontier. The walls built during the Warring States period were the laboratory where these experiments happened, where techniques were developed, where mistakes were made and learned from. They weren't glamorous or monumental. They were pragmatic responses to immediate problems by states trying to survive in a dangerous neighborhood. The workers who built these walls, the soldiers who manned them, and the communities who lived in their shadow weren't thinking about creating a world historical monument. They were solving problems, following orders, trying to stay alive. The fact that their cumulative efforts over centuries eventually produced something we now recognize as historically significant would have mystified most of them. They were building walls, not making history. History happened anyway, the way it always does, one mundane decision at a time, compounding across generations into something nobody planned and everyone has to live with. When Qin Shi Huang unified China in 221 BCE, he inherited a geopolitical mess. 7 major kingdoms had just finished tearing each other apart for centuries. The bureaucracy was a patchwork of incompatible administrative systems, and the northern border was defended by dozens of disconnected wall segments built by rival states that no longer existed. For most new emperors, this would be enough problems to last a lifetime. Qin Shi Huang looked at this situation and thought, you know what would make this better? One really, really long wall, which tells you everything you need to know about his management style. To be fair to the first emperor, and fairness isn't something he gets much of in historical accounts, his strategic thinking wasn't entirely insane. The Xiongnu Confederation to the north had grown more organized and aggressive during the Warring States period. While Chinese kingdoms were busy destroying each other, the nomadic tribes had been watching, learning, and occasionally raiding whoever looked weakest at the moment. Now that China was unified under one ruler, the Xiongnu had one target instead of 7 competing ones. That's either simpler or more dangerous depending on your perspective. From Qin Shi Huang's view, it was definitely more dangerous because any defeat would be his defeat. Any weakness would be his weakness. No pressure. The emperor's solution was characteristically ambitious. Take all those old wall segments built by Zhao, Yan, and Qi, demolish the walls that divided internal territories, and connect the northern defensive barriers into one continuous system. Then extend it a lot. The goal was to create an unbroken defensive line from the eastern coast, all the way to the western desert regions, a distance of thousands of li, the ancient Chinese measurement that translates to roughly 1/3 of a mile, which means we're talking about a wall stretching somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 miles depending on which route you took and how you measured curves. For context, that's roughly the distance from New York to London, except instead of flying over an ocean, you're building a fortified barrier across mountains, deserts, and some of the most inhospitable terrain in Asia. Totally reasonable project for a government that had just finished a centuries-long civil war. The logistics of this undertaking would make modern project managers weep into their spreadsheets. First, you need to survey thousands of miles of terrain to determine the optimal route. This isn't a highway where you can take the path of least resistance. Defensive walls need to follow strategic lines that account for enemy approach routes, natural barriers, water sources, and accessibility for supply chains. You're essentially drawing a line across the landscape that satisfies multiple competing requirements, none of which care about your convenience. Engineers had to walk the entire proposed route, assess terrain conditions, identify where existing walls could be incorporated, and determine where completely new construction was needed. This survey phase alone probably took years, and involved teams of specialists travelling through regions where the locals might not be thrilled about imperial representatives showing up to requisition their land. Not exactly a job with great work-life balance. Once the route was planned, the real problems began. Wall construction requires three things in massive quantities: materials, labour, and logistics to connect the two. Materials varied by region because hauling stone or timber hundreds of miles wasn't practical with ancient transportation technology. In areas with good stone quarries, the wall would be stone. In regions with limited rock but plenty of clay soil, rammed earth was the answer. In deserts where even soil was scarce, builders used whatever they could find: sand mixed with gravel, tamarisk branches bundled together for reinforcement, anything that could be piled high enough to slow down a horseman. The result was that the Great Wall was actually many different walls built from different materials using different techniques, all pretending to be one unified structure. Sort of like describing the entire US highway system as the road. Technically accurate, practically misleading. Labour was the other massive requirement, and this is where Qin Shi Huang's project transitions from impressive engineering to human tragedy. Historical sources suggest the emperor mobilized somewhere between 300,000 and 500,000 workers for wall construction, though these numbers are estimates from records that weren't exactly focused on accurate census taking. Some scholars think the numbers were lower, others argue they might have been higher. What's certain is that this represented a substantial percentage of the empire's male population, between fighting age and old age. We're talking about maybe 1 in every 20 or 30 men in the entire empire being conscripted for wall work at any given time, which should give you some idea of the scale. These workers came from several sources, none of them voluntary. First, there were convicted criminals. Anyone sentenced to hard labour got shipped to the wall. Ancient Chinese law was enthusiastic about punishment, and the list of offences that could get you sentenced to wall construction was impressively long. Tax evasion, petty theft, insulting officials, failing to report your neighbour's crimes. Basically, if the government wanted you gone, they could find a reason to send you north. Second, there were prisoners of war from the recently conquered kingdoms. Qin's armies had captured hundreds of thousands of soldiers during unification. Killing them all would be wasteful and might trigger revolts. Releasing them would be naive. Putting them to work on a wall in distant provinces where they had no local connections was the pragmatic middle ground. Not exactly humanitarian, but emperors weren't really aiming for humanitarian. Third, and most numerous, were conscripted commoners, farmers and labourers pulled from their villages under the corvée labour system. Every male subject owed the state a certain amount of labour service each year, usually around a month or two. During peacetime, this might mean repairing local roads or working on irrigation projects near home. During the wall construction period, it meant getting marched hundreds of miles north to build fortifications in terrain you'd never seen before. The state promised you'd be back for planting season. The state lied fairly regularly about this. Agricultural timing is important when your family's survival depends on crops you need to personally plant and harvest. But the wall construction schedule didn't care about farming calendars. Many conscripted workers ended up stuck on the frontier for years, missing multiple growing seasons, while their families struggled or starved back home. The fourth category of workers were soldiers, though calling them workers undersells their situation. Active military units rotated through wall construction as part of their service, both to provide security against raids and to contribute labour. This was deeply unpopular among professional soldiers who'd signed up for combat, not construction. Fighting has glory and potential rewards. You might get promoted, capture loot, earn recognition. Building walls has none of that. It's just manual labour in dangerous conditions, except you're also carrying weapons in case someone attacks while you're moving dirt. The soldiers resented being used as construction crews, the civilian workers resented being treated like soldiers, and the criminals resented everything because they were criminals doing hard labour. It was a morale disaster waiting to happen, and frequently did happen. Managing this workforce was a nightmare of logistics and coercion. Workers were organised into units of varying sizes. Some sources mention groups of 10 men, others describe crews of hundreds. all overseen by foremen and guards whose job was to ensure productivity and prevent desertion. The penalty for desertion was death, which seems harsh until you realize the penalty for not meeting construction quotas was also death, and the penalty for pretty much any infraction that annoyed the supervisors was probably death too. Qin Shi Huang's legal code was not known for its leniency or its interest in rehabilitation. The philosophy was straightforward. Fear of severe punishment would motivate compliance. Whether this actually worked or just created a population of terrified, resentful labourers who did the minimum necessary to avoid execution is an interesting question that nobody in power seemed interested in asking. The daily reality of wall construction was brutally physical. Rammed earth walls required teams of workers to dig earth, haul it to the construction site, dump it into wooden frames, and then pound it down with heavy wooden mallets, basically large poles with flat ends that required 2 or more men to lift and drop repeatedly. Hours of this work would compact a few feet of earth into something solid enough to stand on. Then you'd move the frames up and repeat the process, and again, day after day, week after week, month after month. It was the ancient equivalent of assembly line work, except the assembly line was scattered across thousands of miles of remote frontier, and the product was a wall that stretched beyond your ability to even comprehend its full scope. In mountainous regions, the work was even worse. Workers had to haul materials up steep slopes, often cutting steps into rock faces to create access routes for supply chains. Stone had to be quarried, shaped, and transported using wooden rollers or sledges. There were no wheels sophisticated enough for these paths, no cranes for lifting, just human muscle power and simple mechanical advantage from levers and inclined planes. Every block of stone that made it into the wall represented dozens of man-hours of exhausting labour. Accidents were common and usually fatal. Fall off a mountain path while carrying a stone block, and you're dead. Get crushed when a stone slips from ropes and rolls down a slope, and you're dead. Collapse from exhaustion in extreme heat or cold, and you might not be immediately dead, but you probably weren't getting medical treatment either. Supply chains for these remote construction sites were their own logistical challenge. Workers need food, water, tools, and materials, all of which have to be transported from somewhere else, because wall construction routes were deliberately chosen for strategic value, not for their convenient access to resources. The government established supply depots and transport networks, but these systems were perpetually overstretched. Food shipments arrived late or spoiled in transit. Tool quality was variable, because manufacturing couldn't keep up with demand. Water sources in desert regions were scarce and fought over. Workers were supposed to receive rations, but corruption at every level meant that supplies got skimmed by officials, hoarded by guards, or simply lost to incompetence. The workers at the bottom of this chain got whatever was left, which was often not enough. Historical accounts describe workers eating millet gruel, basically a thin porridge that provided calories but not much else. Meat was rare. Vegetables were occasional. Good luck finding any dietary variety or nutrition that would actually sustain heavy physical labour in extreme conditions. Malnutrition was endemic, which made workers more susceptible to disease, which spread quickly in cramped work camps with poor sanitation. Ancient China didn't have germ theory, so preventive medicine consisted of hoping the gods were feeling generous and trying not to sleep next to anyone who was coughing. This wasn't exactly an effective public health strategy. The climate added another layer of misery. Northern China's border regions experience extreme temperature swings, blazing hot in summer, bitter cold in winter. Workers were issued basic clothing, but basic meant minimal. Summer heat brought dehydration and heat stroke. Winter cold brought frostbite and hypothermia. The government's solution to seasonal extremes was to keep working anyway because the wall wouldn't build itself, and the emperor wasn't interested in excuses about weather. Modern construction shuts down during dangerous conditions. Ancient construction had different priorities, mainly that finishing the wall mattered more than worker survival. Harsh, but historically accurate. Death rates among wall workers were probably substantial, though exact figures don't exist because record-keeping focused on project progress, not casualty counts. Individual workers weren't important enough to track. They were interchangeable units of labour. If one died, another could be conscripted to replace him. Some historical texts mention workers being buried in the wall itself, not as some kind of ritual offering, but simply because digging separate graves was inefficient when you were already moving earth anyway. Whether this actually happened on a large scale or became exaggerated in later folklore is debatable, but it's telling that the story was believable enough to persist. When your construction project is brutal enough that they buried workers in the foundation sounds plausible, you've created some serious PR problems. The human cost of the wall extended beyond the workers themselves to their families back home. When the state conscripts a farmer for wall construction, that family loses its primary income and labour source. Someone still needs to work the fields, pay the taxes, and keep the household running. This burden fell on wives, elderly parents, and children, people who were already struggling under the normal demands of agricultural life. Many families never saw their conscripted members again. Death on the frontier meant no body returned for proper burial, no closure, just absence and eventual certainty that absence meant death. The state occasionally sent notifications, but not consistently, and not with any particular care for accuracy. Easier to tell families their men died bravely serving the empire than to explain they died of preventable disease or collapsed from exhaustion because supply chains failed. This is where the legend of Mengjiang enters the story, one of the most famous folk tales in Chinese culture, and one that tells you everything about how ordinary people viewed the wall construction. The story varies by version, but the basic outline is consistent. Mengjiang's husband is conscripted for wool work shortly after their marriage. She waits for him, hears nothing, and eventually decides to travel to the wall to find him. After a difficult journey, she discovers he died during construction and was buried in the wall itself. Overcome with grief, her tears are so profound that a section of the wall collapses, revealing his bones so she can properly bury him. Now this story is clearly folklore, not historical fact. Walls don't actually collapse from grief, no matter how sincere. But its persistence and popularity reveal what people really thought about the wall project. It's a story about wasted life, about the state's callous treatment of its people, about love and loss in the face of imperial indifference. Mengjiang becomes a symbol of ordinary human suffering crushed under the machinery of state ambition. The fact that this story survived and spread despite the Qin government's attempts to control narrative tells you that the wall was not seen as a glorious national achievement by the people who actually paid its cost. They saw it as a monument to their own expendability. The Qin government's response to low morale and resistance was characteristically brutal. More punishment, stricter oversight, and occasional mass executions to remind everyone what happened when people didn't meet expectations. This approach successfully built a wall, but also built enormous resentment that would contribute to the dynasty's collapse shortly after Qin Shi Huang's death. Turns out that systematically terrorizing your population while working them to death creates political instability. Who knew? Well, probably lots of people knew, but absolute monarchs weren't known for accepting criticism or adjusting their management style based on feedback from peasants. The engineering achievements during this period were genuinely impressive despite the human cost. Qin engineers developed more sophisticated construction techniques than their warring state's predecessors. They improved rammed earth methods by experimenting with different soil compositions, discovering that mixing in lime or rice paste improved durability. They pioneered techniques for building walls on steep slopes by creating terraced foundations that distributed weight more evenly. They designed watchtower networks with better sight lines and communication protocols. The wall that emerged from this period wasn't just longer than previous efforts, it was also more technically sophisticated, incorporating lessons learned from generations of defensive construction. The route itself was a strategic masterpiece, even if its execution was morally questionable. Engineers chose paths that maximized natural defensive advantages, following mountain ridges where possible, using rivers as natural barriers, positioning watchtowers at intervals that allowed for signal relay across vast distances. Where terrain forced the wall into valleys or exposed positions, they compensated with increased height and thickness. The goal was to create a system where the wall, the terrain, and the garrison forces worked together as an integrated defensive network. A raider couldn't just climb over one section of wall. They'd need to navigate multiple obstacles while under surveillance and potential attack from mobile defenders. The watchtower network expanded significantly during this period. Towers were positioned at regular intervals, usually every few miles, with closer spacing in areas where terrain limited visibility. Each tower had a garrison of soldiers responsible for maintaining constant watch and for lighting signal beacons when they spotted threats. The signal system became more sophisticated, using different fire patterns to communicate different types of information. Number of fires indicated enemy numbers, smoke patterns during the day, and flame patterns at night allowed for faster information. Transmission. In theory, a threat spotted at one end of the wall could be communicated across hundreds of miles within hours. In practice, the system worked when weather cooperated, when guards stayed alert, when fuel supplies were adequate, and when everyone understood the signal codes. So it worked sometimes, which was better than nothing. The wall also incorporated garrison posts, supply depots, and administrative centres at strategic intervals. These weren't just military installations, they were mini-settlements where soldiers and their families lived, where supplies were stored, where horses were kept for cavalry patrols. The government encouraged, or more accurately forced, settlement along the border by relocating populations to these frontier regions. Criminals who'd served their sentences might be required to remain as settlers. Retired soldiers got land grants on the condition they stayed and helped defend the region. The goal was to create a permanent population along the frontier who had a vested interest in maintaining the defensive system. Whether these settlers felt grateful for the opportunity or trapped by circumstances probably varied, but the policy did create more stable garrison communities than relying solely on rotating military units. The extension of the wall westward into more desert regions required adaptations to different environmental conditions. Desert construction couldn't rely on rammed earth because sand doesn't compact properly. It just keeps being sand no matter how much you pound it. Instead, builders used layers of reeds, branches, and gravel held together by whatever binding materials they could scavenge. These sections of wall were less impressive than the stone and earth portions, but they served their purpose of marking territory and providing some barrier to movement. The watchtowers in desert regions were particularly isolated, sometimes days of travel from the nearest supply depot. Serving at these posts was considered punishment duty, even by the low standards of frontier service. Nothing but sand, heat, and occasional scorpions for company. Not exactly prime real estate. The total cost of Qin Shi Huang's wall project is impossible to calculate precisely, but it was certainly enormous in both financial and human terms. The state had to feed, clothe, and equip hundreds of thousands of workers. It had to maintain supply chains across thousands of miles. It had to garrison the completed sections while continuing construction on new ones. This all required resources extracted from a population that was already exhausted from decades of warfare during the Warring States period. The Emperor's other projects, the Terracotta Army, the standardization of writing and measurements, the construction of roads and canals, added to this burden. The Qin government was essentially running a permanent mobilization economy, where huge percentages of the population were diverted from productive agriculture to state projects. This economic strain couldn't be sustained indefinitely. The Qin dynasty lasted only 15 years after unification, remarkable not for its longevity, but for how quickly it collapsed despite its military strength and organizational capacity. Multiple factors contributed to its fall, but the brutality of its labor mobilization policies, including wall construction, played a significant role. People can only be pushed so far before they start pushing back. The revolts that ended the Qin dynasty were led by former soldiers and conscript laborers who'd experienced the system's cruelty firsthand and decided anything would be better than continuing under Qin rule. They were right. The subsequent Han dynasty was still authoritarian and exploitative by modern standards, but at least it wasn't quite as enthusiastically murderous about it. The wall that Qin Shi Huang left behind was a genuine military asset, at least initially. It did make raiding more difficult. It did provide early warning through the beacon system. It did establish a clear boundary that had both practical and psychological significance. But it was also a monument to hubris and cruelty, built on the backs of workers who had no choice and no voice. The emperor wanted to be remembered for unifying China and defending it against barbarian threats. He succeeded at being remembered, but perhaps not in the way he'd hoped. When people today think of Qin Shi Huang, they think of the Terracotta Army buried with him, thousands of clay soldiers meant to serve him in the afterlife. It's fitting in a way. He spent his life using real soldiers and workers as disposable resources, so why not take clay versions with him to the grave? At least the clay ones didn't starve or freeze to death. The sections of wall built during the Qin period would form the foundation for later dynasties' defensive systems, but they also required constant maintenance and eventual reconstruction. Rammed earth erodes, watchtowers collapse, desert sections get buried or blown apart by sandstorms. The wall was never a build-it-once-and-forget-it project. It was a permanent commitment that subsequent dynasties had to decide whether to maintain. Some did, some didn't, depending on their strategic situation and their willingness to pay the costs. But the basic principle Qin Shi Huang established, that China's northern border needed fortification and that the state would mobilize whatever resources necessary to build it, became embedded in Chinese strategic thinking for the next 2,000 years. What's worth remembering as we move forward in this story is that the Great Wall wasn't built by heroes or villains, at least not primarily. It was built by ordinary people who had no choice, working under conditions that would be illegal by any modern standard, creating something monumental while living through circumstances that were merely mundane in their cruelty. The wall stands today as a testament to human engineering capability and human suffering in roughly equal measure. Both aspects are true, both deserve recognition. The stones don't remember the hands that placed them, but we can at least acknowledge that those hands belong to real people with real lives that were spent, often literally spent to the point of death, to build something they'd never fully see and would gain nothing from. Qin Shi Huang wanted to build a wall that would last forever and protect his dynasty for generations. He got the wall, or at least a version of it. The dynasty part didn't work out quite as planned. His son inherited an empire already fracturing under the weight of resentment and exhaustion that his father's policies had created. Within a few years, rebellion swept across China, the Qin fell, and a new dynasty emerged that would have to decide what to do with the massive but incomplete defensive system they'd inherited. That's a question that would occupy Chinese emperors for the next several centuries, and their answers would continue to involve enormous amounts of labor, suffering, and the persistent belief that surely this time, with just a bit more effort, the wall would finally accomplish what it was supposed to. Spoiler, it never quite did, but they kept trying anyway. The Han dynasty that emerged from the ruins of Qin rule in 202 BCE had learned some important lessons from their predecessors' rapid collapse. Chief among them, working your population to death while terrorizing them into submission is not a sustainable governance model. The early Han emperors adopted a notably different approach: less mass murder, more pragmatic administration, and a general philosophy of let's not repeat the mistakes that got the last guys overthrown and executed. This was progress, relatively speaking. The bar was admittedly quite low. But here's the thing about lessons learned from history: they're always selective. The Han looked at the Qin dynasty and decided the problem was excessive cruelty and rapid overreach, not the fundamental concept of massive state projects requiring forced labor. So they kept the wall, they kept the garrison system, they kept the conscription apparatus. They just tried to implement it with slightly less murderous enthusiasm, which the population apparently found acceptable enough not to immediately rebel. Sometimes improvement is measured in degrees rather than revolutions. The early Han emperors took a defensive posture toward the north. The Xiongnu Confederation had grown even stronger during the chaos of the Qin collapse, and they weren't shy about pressing their advantage. They raided deep into Han territory, captured frontier settlements, and generally made clear that the new dynasty's authority ended well south of where the government would have preferred. The Han response was essentially to maintain existing wall sections, garrison them adequately, and avoid picking fights they weren't sure they could win. This wasn't cowardice. It was pragmatic recognition that the empire needed to recover from decades of civil war before attempting ambitious military adventures. Sometimes the smart move is admitting you're not ready yet. This defensive period lasted about 60 years, during which the Han focused on internal consolidation, economic recovery, and building up military capacity. They negotiated tributary relationships with the Xiongnu that were essentially formalized bribery, send us gifts including silk, gold, and occasionally princesses, and will raid less frequently. This arrangement offended Chinese dignity because it required acknowledging that nomads could negotiate from a position of strength, but it was cheaper than constant warfare and gave the empire time to rebuild. Pride is expensive, pragmatism less so. Then Emperor Wu came along in 141 BCE and decided the defensive era was over. Wu ruled for over 50 years and had the kind of aggressive, expansion-minded personality that terrifies neighboring states and exhausts your own treasury. He looked at the situation with the Xiongnu and concluded that tribute payments were unacceptable, that China should dominate its borders rather than negotiate them, and that the solution involved aggressive military campaigns combined with extending the wall system far to the west. His foreign policy could be summarized as, "We're going to solve this northern problem permanently regardless of cost." Spoiler: the problem wasn't solved permanently, but the attempt certainly cost a lot. Emperor Wu's strategic thinking involved a genuinely innovative idea. If you can't defeat the nomads in their home territory, control the trade routes they depend on, and force them to negotiate on your terms. The Silk Road wasn't called that yet. The term was coined by a German geographer in the 19th century, because apparently ancient peoples couldn't be trusted to name their own trade routes properly. But the network of trade connections between China and Central Asia was becoming increasingly important economically. Chinese silk was phenomenally valuable in Western markets. Central Asian horses were crucial for Chinese cavalry. Various luxury goods flowed in both directions, creating economic interdependencies that hadn't existed before. The problem was that these trade routes ran through territory controlled or threatened by various nomadic groups, including the Xiongnu. Merchants travelling west faced constant risk of banditry, which is the ancient term for people with weapons taking your stuff because you can't stop them. Insurance didn't exist yet, so merchants either had to be very brave, very foolish, or very well protected. Usually they went for the third option, hiring guards and travelling in large caravans for mutual protection. But private security only goes so far when you're crossing thousands of miles of territory, where the local authorities range from indifferent to your problems to actively contributing to your problems. Emperor Wu's solution was characteristically ambitious: extend the wall westward into Central Asia, establish military garrisons along the routes, and essentially create a protected corridor for trade under Han control. This would accomplish multiple goals simultaneously: project military power into nomadic territory, protect valuable commerce, establish Han presence in regions previously outside their influence, and hopefully cut the Xiongnu off from trade revenue they were using to fund their military activities. On paper, it was brilliant strategy. In practice, it required building and maintaining fortifications across some of the most inhospitable desert terrain in Asia, garrisoning them with soldiers who really didn't want to be there, and sustaining the whole operation logistically across distances that made supply chains a nightmare. But emperors with ambitious visions rarely let practical difficulties deter them. The westward expansion of the wall system began in earnest around 121 BCE after Han General Huo Qubing achieved major military victories against the Xiongnu in the western regions. These victories opened up territory that had previously been under nomadic control and gave the Han an opportunity to establish permanent presence before their enemies could reorganize. The government mobilized tens of thousands of workers, convicts, conscripts, and soldiers again, because forced labor remained the standard approach regardless of the dynasty, and began constructing fortifications stretching from the western end of the original Qin Wall all the way into the Tarim Basin region of modern Xinjiang. This wasn't a continuous wall like you're probably imagining. The western sections were more of a fortified corridor system, a series of garrison posts, watchtowers, and shorter wall segments positioned to control key routes and oases, rather than creating an unbroken barrier. In desert regions, building a continuous wall made even less sense than usual, because there wasn't enough population density or economic activity to justify that level of construction. What mattered was controlling the oases where water was available and where travellers had to stop. Control the water sources, and you effectively control movement through the desert. Ancient strategic thinking could be refreshingly simple. The construction techniques in these western regions had to adapt to available materials. Stone was scarce, timber was scarce. What wasn't scarce was sand, gravel, and the occasional tamarisk bush. Builders developed techniques using layers of reeds and branches mixed with gravel and clay, creating walls that were less impressive than their eastern stone counterparts, but served their purpose of marking territory and providing some defensive barrier. These walls have mostly disappeared over the centuries. Desert environments are surprisingly destructive to architecture that isn't maintained, but archaeological work has uncovered remnants showing how extensive the system actually was. The garrison posts established along this western extension were even more isolated and unpleasant than the original frontier positions. The eastern wall sections at least had some proximity to agricultural settlements and supply routes. The western posts were hundreds of miles into desert regions where summer temperatures could be lethal, and winter cold was equally dangerous. Water had to be carefully rationed. Food came from supply caravans that might be weeks late or might not arrive at all if they were raided or lost to sandstorms. Serving at these posts was essentially exile to the edge of the known world, and soldiers knew it. The government tried to make these positions sustainable through the Yungtun system, military agricultural colonies where soldiers were expected to be part-time farmers, growing crops during the planting season and performing military duties the rest of the year. The theory was that garrisons could be self-sufficient, reducing the burden on supply chains and creating permanent settlements that would gradually civilize these frontier regions. The reality was that desert agriculture is extraordinarily difficult. Water management was a constant struggle, and expecting soldiers to be effective at both combat and farming was optimistic. They were adequate at neither but maintained presence, which was apparently good enough from the government's perspective. These soldier farmers lived with their families in fortified settlements that were part military base, part agricultural commune, and entirely uncomfortable. Housing was basic, rammed earth buildings that provided shelter but not much comfort. Privacy was minimal. Entertainment was essentially non-existent unless you found military drills and weeding crops fascinating. The social structure was military hierarchy mixed with agricultural cooperation, which created interesting tensions when your commanding officer was also your neighbour, whose irrigation technique you disagreed with. Not exactly ideal community dynamics, but here's where the system gets interesting from an economic perspective. These military colonies weren't just about defence, they were also customs checkpoints and trade facilitators for the Silk Road. The Han government quickly realised that controlling trade routes meant you could tax commerce passing through them, and those taxes could potentially offset the enormous cost of maintaining the military presence. So garrison commanders found themselves with dual responsibilities: military defence and trade administration. Some were better at one than the other, and the combination of military authority with economic opportunity created predictable corruption problems. Merchants travelling west from China had to register at garrison checkpoints, pay transit fees, and receive documentation allowing them to proceed. This was early passport and customs duty system, administered by soldiers who may or may not have been literate, and who definitely had incentive to extract extra payments for administrative fees that went straight into their pockets. The government tried to regulate this through inspections and oversight, but when your inspector has to travel 3 months across desert to check on remote garrisons, enforcement is challenging. Many garrison commanders effectively became regional warlords who nominally served the empire but operated with substantial autonomy because consequences were distant and uncertain. The trade these checkpoints controlled was genuinely lucrative. Chinese silk was so valuable in Western markets that it was literally worth its weight in gold, which created obvious incentive for both legitimate commerce and smuggling. The Han government attempted to maintain monopoly control over silk production and export, though smuggling was inevitable when profit margins are that high. Other goods flowing east included horses, the famous heavenly horses from Central Asian regions that were crucial for military cavalry, along with jade, glassware, and various luxury products that appealed to wealthy Chinese consumers. The cultural exchange wasn't just economic. Ideas, technologies, and religions also travelled these routes, though that's a longer story than we have time for tonight. The military engineering along this western corridor was impressive in its adaptation to local conditions. Watchtowers were positioned to maximise visibility across flat desert terrain, often built on raised platforms or natural high points. The beacon signal system that had existed in earlier wall sections was expanded and refined. The Han developed more sophisticated signalling protocols using different combinations of fires and smoke to communicate more specific information than just enemies spotted. They could signal approximate numbers, direction of movement, and whether the threat was cavalry or infantry. In theory, this allowed for coordinated defensive responses across hundreds of miles. In practice, weather, human error, and the occasional creative interpretation of smoke patterns created plenty of confusion. The beacon system worked on a relay principle. Each tower was positioned within sight of the next, so signals could be passed down the line. Historical sources claim that messages could travel from the western frontier to the capital in less than 2 days using this system, which would be remarkable if it worked consistently. The reality was probably more variable. Good weather and alert guards? Sure, maybe 2 days. Fog, sandstorms, or guards who'd been drinking? Substantially longer. The system was better than having no long-distance communication at all, but it wasn't exactly reliable high-speed data transmission. Think of it as ancient China's version of telegraph, but with more variables and less accuracy. Each watchtower garrison maintained stockpiles of fuel for signals, dried wood, dung, animal fat, anything that would burn with visible smoke or flame. The quality of your signal depended on your fuel quality, so good garrison commanders prioritized fuel supply alongside food and water. Running out of beacon fuel when enemies appear is not a career-enhancing mistake. Historical records include requisition lists and supply inventories that show how seriously the logistics of signal fires were taken. Bureaucracy might be tedious, but it was the administrative infrastructure that made the wall system function at all. The soldiers manning these western outposts developed extensive knowledge about weather patterns, terrain features, and typical movement routes through the desert. They could read signs of approaching travelers or raiders from dust clouds, animal behavior, and other environmental cues that modern people have mostly forgotten. This expertise was passed down through generations of garrison service, creating institutional knowledge that was crucial for effective border control. Not every soldier needed to be brilliant, they just needed to know their specific section of frontier better than anyone trying to cross it illegally. The diplomatic dimension of the wall system became more prominent during the Han period. The wall wasn't just a military barrier, it was a negotiating tool. Having military posts along trade routes gave Han diplomats leverage in negotiations with Central Asian kingdoms and nomadic confederations. The implicit message was clear: cooperate with us and enjoy access to Chinese markets, or make problems and find yourself cut off from lucrative trade. This wasn't subtle diplomacy, but effectiveness matters more than subtlety in international relations. The Han government also used the wall system as infrastructure for diplomatic missions. Envoys travelling to negotiate with foreign powers needed safe routes, reliable rest stops, and communication with the capital. The garrison system provided all of this, essentially creating a government travel network that also happened to be militarized. When Zhang Qian, the famous Han diplomat who opened relations with Central Asian kingdoms, travelled west in 139 BCE, he used this garrison network. His mission took 13 years and involved being captured by the Xiongnu for a decade, which wasn't ideal from a timeline perspective, but when he finally returned, his intelligence about Western regions shaped Han foreign policy for generations. Sometimes the best ambassadors are the ones who survive long enough to report back. The interaction between military and commercial interests along the wall created complex dynamics. Garrison commanders were supposed to facilitate trade while preventing smuggling and maintaining security, three goals that often conflicted. A commander who was too aggressive about security might disrupt legitimate commerce and anger merchants whose goodwill and cooperation were actually useful for gathering intelligence. A commander who was too accommodating to merchants might let security slip and enable smuggling or espionage. Finding the right balance required judgment and flexibility that not every military officer possessed. Some figured it out through experience, others made expensive mistakes that sometimes got them demoted or executed, depending on how angry the emperor was when he heard about it. The economic calculation underlying the whole Western expansion was fundamentally about whether the cost justified the benefits. Military garrisons were expensive, supply chains across deserts were expensive. Maintaining fortifications in environments that actively destroyed them required constant investment, but the trade revenue and strategic advantages might make it worthwhile if managed correctly. This calculation shifted depending on the emperor, the treasury situation, the intensity of northern threats, and a dozen other factors. Some Han emperors thought the investment was crucial. Others questioned whether controlling Central Asian deserts was worth the resource drain. These debates continued throughout the dynasty's 4-century existence. Emperor Wu himself never seriously questioned the expansion policy. He'd committed to it and saw it through despite enormous costs that nearly bankrupted the empire several times. Later emperors were less consistent. Some maintained the Western garrisons vigorously, others let them decay when money was tight or when northern threats seemed to diminish. The wall system expanded and contracted like an accordion across the centuries, responding to changing political and economic conditions. This inconsistency meant that garrison soldiers never quite knew if their post would be reinforced, abandoned, or something in between. Uncertainty isn't great for morale, but it was a constant feature of frontier life. The cultural impact of the Silk Road trade facilitated by the wall system was profound, though it took generations to fully manifest. Buddhism entered China along these routes, carried by missionaries and merchants from Central Asia and India. New agricultural products were introduced. Artistic styles influenced each other. Musical instruments and performance traditions crossed cultural boundaries. The wall that was built to separate civilization from barbarism became the corridor through which those categories got thoroughly mixed up. The soldiers manning the garrisons were often the first to adopt foreign customs, foreign foods, foreign religious ideas, because they were the ones actually interacting with the diverse travellers passing through. Cultural exchange happened despite official policies trying to maintain clear boundaries between Chinese and foreign. The Han dynasty's approach to the wall ultimately reflected a more sophisticated understanding of border control than their Qin predecessors. They recognized that walls alone don't provide security. You need integrated systems combining military presence, economic management, diplomatic engagement, and information networks. The beacon signals weren't just military warnings. They were part of a broader communication infrastructure supporting trade and administration. The garrison posts weren't just defensive positions. They were economic nodes and diplomatic outposts. This integrated approach was more sustainable than pure military fortification, though it still required enormous resources and created its own problems. The western regions remained contested throughout the Han period. The Xiongnu didn't disappear just because the Han built some walls and established garrisons. They adapted their strategies, found new routes, formed alliances with other nomadic groups, and continued to be a major military challenge. The wall made raiding more difficult and costly, but it didn't prevent it entirely. Large Xiongnu forces could overwhelm isolated garrisons if they concentrated their strength. Small raiding parties could bypass the wall system by taking routes through areas where surveillance was weakest. The wall was an obstacle, sometimes a significant one, but it was never the impenetrable barrier that imperial propaganda claimed it to be. What the wall did accomplish was establishing Chinese presence and authority across a much larger territory than would have been possible through military conquest alone. Garrison posts became settlement nuclei. Trade brought wealth that attracted more settlers. Over generations, regions that had been purely nomadic gradually developed mixed economies, incorporating agriculture alongside pastoralism. This wasn't conquest through warfare, it was conquest through economic integration and demographic change, which proved more permanent than military victories. The wall facilitated this process by providing security sufficient for settlement to be viable, even if that security was always incomplete and sometimes more perception than reality. The information network created by the beacon system had applications beyond military early warning. Weather patterns could be communicated, important for agricultural planning in regions where rainfall was unpredictable. Outbreaks of disease could be reported, allowing some attempt at preventive quarantine. Natural disasters like earthquakes or floods could be signaled to trigger relief efforts. The system became part of the administrative infrastructure of empire, connecting distant regions to the capital in ways that wouldn't have been possible without the physical network of garrisons and watchtowers that the wall system created. By the end of the Han dynasty in 220 CE, the wall had evolved from Qin Shi Huang's primarily military project into something more complex, a hybrid military, economic and administrative infrastructure that defined how China interacted with its northwestern frontier. The physical barriers remained important, but they were only one component of a broader system of control and integration. This transformation reflected 4 centuries of experience managing the practical realities of border security in ways that pure military thinking couldn't address. The human cost of maintaining the system across the Han period was substantial, though probably less brutal than under the Qin. Workers still died building and repairing walls. Soldiers still froze or starved at isolated posts. Families still lost members to frontier service, but the violence was more distributed across time and less concentrated in explosive megaprojects, which apparently made it more socially tolerable. Slow grinding attrition creates less political backlash than dramatic mass suffering, a lesson that governments throughout history have repeatedly confirmed. The Han dynasty's wall represented a maturation of Chinese strategic thinking about border defense. It wasn't perfect. No defensive system ever is. It didn't solve the northern threat permanently, no infrastructure could. But it created a framework that integrated military, economic and diplomatic tools in ways that were genuinely innovative for the ancient world. The Romans built Hadrian's Wall to mark where they stopped expanding. The Han built their western wall extensions to support ongoing expansion and commerce. Different strategic philosophies, different outcomes, both ultimately temporary because empires don't last forever, and walls only work as long as someone maintains them. As the Han dynasty fragmented and collapsed in the early 3rd century CE, the frontier garrison system collapsed with it. The walls remained, physically present, but administratively orphaned. Local commanders had to decide whether to maintain their positions without support from a central government that no longer existed effectively. Some did, creating their own mini-kingdoms along the frontier. Others abandoned their posts and tried to find better opportunities elsewhere. The infrastructure built across 4 centuries of Han rule didn't disappear instantly, but without consistent maintenance and support, it began the long process of decay that would continue through the next several centuries of political fragmentation. The wall had been built to project stability and power. Its deterioration would reflect the opposite, the breakdown of centralized authority and the return of chaos to the northern frontier. The soldier-farmer system, called Tuntian in Chinese, which roughly translates to garrison fields, but sounds much more romantic in translation than it was in reality, represented one of ancient China's more creative attempts to solve an impossible logistics problem. The question was straightforward. How do you maintain permanent military presence along thousands of miles of frontier when supplying those troops from the interior would bankrupt the empire? The answer the Han government came up with was equally straightforward. Make the soldiers grow their own food. Problem solved, at least on paper. The soldiers had some thoughts about this solution, but soldiers rarely get consulted about policy decisions that fundamentally reshape their job description. The concept emerged from necessity rather than genius. Early Han emperors discovered that maintaining the Western Wall expansion required supply caravans travelling hundreds or thousands of miles through difficult terrain. Grain, weapons, clothing, tools, fuel, everything a garrison needed had to be transported across deserts, mountains and grasslands where banditry was common and weather was hostile. The cost was staggering. The waste from spoilage, theft and lost shipments was substantial. Simple economics suggested that this approach wasn't sustainable long-term, and imperial treasurers kept sending increasingly panicked memos about how the frontier defense budget was consuming resources that could be spent on more politically popular projects like palaces and imperial tombs. So someone in the imperial bureaucracy, we don't know who, which seems unfair since their idea shaped frontier policy for centuries, proposed that garrison soldiers spend part of their time farming. Not as punishment officially, but as normal military duty. The soldiers would plant crops during the spring, maintain them during summer, harvest in fall, and perform military duties in winter, when agricultural work was impossible anyway. The harvest would feed the garrisons, dramatically reducing dependence on external supply chains. The plan would create self-sufficient military colonies that could sustain themselves indefinitely without draining the imperial treasury. It was brilliant in theory. The execution was more complicated, which is how these things always work out. The government began implementing the system systematically during Emperor Wu's reign in the late 2nd century BCE, though smaller-scale versions had existed earlier. They selected garrison locations not just for strategic military value but for agricultural potential, proximity to water sources, soil quality, growing season length. Sometimes these considerations aligned nicely. Often they conflicted, forcing compromises where the strategic position was perfect but the farmland was marginal, or the farmland was excellent but the defensive position was questionable. You can probably guess which consideration won when they conflicted. The wall garrisons were positioned for military purposes, and the soldiers were expected to make agriculture work somehow regardless of conditions. Each garrison was allocated a specific amount of farmland based on the number of soldiers stationed there. The calculations were supposedly scientific. This many soldiers require this much grain requires this much land, therefore allocate this specific acreage per garrison. In practice, the quality of land varied enormously, so a garrison with officially sufficient acreage might still produce inadequate harvests if their soil was poor or water was scarce. Meanwhile, another garrison might have surplus because they'd been allocated particularly good land. The bureaucrats in the capital making these allocations weren't visiting the sites personally, so their assessments were based on written reports that may or may not have been accurate. Sometimes local officials exaggerated land quality to impress superiors. Sometimes they understated it to lower expectations. Either way, the soldiers ended up dealing with whatever reality existed on the ground rather than whatever existed in official documents. The daily life of a soldier farmer was relentlessly demanding in ways that neither pure soldiering nor pure farming would be individually. A farmer can focus entirely on agricultural skills and timing. A soldier can focus entirely on military training and preparedness. A soldier farmer has to do both adequately while lacking the time to do either excellently. The spring planting season was particularly brutal. Fields had to be prepared, seeds had to be sown at the right time, irrigation channels had to be maintained, all while maintaining military readiness in case of attack. Raiders understood agricultural calendars as well as anyone, and knew that garrison troops would be distracted during planting season. Attacking then was strategically sound, which meant the soldiers couldn't fully commit to farming even when farming was urgent. The typical schedule involved rotating duties. Some soldiers would be assigned field work on any given day, while others maintained military readiness, performing patrols, manning watchtowers, and conducting training exercises. The rotations meant everyone got experience at both roles, which sounds fair but meant nobody developed real expertise at either. You'd get adequate at ploughing and adequate at archery but excellent at neither, which is not ideal when your life depends on both skills. The rotations were supposed to be equitable, but like all work schedules, they created opportunities for favoritism and complaints. Officers could assign themselves lighter field duty or exempt themselves entirely, which naturally generated resentment among rank-and-file soldiers who were expected to work the fields while watching their superiors supervise from comfortable positions. The agricultural work itself was backbreaking. These weren't large-scale mechanized farms. Every task was manual labor powered by human muscle and animal draft power when animals were available. Ploughing, planting, weeding, harvesting, threshing, storing, all of it required long hours of physical effort in climates that range from brutally hot to dangerously cold depending on season and location. Soldiers were generally young and fit, which helped, but military training doesn't necessarily prepare you for the specific demands of agricultural labor. Different muscle groups, different physical stresses, different injury risks. A soldier might be capable of marching 20 miles in armor, but struggle with bending over repeatedly to weed crops for 8 hours. The body adapts, but the adaptation period involves a lot of soreness and complaining. Water management was critical and difficult. Northern China's frontier regions don't have abundant rainfall. That's why they were steppe and desert rather than agricultural heartland. Successful farming required irrigation systems drawing from rivers, streams, or wells. Building and maintaining these systems was complex engineering work that soldiers weren't necessarily trained for. Some garrisons had success hiring or consulting with local populations who had traditional knowledge about water management in arid regions. Others struggled with trial and error, making mistakes that ruined harvests and created desperate food shortages. Wells had to be dug deep in areas where water tables were low. Irrigation channels had to be precisely graded so water flowed correctly without eroding soil. These were specialized skills that the military didn't typically teach, yet soldiers were expected to learn them alongside their combat training. The crops grown at these garrison farms were selected for practicality rather than variety. Millet was common because it's drought-resistant and nutritious, though not particularly exciting to eat. Wheat was grown where conditions allowed. Barley in colder regions. Some garrisons maintained vegetable gardens for dietary diversity, though vegetables require more intensive cultivation than grain crops, and often failed in harsh frontier conditions. The goal was calories and basic nutrition, not culinary satisfaction. Soldiers ate monotonous diets dominated by whatever grain they'd managed to produce, supplemented occasionally with vegetables, meat from animals they'd hunted or raised, and whatever supplies arrived from external sources. It was subsistence agriculture focused on survival rather than prosperity. Livestock added another layer of complexity to the garrison economy. Chickens, pigs, sheep, and cattle provided meat, eggs, and dairy products, but they also required care, feeding, and protection from predators and raiders. Someone had to tend the animals, which meant more labor competing with military and agricultural duties. The animals themselves had value, which made them targets for theft. Garrison compounds needed fencing or walls to protect livestock, which meant more construction work. On the positive side, animals provided fertilizer for fields, which improved soil quality and harvests. They also provided materials like leather, wool, and bone that garrisons used for equipment and tools. The calculation was whether the benefits justified the effort investment, and different garrisons came to different conclusions. Family life at these frontier garrisons was complicated. The government encouraged or sometimes required soldiers to bring families or to marry locally and establish permanent households. The reasoning was that soldiers with families had stronger incentive to defend their garrison and were less likely to desert. Also, families meant children, and children eventually meant more potential soldiers and farmers, creating self-perpetuating frontier populations without requiring constant recruitment from the interior. This made demographic and economic sense from the government's perspective. From the family's perspective, it meant accepting extremely difficult living conditions for dubious benefits. The women at these garrison settlements carried enormous burdens. They maintained households under frontier conditions where resources were scarce and security was uncertain. They raised children in environments that were dangerous and isolating. They often contributed to agricultural labor during intensive periods like harvest. They processed food, made clothing, managed limited supplies, and created whatever domestic comfort was possible under circumstances that didn't lend themselves to comfort. Their experiences are less documented than the soldiers because historical records focused on military and administrative matters, but the garrison system wouldn't have functioned without their labor and resilience. Children growing up in garrison settlements had peculiar childhoods that mixed military and agricultural influences. They learned both farming skills and military basics from early ages. Boys were expected to eventually join the garrison forces, so they trained with weapons alongside their fathers. Girls learned household management, food processing, textile production, and agricultural skills from their mothers. There weren't schools in the formal sense. Education was practical and familial. Literacy rates were low except among officers and administrators who needed reading skills for their duties. Entertainment options were limited to whatever the community could create for itself. Music, storytelling, games, occasional festivals tied to agricultural calendar or military events. The social structure in these settlements was military hierarchy translated into civilian context. Officers had better housing, more resources, and authority over rank-and-file soldiers and their families. This created class divisions in communities that were geographically isolated together. You couldn't avoid your commanding officer when you lived in the same small fortified compound. Social friction was inevitable. Personality conflicts, disputes over resource allocation, resentment about work assignments, all compressed into tight quarters with no escape. The military discipline system theoretically handled disputes, but it wasn't designed for the complexities of civilian family dynamics. What happens when a soldier's wife has a dispute with an officer's wife? How does military rank translate to social hierarchy in domestic contexts? These questions didn't have clear answers, so communities developed informal norms that sometimes aligned with military hierarchy and sometimes created parallel authority structures. The psychological stress of garrison life was substantial, though rarely discussed in historical sources. Isolation was profound. Some garrisons were days or weeks of travel from the nearest significant settlement. Contact with the outside world was limited to occasional supply caravans, travelling merchants or military communications. News from home came irregularly, if at all. Soldiers stationed at distant garrisons might not receive information about family events, political changes, or major occurrences in their home regions for months or years. This isolation created a sense of being forgotten by the empire they were supposedly defending. The garrison became their entire world, with all the psychological intensity that comes from having extremely limited social horizons. The constant low-level threat of violence added to psychological burdens. Raids could happen any time. Guards had to maintain vigilance constantly. Every dust cloud on the horizon could be hostile forces. Every strange sound at night could be infiltrators. This perpetual alertness is exhausting psychologically, even when actual attacks are infrequent. The garrison was simultaneously home and battlefield. You were trying to raise a family in a location that might be attacked without warning. That cognitive dissonance between domestic life and military threat created stress that had no real outlet because there was nowhere safer to go. This was your assignment, potentially for life, so you learned to live with the anxiety or it broke you. The economic calculations underlying the Tuntian system reveal Chinese imperial thinking about sovereignty and borders. The system wasn't just about feeding soldiers, it was about establishing permanent Chinese presence in frontier regions through labour and settlement. The fields that garrison soldiers ploughed were claims to territory. The children born at these garrisons were Chinese population in areas that had been purely nomadic. The system was demographic colonization disguised as military logistics. The government understood that sovereignty isn't just about military control but about population, agriculture, and permanent settlement that transforms the character of territory over generations. This approach reflected a distinctly Chinese philosophical concept that civilization is defined by agricultural settlement and orderly administration. Nomadic peoples might control territory through mobility and military power, but they didn't transform it through labor. The Chinese imperial worldview held that land truly belongs to those who cultivate it, who make it productive, who integrate it into the ordered economy of civilization. The Tuntian system imposed this vision on frontier regions. The garrison fields were statements that this land was now Chinese not just militarily, but economically and culturally. The success rates of garrison farms varied dramatically depending on location, conditions, and the competence of the soldiers turned farmers. Some garrisons achieved genuine self-sufficiency, producing enough grain and other foods to feed themselves with surplus for emergencies or trade. These successful settlements provided models that administrators hoped to replicate elsewhere. Other garrisons struggled constantly, producing inadequate harvests that required external supply supplementation just to prevent starvation. The failures outnumbered the successes, but even marginal success reduced supply costs compared to fully dependent garrisons, so the system persisted despite its uneven results. The interaction between garrison soldiers and local nomadic populations created complex dynamics. The soldiers were there to defend against nomadic raids, yet they often found themselves trading with nomadic groups who came to garrison settlements to exchange goods. These informal markets developed despite official policies that strictly regulated contact with potential enemies. Nomads had horses, furs, and other products that soldiers wanted. Soldiers had grain, metal goods, and textiles that nomads valued. Both sides benefited from trade, and both sides understood that trade relationships reduced the likelihood of violent conflict. Garrison commanders often looked the other way regarding these transactions because they improved morale and brought in goods that official supply chains didn't provide. These trading relationships sometimes evolved into something approaching cooperation. Nomadic groups would provide intelligence about other tribes' movements. Garrison soldiers would allow controlled grazing on certain lands during seasonal migrations. Both sides had incentives to maintain stable relationships when possible. The binary of Chinese civilization versus barbarian chaos that existed in official ideology became much more nuanced at the actual frontier, where people had to deal with practical realities rather than abstract categories. The wall was supposedly a clear boundary between two different worlds, but the people living along it often occupied a hybrid space where Chinese and nomadic practices mixed. Cultural exchange flowed both ways. Garrison soldiers adopted nomadic clothing styles better suited to frontier climates. They learned horseback riding techniques from nomadic traditions. Their children sometimes grew up speaking both Chinese and nomadic languages. Meanwhile, nomadic peoples who traded regularly with garrisons adopted Chinese technologies, developed tastes for Chinese goods, and sometimes settled near garrisons to maintain trade relationships. The frontier became a zone of cultural blending rather than separation, which made sense given that the wall was a porous boundary with gates, markets, and constant interaction rather than a hermetic seal. The long-term demographic impact of the Tuntian system was substantial. Garrison settlements that survived long enough began functioning as regular towns with agriculture, commerce, and civilian populations alongside military functions. These towns became anchors for further settlement. Merchants established shops to serve garrison needs. Craftsmen set up workshops. Service providers of various kinds found opportunities. Over multiple generations, former garrison areas could transform into fully integrated Chinese agricultural communities that happened to have originated as military colonies. This transformation was most successful in regions with decent agricultural potential and reasonable security conditions. In harsher environments or areas with intense nomadic pressure, garrisons remained precarious military outposts that never achieved stable civilian settlement. The administrative complexity of managing the Tuntian system was considerable. Each garrison had to report crop yields, population numbers, military readiness, supply needs, and numerous other data points to regional and ultimately central authorities. Officials had to inspect garrisons periodically to verify reports and assess conditions. Resources had to be allocated based on these assessments. The bureaucracy handling frontier administration was substantial and generated enormous amounts of paperwork, much of which has survived in archaeological discoveries, giving modern historians detailed windows into how the system functioned daily. These documents are tedious but revealing, showing the granular level of control the central government attempted to maintain over distant garrisons. The documents also reveal the gap between policy and implementation. Official regulations specified work hours, ration allotments, rotation schedules, and endless other details. The actual practices at frontier garrisons often diverged substantially from these regulations because local conditions required adaptation. Garrison commanders had considerable de facto autonomy simply because supervising them closely was logistically difficult. Some commanders used this autonomy wisely, adjusting policies to local needs and maintaining effective operations. Others abused it, engaging in corruption or incompetence that created problems the central government only discovered when situations became critical. The frontier was far enough from central authority that local variations flourished regardless of attempts at standardization. Seasonal rhythms dominated garrison life in ways that modern people accustomed to year-round food availability might find difficult to appreciate. Spring planting was frantic activity, knowing that mistakes now meant food shortages later. Summer involved constant field maintenance, weeding, irrigation management, pest control, while hoping that weather would be favorable. Autumn harvest was intense labor racing against the first frost and the need to store everything properly before winter. Winter brought relative rest from agricultural work but increased military duties because frozen ground and snow cover meant different tactical considerations for both defense and potential enemy movements. This cycle repeated every year with variations in success depending on weather, pest problems, disease among crops or livestock, and random chance. The harvest success or failure directly determined how difficult the winter would be. A good harvest meant adequate food, ability to trade surplus, confidence, and improved morale. A failed harvest meant hunger, dependence on uncertain external supplies, weakened physical condition making soldiers less effective, and psychological stress about family welfare. The garrison community's entire well-being pivoted on agricultural success, over which they had only partial control. You could work expertly and still fail if locusts arrived or drought struck, or early frost killed crops. This agricultural vulnerability created constant underlying anxiety that even successful years never fully eliminated because next year's harvest was always uncertain. The dietary monotony at frontier garrisons was relieved occasionally by hunting. Soldiers supplemented rations with game animals when available: rabbits, deer, wild birds, whatever the local ecosystem provided. Hunting required time and resources, weapons, skill, luck, but successful hunts provided meat that was both nutritious and a welcome change from grain-based meals. However, hunting also took soldiers away from other duties and could be dangerous. An injury while hunting meant a soldier couldn't perform military or agricultural work, creating problems for the garrison. Commanders had to balance the benefits of supplemental food against the risks and time costs of hunting expeditions. Fishing was another supplemental food source for garrisons near rivers or lakes. Like hunting, it required skill and time but could provide valuable protein. Some garrison communities became quite sophisticated about fish preservation, drying, salting, or fermenting fish to create stores that lasted through winter. These preservation techniques were knowledge that had to be learned, practiced, and passed down through the garrison community. Women were often responsible for food preservation work, which was critical for survival but under-recognized in historical records that focused on male soldiers' military and agricultural labor. The religious and spiritual life of garrison communities served important psychological functions. Soldiers and their families maintained shrines to various deities, performed seasonal rituals, and sought spiritual comfort in the face of hardships and uncertainties. These practices weren't necessarily orthodox by official standards. Frontier regions were far from religious authorities, so local communities developed their own interpretations and practices. Folk religion mixed with Buddhism, Taoism, and local spiritual traditions in ways that reflected the hybrid cultural environment of the frontier. The spiritual practices provided community cohesion, emotional comfort, and frameworks for understanding suffering and uncertainty that were constant features of garrison life. Festivals and celebrations broke the routine monotony and provided crucial social bonding. The agricultural calendar included traditional festivals that garrison communities adapted to their circumstances. New Year celebrations, harvest festivals, seasonal markers, these occasions allowed for feasting when resources permitted, social gatherings, and temporary relaxation of normal discipline. Entertainment during festivals might include music, dancing, games, storytelling, and other activities that built community solidarity. These events were important for psychological well-being and social cohesion in communities that were isolated and constantly stressed. The military training that soldiers continued alongside agricultural work aimed to maintain combat readiness despite the divided focus. Archery practice, hand-to-hand combat drills, cavalry maneuvers for those garrisons with adequate horses, formation training, all the standard military skills required regular practice to maintain competency. The challenge was finding time and energy when agricultural work was equally demanding. The compromise usually involved maintaining basic proficiency rather than advanced skills. Garrison soldiers weren't elite troops. They were adequate defenders who could respond to common threats, but weren't prepared for sophisticated military challenges. This was generally sufficient because major military campaigns used professional armies drawn from the interior rather than frontier garrisons. The equipment maintenance required at garrisons was substantial. Weapons needed regular care, sharpening, oiling, repairing damage. Armor needed maintenance, though many garrison soldiers probably had minimal armor. Tools for both military and agricultural work needed repair and replacement. The garrison had to include skilled craftsmen, blacksmiths, leather workers, carpenters, who maintained equipment and created new items as needed. These specialized workers were soldiers who demonstrated relevant skills and received semi-formal training. They performed critical functions that kept the garrison operational, but did so in addition to their military obligations rather than as full-time specialization. Communication with other garrisons and with central authorities was irregular but important. Messengers travelled between garrison posts carrying reports, orders, and information. These messengers faced substantial dangers. They travelled through territory where they might encounter hostile forces, weather hazards, and simple bad luck. Being a messenger wasn't a prestigious assignment, but it required courage and reliability. The messengers themselves often knew more about the overall frontier situation than anyone else, because they travelled constantly and saw conditions at multiple garrisons. Their informal observations and gossip probably provided more accurate intelligence than official reports that were shaped by commanders' desires to present favourable pictures to superiors. The question of desertion was ever present, though difficult for historians to quantify precisely. Some soldiers chose to abandon their posts despite severe penalties if caught. The reasons were understandable: desperate conditions, hopelessness about ever leaving, family emergencies back home, better opportunities elsewhere, or simply inability to endure the stress any longer. Desertion was easier in remote garrisons where oversight was minimal. A soldier might disappear claiming to be hunting or on patrol and simply never return. Sometimes they defected to nomadic groups. Sometimes they headed back toward Chinese interior hoping to blend into civilian populations. The success rate of desertion attempts is unknown, but the fact that regulations constantly threatened severe punishment suggests it was common enough to worry authorities. The legacy of the Tuntian system extended far beyond the Han dynasty that developed it most fully. Subsequent dynasties revived the concept repeatedly when facing similar logistical challenges on northern frontiers. The Sui dynasty used soldier-farmer systems. The Tang attempted them with mixed success. The Ming dynasty, which we'll discuss later, implemented major garrison farming programs during their wall reconstruction. The basic concept, using soldiers as agricultural laborers to reduce supply costs while establishing permanent presence in frontier regions, proved too attractive for governments to resist despite the consistent evidence that implementation was difficult and results were uneven. What the system represented philosophically was a particular Chinese approach to sovereignty that emphasized presence, labor, and cultivation as the basis of legitimate territorial control. Military conquest could seize land, but integrating it into the empire required population, agriculture, and administrative structure. The garrison farming system attempted to accomplish all three simultaneously: military presence, agricultural development, and administrative control merged into one institution. Whether it succeeded depended on how you measured success. Militarily, it provided adequate frontier defense at reduced cost. Demographically, it created Chinese populations in previously non-Chinese regions. Economically, results varied from successful self-sufficiency to expensive failures. Humanly, it created difficult lives for the soldiers and families who lived the policy rather than just designing it. The ordinary people who populated these garrison settlements, the soldiers, wives, children, and eventually multi-generational communities, weren't thinking about grand imperial strategy or philosophical concepts of sovereignty. They were growing crops, raising families, defending against raids, and coping with isolation, monotony, and uncertainty. Their daily experience of the Tuntian system was the reality beneath the policy abstractions. They succeeded or failed based on practical details: water availability, soil quality, competent leadership, sufficient resources, manageable threats, and considerable luck. The system's continuation across centuries suggests it was functional enough to justify despite its problems. The human cost of maintaining it is harder to quantify, but was certainly substantial, measured in difficult lives lived in harsh conditions serving an empire that offered limited rewards for their service. When the Han dynasty finally collapsed in 220 CE after decades of terminal decline, the Great Wall didn't dramatically crumble overnight like some kind of architectural metaphor for imperial failure. That would have been poetic, but walls are more stubborn than governments. What happened instead was subtler and arguably more interesting. The wall gradually lost its meaning as a unified defensive system because there was no longer a unified empire to defend. The infrastructure remained physically present while its purpose dissolved, which created some fascinating situations as various successor states tried to figure out what to do with thousands of miles of fortifications that suddenly belonged to nobody and everybody simultaneously. The immediate aftermath of Han collapse saw China fragment into three competing kingdoms: Wei in the north, Wu in the south, and Shu in the southwest. This is the famous Three Kingdoms period that inspired countless novels, operas, and video games, though the actual history was considerably less romantic and more focused on desperate struggles for survival than the legendary heroism that later storytellers emphasized. For our purposes, what matters is that the Northern Wei Kingdom inherited most of the wall infrastructure, which initially seemed like an asset until they realized that maintaining thousands of miles of fortifications requires a functional tax. System, stable population, and administrative capacity, all of which were in short supply during civil war. The Wei government attempted to maintain the wall system, at least the sections they considered strategically valuable. But here's where priorities get interesting. The wall had been built to defend against northern nomadic threats, but the three kingdoms were primarily fighting each other, not external enemies. The most urgent military requirements were troops and resources for campaigns against Wu and Shu, not garrison forces sitting in remote frontier posts defending against threats that seemed less immediate than the rival Chinese kingdoms trying to conquer you. This created a fundamental resource allocation problem. Do you maintain expensive frontier defenses against hypothetical nomadic raids, or do you concentrate forces for actual wars against definite enemies? Most commanders chose the latter, which was rational, but meant frontier garrisons were progressively weakened and abandoned. The garrison soldiers found themselves in an awkward position. They were technically still part of the military system, but their pay was irregular, supplies were unreliable, and reinforcements never arrived because those troops were needed elsewhere. Some garrisons simply dissolved as soldiers deserted or left to find better opportunities. Others persisted in increasingly desperate conditions, essentially reverting to pure subsistence farming while maintaining nominal military identity. A few garrison commanders became local warlords, using their strategic positions to extract tolls from travellers and merchants, which wasn't technically authorised, but nobody from central authority was showing up to object. The frontier, which had been under tight imperial control, became a grey zone where official rules mattered less than practical power. The wall sections that couldn't be easily maintained were just left to decay. Rammed earth walls erode under rain and wind, watchtowers collapse when their wooden structural elements rot. Gates that aren't regularly repaired eventually fall apart. Within a generation of the Han collapse, substantial portions of the wall system were becoming ruins. This wasn't vandalism or deliberate destruction, just entropy doing what entropy does when humans stop fighting against it. Architecture requires maintenance, and maintenance requires resources and motivation, both of which were in short supply during this chaotic period. But here's where the story gets paradoxical in ways that reveal how borders actually work versus how we imagine they work. The nomadic peoples north of the wall, primarily Xianbei tribal confederations during this period, though the ethnic makeup was complex and shifting, didn't see the wall's decay as an opportunity to pour south in massive invasions. Some raiding increased, certainly, but the bigger story was more complicated. Many Xianbei groups had been interacting with Chinese civilization for centuries through trade, cultural exchange, and occasional military service as auxiliaries in Han armies. They weren't waiting behind the wall in savage anticipation of conquest. They were already integrated into regional economic and political networks that crossed the supposed civilizational boundary. As northern China fragmented further in the 4th and 5th centuries, a period called the 16 Kingdoms that actually involved way more than 16 kingdoms, because historians have never been great at naming things, various nomadic leaders established their own kingdoms on Chinese territory. The Xianbei founded multiple states. Xiongnu remnants created kingdoms. Ji, Di, Qiang, and other groups whose names mean nothing to modern audiences, but who were major players at the time all carved out territories. These weren't purely foreign conquests. They were often led by nomadic elites ruling over mixed populations of nomads and Chinese, governing territories that were culturally hybrid rather than simply conquered. And here's the delicious irony. These barbarian rulers, the very peoples the wall had supposedly been built to keep out, decided that walls were actually pretty useful. The Xianbei-led Northern Wei dynasty, which eventually unified northern China in 439 CE, didn't tear down the old Han wall system. They repaired and maintained sections of it. They built new fortifications. They established garrison systems remarkably similar to what the Han had done. The walls that had been constructed to defend Chinese civilization against northern barbarians were being maintained by northern barbarians who'd become rulers of Chinese territory and now wanted to defend it against other northern barbarians who hadn't yet gotten the memo about settling down and founding dynasties. This situation was almost comedically recursive. The Northern Wei found themselves in exactly the position previous Chinese dynasties had been in, ruling agricultural territories in northern China while facing threats from nomadic peoples further north and west, who were culturally related to the ruling Wei elite. So they did what made practical sense. They used the existing defensive infrastructure that previous dynasties had conveniently built for them. The fact that their ancestors had been on the other side of those walls just a few generations ago didn't make the walls any less useful for their current strategic purposes. Architecture doesn't care about the ethnic identity of its users. The Northern Wei's approach to wall maintenance was pragmatic rather than ideological. They repaired sections that protected important economic regions or strategic routes. They let sections decay that didn't justify the maintenance cost. They built new fortifications where the old wall system had gaps or where threats had shifted. This was more sophisticated than the earlier Chinese approach, which had often tried to maintain everything based on principle. The Northern Wei, coming from nomadic traditions, understood territory more fluidly. They defended what needed defending and didn't waste resources on symbolic gestures to lines on maps. The cultural synthesis in Northern Wei territory was fascinating. The ruling Xianbei elite adopted Chinese administrative systems, Confucian political philosophy, and Chinese court customs while maintaining many elements of their nomadic heritage. They wore Chinese-style robes in court but rode horses in nomadic style. They built Chinese-style cities but also maintained pastoral economic practices. Their language was Xianbei, but their written documents used Chinese characters because nomadic peoples generally didn't have writing systems, and Chinese was the regional administrative lingua franca. This wasn't conquest imposing foreign culture. It was hybridity creating something that was neither purely Chinese nor purely nomadic, but effectively both. The border garrison communities during this period became even more culturally mixed than they'd been under the Han. When your garrison commander is Xianbei, but your soldiers are mixed Chinese and various nomadic groups, when your enemies are sometimes the same ethnic group as your ruling elite, but different tribes or political factions, the clean categories of us versus them that the wall supposedly embodied become meaningless. The garrison defended its territory against raiders regardless of whether those raiders were nomadic or settled, Chinese or foreign. The practical logic of security overwhelmed ideological categories about civilization and barbarism. Trade across the wall continued and probably increased during this period despite, or perhaps because of, the political fragmentation. Multiple kingdoms meant multiple markets. Nomadic groups traded with whichever Chinese kingdoms offered favourable terms. Chinese merchants didn't particularly care about the ethnic background of the people they were trading with, as long as the exchange was profitable. The wall's gates, which had been carefully controlled customs points under the Han, became more permeable as various kingdoms competed for trade revenue and didn't enforce regulations as strictly. The border was supposed to be a barrier, but economically it functioned more like a membrane, filtering but not blocking the flow of goods and people. The southern dynasties that ruled central and southern China during this period had a different relationship with the wall question, mainly that they had no relationship with it because the wall was way up north in territory they didn't control. Southern political philosophy developed an interesting form of Chinese exceptionalism that emphasized cultural and moral superiority over the northern barbarian kingdoms, while conveniently not mentioning that they'd lost control of the traditional. Chinese heartland and the northern barbarians were doing a reasonably competent job of governing it. The southern dynasties claimed to represent authentic Chinese civilization, but their claims were more about cultural identity than military or political reality. This north-south division created competing definitions of what Chinese civilization meant and who qualified as legitimate rulers. The southern perspective held that true Chinese identity was about culture, philosophy, and proper ritual observance, making the northern barbarian kingdoms illegitimate regardless of their administrative competence. The northern kingdoms argued that legitimacy came from actually controlling Chinese territory and governing Chinese populations effectively, making cultural purity less important than practical success. Both positions were self-serving justifications for their political situations, but the debate revealed something important. The wall's meaning as a civilizational boundary had broken down because the categories it supposedly divided were no longer clear. The Jianbei and other nomadic elites who'd established kingdoms in northern China faced interesting identity questions. They'd adopted Chinese administrative systems and cultural practices, but they weren't Chinese in ethnic terms and didn't necessarily want to completely abandon their nomadic heritage. They were creating hybrid identities that incorporated both traditions, which worked pragmatically, but created philosophical problems about authenticity and belonging. Were they Chinese rulers who happened to have nomadic ancestry, or were they nomadic rulers governing Chinese territory? The question mattered for legitimacy claims, but didn't have clear answers because the categories themselves were messier than political theory wanted to admit. The wall infrastructure during this period was increasingly repurposed for uses its original builders hadn't intended. Wall sections became convenient stone and brick quarries for local construction projects. Watchtowers became waypoints for travellers. Garrison posts evolved into trading settlements or administrative centres with minimal military function. The wall was physically present but functionally transformed from unified defensive system into various local uses determined by whoever controlled each section. This repurposing was practical appropriation rather than intentional policy. People used what was available for whatever current needs were, which is how architecture usually evolves when centralized control disappears. Some garrison communities maintained themselves for generations even without support from any central government. They'd become self-sufficient through the Tuntian farming system, and they continued farming and defending their immediate territory, regardless of who claimed to rule them from distant capitals. These communities developed strong local identities tied to their specific fortified settlements, rather than any broader political entity. They were defending their homes rather than defending an empire, which actually provided clearer motivation than abstract loyalty to distant emperors. The wall settlements became small city-states in practice, acknowledging whichever kingdom or dynasty had current nominal authority, but operating independently in most practical matters. The religious landscape of these communities during this period was diverse and syncretic. Buddhism was spreading through both northern and southern China, carried by missionaries travelling the same trade routes the wall was supposed to control. Taoist practices remained popular. Folk religion absorbed elements from various traditions. Christian Nestorians even established communities in some regions, though they remained minority. The garrison settlements weren't religiously uniform. They were spiritually diverse, reflecting the cultural mixing happening throughout the region. Temples, shrines, and religious practices from multiple traditions coexisted in ways that would have seemed incoherent to religious purists, but worked practically for communities that valued whatever spiritual comfort they could find. The Khitan people, who would later establish the Liao dynasty in the 10th century, began their rise during the later part of this fragmentation period. They observed what the Jianbei and other nomadic groups had done, establishing kingdoms in Chinese territory, adopting Chinese administrative systems, using Chinese defensive infrastructure including walls, and concluded that this was a viable path to power. The Khitans were still primarily nomadic pastoralists during the 5th and 6th centuries, but they were already beginning the process of developing more complex political organisation that would eventually enable them to found their own state. They learned from watching the wall serve different masters and understanding that the infrastructure was politically neutral. Whoever controlled it could use it. The Northern Wei dynasty eventually split into Eastern and Western Wei in the mid-6th century, which then evolved into the Northern Qi and Northern Zhou dynasties. This constant political fragmentation meant that wall sections changed hands repeatedly, with each new government having to decide which parts to maintain, which to abandon, and which to rebuild. The administrative continuity that made wall maintenance feasible under unified dynasties didn't exist during this period of rapid political turnover. Each government had to rebuild institutional knowledge about wall management, and most didn't last long enough to make maintaining the system a priority before they were replaced by the next short-lived dynasty. The Northern Qi, which controlled the eastern sections of northern China from 550 to 577 CE, undertook substantial wall construction and repair. They faced significant pressure from rival kingdoms and from nomadic groups including the Gokturks, a new Turkic confederation that had become the dominant power in the northern steppes. The Northern Qi's wall building was frantic and expensive, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of workers in attempts to secure their borders. The scale approached what the Qin and Han had attempted, and similarly the human cost was substantial. Workers conscripted for wall projects faced conditions as brutal as their ancestors had centuries earlier. Apparently some lessons about the relationship between ambitious construction projects and popular resentment don't get learned regardless of how many dynasties collapse after working their populations to exhaustion. The Northern Zhou, which controlled western portions of northern China during the same period, took a different approach. They focused more on mobile cavalry forces and diplomatic management of nomadic tribes rather than static fortifications. Their founder, a military commander of mixed Chinese and nomadic ancestry, understood nomadic military tactics and believed that walls were less effective than quality cavalry for dealing with nomadic threats. This divergence in strategy between neighbouring Chinese kingdoms, both ruled by Sinicized elites of nomadic background, demonstrated that there wasn't one obvious correct answer to the border defence question. Walls worked sometimes. Cavalry worked sometimes. Diplomacy worked sometimes. Usually you needed some combination of all three, and figuring out the right balance was more art than science. The social realities in northern China during this period defied the clean binary of Chinese versus barbarian that the wall symbolized. Intermarriage between Chinese and nomadic peoples was common. Many people had mixed ancestry and participated in both cultural traditions. Language use was fluid. Chinese for administrative purposes, nomadic languages in daily life in some communities, bilingualism was widespread. Clothing, food, religious practices, music, all showed mixed influences. The border zone had become a genuinely hybrid cultural region that wasn't simply Chinese territory occupied by foreigners, but rather something new that incorporated elements from multiple traditions. This cultural hybridization had long-term consequences that extended beyond the period of fragmentation. When the Sui dynasty reunified China in 589 CE, ending 3.5 centuries of division, the reunified empire wasn't the same as what had existed before the Han collapse. The northern Chinese population had been profoundly influenced by nomadic cultural practices and governmental approaches. The southern Chinese population had developed its own distinct regional identity. The reunification had to accommodate these differences rather than simply restoring the status quo ante. The wall's meaning as a civilizational boundary had been permanently complicated by generations of cultural mixing that proved the boundary was more permeable and more artificial than imperial ideology had claimed. The archaeological evidence from wall sections during this period shows the varying approaches different governments took. Some sections show careful repair work using techniques similar to original construction. Other sections show hasty emergency reconstruction using whatever materials were available. Still others show no maintenance at all and progressive decay. Some sections were partially demolished and the materials were repurposed for other construction. The physical wall became a palimpsest of political control. You can read the history of the period in the layers of construction, repair, abandonment, and reuse visible in the surviving ruins. The documentary evidence, what survived from official records of the various northern dynasties, shows that border management was a constant preoccupation even when maintaining the physical wall wasn't always feasible. Governments negotiated with nomadic tribes, hired nomadic cavalry as auxiliaries, paid tribute to keep peace, formed marriage alliances with nomadic leaders, and generally pursued diplomatic strategies that acknowledged the wall alone couldn't provide security. The infrastructure was useful when properly maintained and garrisoned, but it was never sufficient by itself. The period of fragmentation made this reality impossible to ignore because governments simply didn't have resources to depend primarily on static defences. The lessons from this period about borders and cultural boundaries should have been clear. Walls don't create cultural separation so much as reflect political power at a specific moment. When that power fragments, the walls remain, but their meaning changes. People on both sides of a border have agency, and will cross boundaries for economic, political, and cultural reasons regardless of what barriers exist. The categories of civilized and barbarous are ideological constructs that don't withstand prolonged contact and interaction between actual human communities. But these lessons weren't particularly convenient for the imperial ideology of subsequent dynasties, so they tended to be ignored in favour of continued belief that walls represented meaningful civilizational boundaries that just needed to be properly maintained and defended. The period of fragmentation demonstrated something important about the Great Wall that's often missed in accounts focused on its construction and maintenance. The wall was never as effective or as meaningful as its builders wanted it to be. It was an enormous investment of resources and human suffering that accomplished some limited military objectives while failing at its grander goal of permanently securing China's northern border. The nomadic peoples it was meant to exclude eventually ruled much of the territory it was meant to protect. The cultural boundary it symbolized proved porous and ultimately fictional. The infrastructure remained useful for whoever controlled it, but that utility was practical rather than ideological. Walls slow down attackers and provide surveillance, but they don't fundamentally transform the strategic situation or resolve the underlying conflicts between agricultural and pastoral societies sharing a border region. The broader historical pattern emerging from this period is that borders between agricultural and nomadic regions are inherently unstable, because the two economic systems have competing land use requirements and incentives that create perpetual conflict. Agriculture requires permanent settlement and exclusive land use. Pastoralism requires mobility and access to grazing lands across large territories. These requirements conflict in border regions, and no amount of wall building resolves the fundamental incompatibility. The only long-term solutions are either complete military domination by one side over the other, which historically proved impossible to maintain permanently, or the development of economic systems that integrate both practices, which began happening during this fragmentation period but wouldn't be fully realized for many more centuries. As the Sui dynasty prepared to reunify China in the late 6th century, they inherited a northern border that was physically marked by partially maintained, partially ruined wall sections that had been built and rebuilt by multiple dynasties of varying ethnic backgrounds and competing political philosophies. The walls weren't a clear statement of Chinese identity versus foreign barbarism. They were a complicated material legacy of several centuries during which the categories themselves had been thoroughly muddled. What the Sui would do with this inheritance is a story of renewed imperial ambition, massive resource mobilization, and familiar patterns of construction projects that strengthened the state while exhausting the population. Some lessons, it turned out, really don't get learned from history because the people making decisions weren't the ones paying the costs. The Sui dynasty that reunified China in 589 CE should have learned from history. They had 3.5 centuries of fragmentation to study, countless examples of dynasties that had collapsed under the weight of their own ambitions, and clear evidence that massive construction projects requiring forced labour tended to create political problems. Emperor Wen, the dynasty's founder, actually did learn these lessons initially. He consolidated power methodically, reformed the administration, improved the economy, and generally governed with reasonable competence. Then he died in 604 CE and his son Yang took over, looked at his father's careful, sustainable policies, and apparently thought, "This is boring. Let's build everything at once and see what happens." What happened was predictable to everyone except Emperor Yang, who was too busy commissioning new palaces to notice the empire disintegrating around him. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before the Sui's spectacular implosion, we need to discuss the Northern Qi dynasty's wall-building frenzy, which served as a kind of dress rehearsal for the disasters to come. The Northern Qi ruled eastern portions of northern China from 550 to 577 CE during the tail end of the fragmentation period. They faced legitimate security threats. The Göktürk Khaganate had unified the northern steppes and represented a more organized and dangerous nomadic power than previous groups. The Northern Qi emperors concluded that massive wall construction was necessary for survival. They weren't entirely wrong about the threat, but their response was like treating a headache by hitting yourself repeatedly with a hammer. Technically addressing the problem, but creating worse problems in the process. The Northern Qi mobilized hundreds of thousands of workers for wall construction. Some historical sources claim over 1 million, though these numbers are probably exaggerated because ancient chroniclers weren't great with statistics and tended to round up to impressive-sounding figures. What's certain is that the mobilization was enormous relative to the available population. Every able-bodied man who couldn't bribe or influence his way out of conscription got sent north to build walls. The resulting labour shortage in agricultural regions created food production problems, which the government addressed by conscripting more workers to improve irrigation systems, which made the labour shortage worse, which created more food problems. It was a downward spiral of administrative logic where every solution generated new problems requiring more aggressive solutions. The working conditions for Northern Qi wall construction were as brutal as you'd expect from a desperate government working on compressed timelines. The Göktürks weren't waiting patiently for walls to be completed. They raided during construction, which meant workers were simultaneously building fortifications and potentially being attacked by the enemies those fortifications were meant to defend against. This is roughly equivalent to trying to install a security system while burglars are actively robbing your house. Possible, but not ideal circumstances for quality work. The Northern Qi walls were built quickly, which meant they were built poorly. Rammed earth construction requires time for proper compaction and curing. Rush the process and you get walls that look impressive when completed, but start crumbling within years. Archaeological evidence shows Northern Qi wall sections were often thinner and less well constructed than Han-era walls, despite using similar techniques. The government prioritized covering distance over quality because having a bad wall seemed better than having no wall, which is flawed logic but understandable when you're panicking about existential threats. The financial cost of Northern Qi wall construction was staggering. The government had to feed, transport and equip hundreds of thousands of workers while simultaneously maintaining military forces to fight the Göktürks and other rivals. Tax rates increased repeatedly. The government seized resources from wealthy families, which alienated the elite classes whose support was crucial for stability. Peasants bore crushing tax burdens while also losing family members to labour conscription. The economy was essentially functioning as a permanent wartime mobilization, extracting maximum resources regardless of sustainability. This can work for short periods during genuine emergencies, but the Northern Qi maintained this pace for decades until the entire system became exhausted. Emperor Gao Wei, who ruled Northern Qi from 565 to 577, was particularly enthusiastic about construction projects. He commissioned new wall sections, expanded fortifications around the capital, built multiple palaces, and generally behaved like someone who'd never heard the phrase budget constraint. His officials kept warning that resources were insufficient, but Gao Wei's response was essentially to find more resources by squeezing the population harder. This works until it doesn't, and the transition from this is sustainable to everything is collapsing happens faster than governments expect, because the warning signs get ignored until they can't be ignored anymore. The Northern Qi collapsed in 577 when their rival Northern Zhou conquered them. Multiple factors contributed: military defeats, internal political disputes, economic exhaustion, but the resource depletion from endless construction projects had weakened the state's capacity to respond to crises. A healthier economy with available reserves might have survived the military defeats and reorganized. The actual Northern Qi economy had no reserves because everything had been committed to walls and palaces, so when they needed emergency resources to respond to the Zhou invasion, there was nothing left to mobilize. They'd spent their capacity for resilience on construction projects that didn't prevent the threats they were built to address. The Northern Zhou briefly enjoyed victory before they also collapsed, replaced by the Sui dynasty in 581. The first Sui emperor, Yang Jian, Emperor Wen, initially governed cautiously. He'd witnessed the northern cheese collapse and understood that resource exhaustion kills dynasties. He reformed the tax system, improved administration, reduced the most oppressive policies, and focused on consolidation rather than expansion. The empire stabilized, the economy recovered, and for about 20 years things looked promising. Emperor Wen wasn't flashy or exciting, but competent, boring governance is underrated. Unfortunately, his son had different ideas about what made good government. Emperor Yang of Sui took power in 604 under suspicious circumstances. His father died suddenly, and there were rumours Yang had him killed, though the evidence is ambiguous and muddy with political accusations. What's certain is that Yang had radically different policy priorities than his father. Where Wen had been cautious, Yang was impulsive. Where Wen had prioritised sustainability, Yang wanted grand achievements. Where Wen had learned from the Northern Cheese mistakes, Yang apparently thought those mistakes were actually good ideas that just needed to be implemented on a larger scale with more enthusiasm. Emperor Yang looked at China's infrastructure needs and decided to address all of them simultaneously. Walls, canals, roads, palaces, military campaigns. Why choose when you can do everything at once? This is the logic of someone who's never personally done physical labour and has no realistic sense of what's actually feasible with finite resources. Yang's court officials tried explaining resource constraints, but Yang's response was that the Sui Empire was powerful and wealthy, so obviously it could accomplish anything he ordered. This is technically how absolute monarchy works, but there's usually some gap between what an emperor can theoretically command and what's physically possible to accomplish. The wall construction under Emperor Yang was the most ambitious since Qin Shi Huang, which should have been a warning sign since the Qin dynasty had lasted about 15 years, before collapsing under the weight of its own mega-projects. Yang apparently viewed the Qin as inspirational rather than cautionary. He ordered comprehensive reconstruction and extension of the northern wall system, mobilizing over 1 million workers according to historical records. Even if that number is exaggerated, and it probably is, the actual scale was enormous. We're talking about somewhere between 5 and 10% of the empire's total male population being conscripted for wool work at the project's peak. That's not a construction project, that's a demographic crisis. The logistics of mobilizing 1 million workers for frontier construction are mind-boggling even with modern technology. With 7th century technology, it was administrative insanity. You need to transport 1 million men from across the empire to northern frontier regions. You need to feed them, let's say a pound of grain per person per day minimum, which is about £500,000 daily, which is 250 tons, which needs to be transported across hundreds or thousands of miles. You need tools, shovels, hammers, ropes, baskets, wooden frames for rammed earth construction. You need medical care for inevitable injuries and illnesses. You need guards to prevent desertion and maintain order. You need administrative staff to organize workflow and track progress. The logistical tail supporting 1 million workers is itself enormous, requiring additional hundreds of thousands of people in support roles. The Sui government created elaborate administrative systems to manage this. They designated conscription quotas for each region. They established supply depots along transport routes. They appointed commissioners to oversee construction at different wall sections. They developed detailed regulations about work requirements, ration allocations, and penalty structures for failure to meet quotas. On paper, it was impressively organized. In practice, the system was perpetually on the edge of collapse because the scale exceeded what administrative technology could effectively manage. The human experience of being conscripted for Sui wall construction was horrific. You're pulled from your farm or workshop with minimal notice. You're marched hundreds of miles north, taking weeks or months, during which you're eating basic rations and sleeping outdoors or in crowded temporary camps. You arrive at the frontier where conditions are harsh and food is inadequate because supply chains are strained beyond capacity. You perform brutal physical labour for 12 or more hours daily. Disease spreads quickly in crowded work camps. Medical care is minimal. Accidents are common and frequently fatal. The penalty for desertion is execution, but staying might also be fatal, so some workers tried to escape anyway and were hunted down and killed as examples to others. The mortality rate among wool workers was substantial, though exact figures don't exist. Conservative estimates suggest perhaps 10 to 20% died during their service from exhaustion, disease, accidents, or exposure. More pessimistic estimates go higher. Even workers who survived and returned home often came back broken in health, unable to resume normal agricultural labour, becoming burdens on families that had already struggled during their absence. The demographic impact wasn't just the immediate deaths, but the long-term reduction in productive capacity from workers who survived, but were permanently damaged. The wall construction was only one of Emperor Yang's simultaneous mega-projects. He also commissioned the Grand Canal, a massive waterway connecting northern and southern China that required its own enormous labour mobilisation. He built new capital cities and elaborate palaces. He launched expensive military campaigns to conquer northern Vietnam and Korea. Each project individually would have strained the empire's resources. All of them together created impossible demands that the economy and population simply couldn't sustain. The Grand Canal project was actually strategically sensible. Connecting northern and southern China by water would improve communication, trade, and resource distribution. The problem was that Yang wanted it completed immediately rather than gradually over decades. He mobilized millions of workers for canal construction simultaneously with wall construction and his other projects. The total number of people conscripted for various Sui projects was probably somewhere between 2 and 5 million at peak mobilization, which represented a huge percentage of the empire's labour force being diverted from productive economic activity to state construction projects. The economic calculation was catastrophic. Agriculture requires labour. You need farmers in fields planting and harvesting. When you conscript farmers for construction projects, food production drops. The remaining population has to work harder to make up the deficit, but there are limits to how much harder people can work. Tax collection becomes more difficult when the tax base is diminished. The government's response was to increase tax rates on the remaining productive population, which pushed people toward destitution and rebellion. The spiral was obvious to everyone except Emperor Yang, who kept commissioning new projects and demanding his officials find resources to fund them. The cost accounting, to the extent ancient governments did cost accounting, was delusional. The government calculated project costs based on theoretical efficiency, assuming everything would work perfectly. They didn't account for waste, theft, corruption, delays, or the 1,000 inefficiencies inherent in any large project. They didn't calculate opportunity costs from lost agricultural production. They didn't factor in political costs from population resentment. The actual cost of Sui projects was probably 3 to 5 times higher than official estimates, paid through mechanisms the government wasn't tracking, but which showed up as economic decline, social instability, and eventually rebellion. The corruption opportunities in projects this massive were extraordinary. Materials had to be purchased and transported. Every transaction was an opportunity for officials to skim profits. Labour conscription quotas meant families who could afford it bribed officials to exempt their members, creating a system where the wealthy avoided service while the poor bore disproportionate burdens. Supply contracts went to politically connected merchants who delivered inferior goods at inflated prices. Guards and supervisors extorted workers for better treatment or overlooked desertion in exchange for payment. The projects hemorrhaged resources to corruption, making them even more expensive and less effective than they would have been with honest administration. Emperor Yang's military campaigns added to the disaster. He launched 3 major invasions of Goguryeo, a Korean kingdom that resisted incorporation into the Chinese Empire. All 3 campaigns failed expensively. The first invasion in 612 involved over 1 million soldiers and massive supply trains, making it one of the largest military operations in ancient history. It failed due to overextended supply lines, effective Korean resistance, and logistical collapse. Yang's response was to try again in 613 and then again in 614, each time expecting different results while using the same approach. This is textbook definition of insanity, but apparently nobody had the authority or courage to tell the emperor his strategy wasn't working. The failed Korean campaigns were militarily disastrous, but economically catastrophic. Each invasion cost enormous resources in supplies, equipment, and lost lives. Soldiers who died in Korea weren't available for agricultural work back home. The government had to conscript replacement troops, creating more labour shortages. The families of dead soldiers lost their primary income source, creating economic hardship that rippled through communities. The cumulative effect of 3 failed invasions was demographic and economic damage that the empire never recovered from. By 610 CE, the Sui Empire was visibly deteriorating. Food shortages were common. Tax collection was increasingly enforced through violence. Banditry increased as desperate people turned to crime. Regional officials reported problems, but Emperor Yang either didn't understand the severity or didn't care. He was busy commissioning new palaces and planning his next campaign. The disconnect between imperial ambitions and actual capacity had become total. Yang was living in a fantasy where his will alone could accomplish anything, while the real empire was fragmenting under impossible burdens. The rebellions began in 611 and spread rapidly. They weren't coordinated, just spontaneous local uprisings by people who'd reached the limit of what they could endure. Some rebellions were led by impoverished peasants. Others were organized by local elites who'd lost confidence in the dynasty. Some were led by former officials or military officers who'd defected when they realized the dynasty was doomed. The variety of rebellion leaders showed how widespread the discontent was. It wasn't limited to one class or region, but had become universal. The Sui government's response to rebellion was predictably counterproductive. They mobilized more troops, which required more conscription, which created more resentment, which fueled more rebellions. They cracked down harder on tax collection, which impoverished more people, who joined rebellions because they had nothing left to lose. Every government action made the situation worse because the fundamental problem wasn't inadequate enforcement, but excessive demands that the population couldn't meet. No amount of violence would fix an economy that had been systematically destroyed by overambitious construction projects and failed military campaigns. Emperor Yang apparently never grasped that his policies were causing the collapse. He blamed rebellions on moral failings of the population or incompetence of his officials. He continued launching construction projects and military campaigns even as the empire burned around him. In 618, his own guards assassinated him, not in some grand political conspiracy, but simply because they were tired of his insane leadership and wanted to stop the disasters before the entire empire collapsed completely. The assassination was essentially a desperate intervention by people closest to power who could see the trajectory and wanted off the ride. The Sui dynasty lasted 37 years. Emperor Wen's 24 years were reasonably stable and prosperous. Emperor Yang's 13 years destroyed everything his father had built and then destroyed the dynasty itself. The wall construction that Yang had commissioned was left incomplete. Large sections were finished enough to be visible but not functional. Others were barely started. The workers were long gone, dead, deserted or conscripted for other projects before the dynasty collapsed. The wall stood as a monument to imperial overreach, which wasn't what Yang had intended but was the legacy he created. The human cost of the Sui mega-projects is difficult to quantify precisely, but was certainly in the millions. Deaths during construction from disease, exhaustion, and accidents. Deaths during military campaigns. Deaths during famines caused by agricultural collapse. Deaths during rebellions and the civil war that followed the dynasty's fall. The demographic impact took generations to recover from. Some regions lost substantial percentages of their population. Family structures were destroyed when fathers and sons died in conscription. Women and children struggled without male labour and income. The social fabric was damaged in ways that persisted long after the political crisis was resolved. The psychological impact was also substantial. An entire generation experienced or witnessed government policies that treated people as expendable resources. Trust in imperial authority was shattered in ways that made it harder for subsequent dynasties to mobilize populations even for legitimate purposes. The Sui's failures created a cultural memory that ambitious construction projects led to disaster, which influenced Chinese political thinking for centuries afterward. Future emperors would still build walls and canals, but the Sui example served as a cautionary tale about the limits of what forced labor could accomplish and the costs of exceeding those limits. The Tang dynasty that emerged from the Sui collapse took very different approaches to border defense and infrastructure projects, which we'll explore in the next chapter. But the immediate lesson from the Sui disaster was clear. Mega-projects requiring massive forced labor mobilization are politically unsustainable regardless of their theoretical value. The wall wasn't worth destroying the empire to build. The Grand Canal wasn't worth millions of deaths and economic collapse. The Korean conquest weren't worth 3 failed invasions that exhausted military capacity. These judgments seem obvious in hindsight, but Emperor Yang and his supporters genuinely believed that imperial will could overcome any obstacle and that the benefits would justify the costs. They were wrong, expensively wrong, and the price was paid by people who'd never been asked if they thought the projects were worth it. The Sui experience reveals something important about the relationship between state capacity and ambition. Every government has finite resources and finite capacity to mobilize those resources. Competent governance requires understanding these limits and working within them. The Qin dynasty had exceeded its capacity and collapsed quickly. The Sui exceeded its capacity more gradually but still collapsed. The pattern was clear. You can't sustain mobilization at emergency levels indefinitely. Eventually, the population exhausts, the economy collapses, or people rebel. The only question is how long it takes and how much damage is done before the inevitable crisis arrives. Emperor Yang's failure wasn't in pursuing ambitious goals. Infrastructure projects and military campaigns can be legitimate state functions. His failure was in pursuing too many ambitious goals simultaneously, without regard for actual capacity or sustainability. A rational assessment would have prioritized projects, completed them sequentially, and maintained economic stability throughout. Yang instead tried doing everything at once, assuming that imperial authority could override practical limitations. This assumption was wrong. Imperial authority can command actions, but it can't create resources that don't exist or force exhausted populations to work beyond their physical capacity. The wall sections built during the Sui period were physically impressive where they were completed. They used techniques developed over centuries of Chinese construction experience. The engineering was sound, the materials were quality where available, and the design reflected strategic understanding of border defense. The problem was never the technical quality. It was the scale and timing. Building 1,000 miles of wall over 50 years with sustainable labor mobilization would have been feasible. Building the same 1,000 miles in 5 years with overwhelming conscription was not feasible and led directly to dynasty collapse. The archaeological remains of Sui wall construction show the incompleteness and rush that characterized the project. Some sections were finished to full height and thickness. Others were only partially complete, showing where work stopped when the dynasty collapsed. Still others were hastily constructed with poor compaction, showing the pressure workers were under to complete quotas regardless of quality. The physical evidence tells the story of a project that was too ambitious for the resources available and was pushed forward anyway until the entire system collapsed. The historical sources from the Sui period are extensive, partly because the dynasty's dramatic rise and fall fascinated chroniclers. We have detailed accounts of Emperor Yang's policies, descriptions of the construction projects, records of the rebellions, and moral commentary about the dynasty's failures. The historical consensus, formed remarkably quickly after the dynasty's fall, was that Yang's ambitions had exceeded proper limits and that his policies violated the Confucian principle that rulers should care for their people's welfare. The wall became a symbol of government overreach rather than defensive achievement. The lesson that subsequent dynasties drew from the Sui experience varied depending on political circumstances. Some took away that massive construction projects were inherently dangerous and should be avoided. Others concluded that the Sui's execution had been flawed, but that similar projects could succeed with better management. Still others focused on the military failures rather than the domestic policy disasters. The range of interpretations shows how difficult it is for governments to learn from historical examples. People tend to draw lessons that confirm their existing beliefs rather than lessons that would require changing their approaches. What's undeniable is that the Sui dynasty's wall-building mania contributed directly to its collapse. The wall didn't cause the collapse alone. Multiple factors, including the failed Korean campaigns, Emperor Yang's personal failings, and accumulated resentments from other policies all played roles. But the wall construction was a major resource drain that weakened the empire's ability to handle other challenges. Remove the wall projects and the Sui might have survived the Korean campaign failures. Remove the Korean campaigns and they might have survived the wall construction. Together, the combined burden was unsustainable. The human stories behind the statistics were tragedies of individuals conscripted for projects they didn't support, dying far from home for causes they didn't believe in, leaving families desperate and impoverished. These personal tragedies multiplied across millions of people, created the social foundation for rebellion and dynasty collapse. The wall was built with human lives quite literally, not in the sense of workers being buried in foundations, which was probably exaggerated folklore, but in the sense that human life expectancy and quality were directly sacrificed to build stone and earth barriers that didn't ultimately prevent the threats they were meant to address. The irony is that the Sui wall sections, where completed, were technically successful defensive infrastructure. They were well positioned, properly constructed with available techniques, and would have been militarily useful if the dynasty had survived to maintain and garrison them. The engineering wasn't the problem. The problem was the human and economic cost of construction under impossible timelines with inadequate regard for sustainability. Emperor Yang wanted the wall immediately rather than gradually, and that impatience translated directly into increased suffering and ultimately into system collapse. As the Tang dynasty took power in 618, they inherited a wall system that was partially complete and substantially damaged during the civil war that followed the Sui collapse. They also inherited a population that was traumatized by conscription, exhausted by decades of excessive labor demands, and deeply skeptical of government construction projects. How the Tang responded to this inheritance and what they did differently about border defense would shape Chinese foreign policy for the next 3 centuries. But the Sui's failures cast a long shadow, serving as a constant reminder that there are limits to what forced labor can accomplish, and that exceeding those limits leads to disaster, regardless of how powerful an emperor believes himself to be. The Tang dynasty that emerged from the Sui collapse in 618 CE faced an interesting strategic decision. They'd inherited thousands of miles of wall infrastructure, some completed, some half-finished, all requiring maintenance. They'd also inherited a population that was absolutely done with being conscripted for massive construction projects, and would probably revolt if anyone suggested building more walls. The obvious solution was to maintain what existed and avoid new construction. The Tang solution was more radical. They essentially abandoned the entire concept of relying on walls for northern border defense. This wasn't pragmatic compromise. It was philosophical rejection of the whole wall-building approach that had dominated Chinese strategic thinking for nearly a millennium. This shift represented one of the most significant changes in Chinese foreign policy ever implemented, and it worked spectacularly well for about 2 centuries. The Tang became one of the most powerful and prosperous dynasties in Chinese history without building major defensive walls. They controlled more territory than almost any previous dynasty, defeated or neutralized most major threats, and presided over what many historians consider the golden age of Chinese civilization, all without building walls. The Qin and Sui emperors who'd worked their populations to death building fortifications must have been spinning in their graves, assuming they had graves and weren't just dumped somewhere after being assassinated by their own people. The Tang approach was pioneered by Emperor Taizong, who ruled from 626 to 649, and whose reign established the strategic framework that would define the dynasty for generations. Taizong was himself a military commander before becoming emperor. He'd fought in the campaigns that established Tang power and understood warfare from practical experience rather than theoretical study. His strategic philosophy was straightforward. Strong states project power offensively rather than defending passively. Walls are what weak states build when they're afraid. Confident states go out and defeat their enemies before they can threaten the border. This was refreshingly direct thinking, though it required military capabilities that not every dynasty possessed. Taizong's famous quote about walls and virtue gets repeated in Chinese political philosophy. A ruler who governs with virtue doesn't need walls because all peoples will naturally submit to proper authority. This sounds nice until you realize it's essentially saying we're so awesome that we don't need walls, which is either supreme confidence or massive arrogance, depending on whether you can actually back it up. The Tang could back it up, at least initially, which made the philosophy look brilliant. Later dynasties that adopted similar thinking without similar military capacity discovered that walls are actually pretty useful when you're not militarily dominant, and all peoples aren't naturally submitting to your authority. The practical implementation of Tang strategy involved 3 main components: mobile cavalry forces, aggressive diplomatic engagement, and preemptive military campaigns. None of these were new inventions. Previous dynasties had used all these tools, but the Tang made them primary rather than supplementary to wall defense. The cavalry forces were particularly important. The Tang military integrated nomadic cavalry techniques and recruited heavily from frontier populations who had riding skills that agricultural Chinese populations typically lacked. This was continuation of the cultural blending we discussed in earlier chapters, but now it was official military policy rather than informal adaptation. The Tang cavalry forces were fast, mobile, and capable of matching nomadic warfare on its own terms. When nomadic groups raided, Tang cavalry could pursue them into the steppes, rather than just defending behind walls and hoping the raiders would go away. When threats were building in nomadic territories, Tang forces could launch preemptive strikes to disrupt them before they became serious. This required maintaining large, well-trained cavalry forces, which was expensive, but apparently less expensive than maintaining thousands of miles of walls plus the garrison forces to defend them. The Tang did the math and decided horses were a better investment than stone and earth. The diplomatic component of Tang strategy was sophisticated and aggressive. They established tributary relationships with dozens of neighbouring states and nomadic groups. These relationships weren't equals treating each other with mutual respect. They were hierarchical arrangements where the other party acknowledged Tang superiority in exchange for trade access, military protection, or just being left alone. The Chinese term for this system, tribute trade, sounds one-sided but was actually mutually beneficial in practice. Foreign states sent embassies with gifts to the Tang court, received valuable Chinese goods in return, and gained legitimacy from Chinese recognition. The Tang got acknowledgement of their superior status and some measure of control over foreign policies. Both sides benefited, though the Chinese historiography emphasizes Chinese dominance because that's how imperial propaganda works. The tribute system created networks of relationships that the Tang could leverage for strategic purposes. If a nomadic confederation was causing problems, the Tang could rally other tributary states to help pressure them. If trade routes needed protection, tributary kingdoms along those routes had incentive to cooperate. The system was flexible and adaptive in ways that walls weren't. You can't negotiate with a wall, but you can negotiate with tributary states about changing circumstances. The Tang understood that diplomacy backed by credible military force was often more effective than pure military solutions. The preemptive campaign strategy meant the Tang went on offense regularly. They didn't wait for threats to materialize at the border. They struck at emerging threats in their home territories. When the Eastern Gukturks looked like they might become a major problem in the 620s and 630s, Tang forces launched campaigns that defeated and fragmented them. When the Western Gukturks seemed threatening in the 600s 40s and 600s 50s, the Tang attacked them too. The Zhueyantuo Confederation, Tuyuhun Kingdom, and various other groups that previous dynasties might have tried to wall out got hit with Tang military expeditions that disrupted their power before they could threaten Chinese territory. This aggressive forward defense required confidence bordering on arrogance, but it worked because the Tang military was genuinely capable. They won most of their campaigns, which reinforced the strategy's credibility. Success bred more success. When you keep winning military campaigns, your reputation grows, which makes some potential enemies decide that cooperation is preferable to conflict, which reduces the number of wars you actually have to fight. The Tang managed to create a virtuous cycle where military success led to diplomatic leverage, led to fewer wars, led to more resources for military-maintained superiority. It was elegant when it worked, which was most of the time for the first century of Tang rule. The cultural component of Tang power projection is harder to quantify, but was genuinely important. The Tang capital Chang'an became the largest city in the world with over 1 million inhabitants. It was cosmopolitan and sophisticated, hosting merchants, diplomats, and travellers from across Eurasia. Buddhism flourished under Tang patronage. Art and literature thrived. The Tang court set cultural standards that neighbouring states aspired to emulate. This soft power mattered strategically because it made Chinese civilization attractive rather than merely strong. Nomadic elites who visited Chang'an often came away impressed and more interested in trade and cultural exchange than in raiding. You can't buy that kind of influence with walls, but you can build it with economic prosperity, cultural sophistication, and openness to foreign influences. The Tang approach to the northern frontier was to create buffer zones of allied or tributary peoples rather than hard boundaries. Instead of a wall marking where China ended and barbarism began, there were gradations of Chinese influence extending far beyond direct territorial control. Some areas were governed directly as Tang provinces, others were autonomous tributary states. Still others were independent but maintained diplomatic and trade relationships with the Tang. The boundaries were fluid and negotiable rather than fixed and militarized. This made the frontier more stable in some ways because local powers had incentive to maintain relationships with the Tang rather than fighting them. The economic logic of the Tang strategy was that trade and development generated more resources than could be extracted through taxation alone. A prosperous economy could sustain a powerful military and a sophisticated diplomatic system. Walls were expensive to build and maintain while producing no economic value. They were purely defensive infrastructure consuming resources without generating any. Cavalry forces and diplomatic networks required funding too, but they enabled trade and economic activity that walls actually hindered. The Tang made a calculated bet that investing in commerce and power projection would be more economically sustainable than investing in fortifications, and for 2 centuries they were right. The social impact of not building walls was substantial. The Tang population wasn't subjected to massive labour conscriptions for construction projects. Agricultural workers stayed on their farms, producing food and paying taxes. Craftsmen worked in their trades, contributing to economic growth. The psychological burden of constant mobilization for megaprojects was lifted. People could live relatively normal lives without fear of being conscripted and work to death building walls. This created political stability that was itself a source of strength. Populations that aren't resentful and exhausted are easier to govern and more productive economically. Emperor Taizong's reign saw the conquest of the Eastern Gokturks in 630 CE, which was a major strategic achievement that demonstrated Tang military capabilities. The victory wasn't just military. Taizong incorporated many Gokturk warriors into Tang forces and gave Gokturk nobles positions in the Tang administration. This was controversial among Chinese traditionalists who thought barbarians shouldn't be trusted with authority, but Taizong understood that integrating former enemies was more effective than trying to exclude them. The walls that previous dynasties had built to keep nomads out were literally useless when the Tang strategy was to bring nomads in as allies and military auxiliaries. The conquest of the Western Gokturks in the 600s extended Tang influence deep into Central Asia. Tang armies campaigned in the Tarim Basin, establishing military governors in cities along the Silk Road. This was the furthest West Chinese military power had ever extended, and it was accomplished through mobile military campaigns rather than wall construction. The Tang protected trade routes through military presence and alliances with local powers rather than through fortifications. Merchants could travel from China to Persia under Tang protection, which was good for commerce and for Tang prestige. The Tang legal code explicitly downgraded wall construction as a strategic priority. Imperial regulations from this period focused on cavalry training, horse breeding programs, weapons manufacture, and military logistics for campaign armies. There were some provisions for maintaining existing fortifications, but nothing like the obsessive wall-building regulations from Qin or Sui law codes. The Tang government's priorities were clear in where they allocated resources and administrative attention, and walls just weren't a priority. The tribute system created interesting situations where nomadic khans would travel to Chang'an, perform elaborate ceremonies acknowledging Tang superiority, receive gifts and titles, and then return home to rule their people essentially. Independently, the whole system was somewhat theatrical. Everyone knew the nomadic leaders weren't really subordinate in any practical sense, but the performance of hierarchy mattered for establishing diplomatic frameworks. The Tang got to claim universal authority. The nomadic leaders got legitimacy and trade benefits. Both sides understood the reality was more nuanced than the official relationship suggested, but the diplomatic fiction was useful for managing interactions. The Tang policy toward Korea deserves mention because it contrasted sharply with the Sui approach. The Sui had launched 3 catastrophic invasions trying to conquer Goguryeo. The Tang eventually did conquer Goguryeo in 668, but they did it through a sustained campaign over many years using superior strategy and diplomacy rather than overwhelming force. They allied with the Korean kingdom of Silla, which helped defeat Goguryeo from the south while Tang forces attacked from the north. The conquest was successful because it was carefully planned and executed rather than rushed through brute force. The Tang learned from Sui failures rather than repeating them, which sounds obvious, but many dynasties failed to learn from predecessor mistakes. The mid-Tang period saw some challenges to the no-wall strategy. The Tibetan Empire rose to power in the 7th and 8th centuries and became a serious threat to Tang Western territories. Tibetan armies were formidable and campaigned aggressively against Tang positions in Central Asia. The Tang response was primarily military. They fought the Tibetans through conventional warfare and diplomatic maneuvers to ally with other powers against Tibet. Some officials advocated building defensive walls in western regions, but these proposals were generally rejected in favor of maintaining mobile defense strategies. The Tang eventually lost some western territories to Tibet but considered this acceptable, rather than abandoning their overall strategic philosophy. The Anlushan Rebellion in 755 CE was a catastrophic civil war that nearly destroyed the Tang dynasty. Anlushan was a Tang general of Sogdian Gokturk ancestry who rebelled and declared himself emperor of a rival dynasty. The rebellion succeeded initially because Anlushan commanded many of the Tang's best frontier troops and understood Tang military systems intimately. The rebellion lasted nearly a decade and devastated northern China. The Tang survived but never fully recovered their earlier power. Interestingly, even this disaster didn't lead to massive wall-building programs. The Tang still preferred to rely on military forces and diplomatic arrangements rather than reverting to walls. The post-rebellion Tang period saw decline in military capabilities and loss of some frontier territories. The Uyghur Khaganate became independent and sometimes hostile. Tibet captured significant western territories. Various regions asserted autonomy. But the Tang response was still primarily diplomatic and military, rather than building walls. They negotiated with the Uyghurs, sometimes as equals rather than as superior to tributary. They accepted some territorial losses while defending core regions. The strategic philosophy of relying on power projection rather than walls persisted even as the actual power available to project diminished. The Tang achievement in maintaining security without major wall construction for about 250 years is historically remarkable. They managed the northern frontier through combination of military strength, diplomatic sophistication, and cultural prestige rather than physical barriers. This required constant investment in military capability and diplomatic engagement, which was expensive, but apparently no more expensive than the alternative of building and maintaining thousands of miles of walls while also maintaining military forces to defend them. The cultural memory of the Sui collapse influenced Tang policy throughout the dynasty. Officials could always point to the Sui as a cautionary example when anyone proposed large-scale construction projects requiring mass labour mobilization. Remember what happened last time was apparently an effective argument in Tang policy debates. The Sui's failures created space for the Tang to try different approaches, and the Tang's successes validated those approaches for future generations of officials. Historical examples matter in policy debates when they're recent enough to be relevant and dramatic enough to be memorable. The Tang approach to border minorities and cultural diversity was relatively inclusive by imperial standards. They incorporated non-Chinese peoples into the military and administration at high levels. They allowed religious diversity. Buddhism, Taoism, Christianity, Islam, Manichaeism, and other traditions all had communities in Tang territory. They welcomed foreign merchants and diplomats. This openness was partly principled and partly pragmatic. You can't project cultural influence if you're rigidly exclusionary, but either way, it created a cosmopolitan environment that strengthened the empire's appeal to neighbouring peoples. The economic prosperity of the Tang period was built on trade that flourished because the government protected commerce rather than restricting it with walls and border controls. The Silk Road reached its height during the Tang, with caravans moving goods between China and the Middle East regularly. Maritime trade expanded as well, with Tang ports hosting ships from throughout Asia. The tax revenue from this commerce helped fund the military and diplomatic systems that kept the trade routes secure. It was a self-reinforcing system where security enabled prosperity enabled security. The Tang administrative system was sophisticated and relatively merit-based by ancient standards. The civil service examination system was expanded, allowing talented individuals from non-elite backgrounds to enter government service. This created a bureaucracy that was more competent than purely aristocratic systems, and more innovative because it incorporated diverse perspectives. Good administration made the military and diplomatic strategies more effective because implementation matters as much as strategy in determining outcomes. The military farm system, similar to the earlier Tuntian but more efficiently managed, provided food for frontier garrisons without requiring long supply chains from the interior. The Tang improved on previous implementations by better matching land quality to garrison needs and by reducing corruption in administration. Soldiers could focus on military readiness rather than struggling with marginal agriculture, which made Tang frontier forces more effective than their predecessors, despite not having walls to defend from. The horse breeding programs were crucial for maintaining cavalry forces. The Tang government established large horse ranches in northern and western regions, producing tens of thousands of military horses annually. They imported breeding stock from Central Asian peoples who had superior horse breeds. They invested in veterinary medicine and fodder production. The attention to logistics of cavalry warfare matched their strategic commitment to mobile forces. You can't rely on cavalry for border defense if you don't have enough horses of sufficient quality, and the Tang made sure they did. The Tang period produced extensive military literature analyzing tactics, strategy, and logistics. Generals wrote treatises summarizing campaign experiences. Strategists debated optimal force compositions and deployment patterns. This intellectual engagement with military problems contributed to Tang military effectiveness. They weren't just repeating traditional approaches, they were actively studying, adapting, and innovating. The willingness to think critically about military strategy, including questioning whether walls were actually useful, was itself a source of strategic advantage. The tributary embassies that regularly travelled to Chang'an served intelligence functions beyond their diplomatic purposes. Tang officials debriefed foreign envoys about conditions in their home regions, gathering information about potential threats, economic opportunities, and political dynamics beyond Tang borders. This intelligence network was more flexible and broader than what wall garrisons could provide. You learn more from talking to people than from staring at empty steppe from a watchtower. The Tang relationship with Buddhism influenced foreign policy in interesting ways. Buddhist missionaries travelled between China and India, Central Asia, and other regions. These religious networks created cultural connections that facilitated diplomacy and trade. Buddhist monasteries along trade routes provided rest stops and storage facilities. The religious dimension of Tang culture gave them soft power influence that walls couldn't provide. Nomadic leaders who converted to Buddhism had additional incentives to maintain peaceful relations with the Tang. The late Tang period saw increasing problems as military power declined and frontier regions asserted independence. The dynasty eventually collapsed in 907 after decades of internal rebellions and external pressures. But even in decline, the Tang didn't revert to massive wall-building programs. They'd committed so thoroughly to the no-wall strategy that even when it stopped working as well, they didn't have the institutional knowledge or political will to switch approaches. This suggests that strategic cultures, once established, are hard to change even when circumstances shift. The Tang legacy for later dynasties was mixed. They'd proven that walls weren't necessary for successful border defense if you had sufficient military and diplomatic capacity, but they'd also shown that maintaining that capacity required sustained effort and resources. Later dynasties that were weaker militarily couldn't replicate Tang's successes with mobile defense and power projection, which led them to reconsider walls as strategic options. The Ming dynasty, which we'll discuss later, returned to massive wall construction after concluding they couldn't match Tang military capabilities. The philosophical question the Tang raised was whether border security is better achieved through projecting strength outward or building defences inward. The Tang's answer was clearly to project strength, and for 2 centuries this worked spectacularly. But it required being strong enough to actually project, which not every dynasty was. The approach was less a universal solution than a strategy that worked for powers with specific capabilities. Weaker dynasties that tried to mimic Tang strategy without Tang military capacity typically got conquered, which suggests that walls, while not necessary for strong empires, might be prudent for weaker ones. The human experience of living under Tang rule was generally preferable to life under wall-building dynasties. No mass labour conscriptions, more economic opportunity, relative peace after initial consolidation wars. The Tang population grew substantially during the dynasty's prosperous period, suggesting that people weren't being worked to death or fleeing the country. Quality of life matters, and the Tang's avoidance of megaprojects requiring forced labour contributed to higher living standards that in turn supported the dynasty's power. The environmental impact of not building walls was also significant, though rarely discussed. Wall construction consumed enormous quantities of timber for scaffolding, frames, and fuel. It disturbed large land areas and diverted water resources. The Tang's decision to not build walls meant avoiding this environmental disruption. Ancient peoples didn't think in terms of environmental impact, but the material effects were real regardless of whether they were consciously considered. The landscape of northern China would look different today if the Tang had continued Sui-level wall construction for 300 years. The cultural flowering of the Tang period, poetry, art, music, philosophy, was enabled partly by the stability that came from effective border management without constant labour mobilization for construction projects. Creative people had time and energy for creative work rather than being conscripted for walls. The Tang poets, whose works remain celebrated today, Li Bai, Du Fu, Wang Wei, could create because they weren't being sent to the frontier to move Earth. Cultural achievement requires stable prosperity, which requires competent security strategy, which the Tang achieved without walls. The Tang approach demonstrated that there are multiple viable solutions to the border security problem. Walls are one option, mobile cavalry is another, aggressive diplomacy is a third. The optimal mix depends on specific circumstances, geography, military capability, economic resources, political culture, threat environment. The Tang's genius was recognizing that for their specific circumstances, walls were suboptimal compared to alternatives. Later dynasties in different circumstances made different choices, and both approaches could work depending on context. As the Tang dynasty fragmented in the early 10th century, the question of border defense became moot because there was no unified empire left to defend. The Five Dynasties period that followed saw northern China divided among short-lived dynasties, none of which had the resources or stability to implement coherent frontier strategies. The walls that still existed from earlier dynasties remained but decayed further without maintenance. The Tang legacy of non-wall defense persisted as intellectual tradition, but without the military power to make it work practically. The next major dynasty to seriously grapple with the wall question would be the Ming in the 14th century, and they'd come to very different conclusions based on their different circumstances. But the Tang had proven that walls weren't inevitable or necessary, just one option among many for managing the challenges of governing a settled agricultural empire next to mobile nomadic peoples. That lesson remained valuable even for dynasties that chose different paths. The collapse of the Tang dynasty in 907 CE created a power vacuum across northern China and the frontier regions that various groups rushed to fill. What emerged was a complicated political landscape where multiple states competed for territory and legitimacy, and not all of them were ethnically Chinese. In fact, some of the most powerful states were founded by the very nomadic peoples that walls had supposedly been built to keep out. And here's where things get deliciously ironic. These nomadic conquerors didn't tear down the walls or reject them as symbols of foreign oppression. Instead, they built their own walls. The people whose ancestors had been on the outside of Chinese fortifications for centuries decided that walls were actually a pretty good idea once you were the one inside them trying to keep other nomads out. The Khitan people established the Liu dynasty in 907, the same year the Tang finally collapsed. The Khitans were originally nomadic pastoralists from Manchuria who'd been unified under a leader named Abaoji, a formidable military commander and political organizer who managed to consolidate various Khitan tribes into a cohesive state. Abaoji looked at the chaos in China and saw opportunity. He conquered territories in northern China, established control over various other nomadic groups, and founded a dynasty that would last over 2 centuries. The Khitans went from tribal confederation to imperial power in about a generation, which is impressive by any standard but particularly notable because they accomplished it while maintaining their nomadic identity and practices alongside adopting Chinese administrative systems. The Liu state was genuinely hybrid in ways that previous dynasties of nomadic origin had struggled to achieve. The Khitans maintained their traditional lifestyle, living in felt tents, following their herds, practicing their customs, while simultaneously running a Chinese-style bureaucracy, collecting taxes from agricultural populations and building cities. They developed a dual administration system where Khitan officials governed nomadic populations using traditional methods, while Chinese officials governed settled agricultural regions using Chinese administrative practices. It was like running 2 completely different governments simultaneously in the same empire, which sounds like an administrative nightmare but apparently worked well enough to sustain an empire for over 200 years. And crucially, the Khitans built walls, not on the scale of Qin Shi Huang or the Sui, but substantial fortifications nonetheless. They constructed defensive barriers along their northern borders to protect against other nomadic groups who hadn't yet gotten the memo about settling down and founding empires. The walls the Khitans built served the same function that Chinese walls had always served: slowing down raiders, providing surveillance, establishing territorial boundaries, and projecting state power through impressive construction. The fact that the people building these walls and the people they were built to defend against were culturally related and had been allies or enemies at various points didn't make the walls any less useful. Architecture doesn't care about ethnic solidarity. The archaeological remains of Liu walls show interesting hybrid construction techniques. Some sections use traditional Chinese rammed earth methods that the Khitans had clearly learned from Chinese engineers, Other sections incorporated building techniques from nomadic traditions adapted for permanent structures. The walls weren't purely Chinese or purely Khitan. They were something new that combined both traditions. The physical architecture reflected the cultural synthesis happening throughout the Liao state, where nomadic and Chinese practices were being merged into something that was neither purely one nor the other, but functionally both. The Liao also maintained and repaired sections of older Chinese walls that they'd inherited when they conquered northern territories. They didn't see these walls as symbols of Chinese oppression to be torn down. They saw them as useful infrastructure to be preserved and utilized. When you're governing territory, walls that keep out raiders are helpful regardless of who originally built them. The Khitans were pragmatic about adopting useful Chinese practices while maintaining their own cultural identity where it mattered to them. Walls fell into the category of useful Chinese stuff worth keeping, along with writing systems, tax administration, and agricultural techniques. The Western Xia Kingdom, established in 1038 by the Tangut people in what's now Ningxia and parts of Gansu, took this wall-building enthusiasm even further. The Tanguts were originally Tibetan-related nomadic peoples who'd gradually settled in northwestern frontier regions and developed a unique hybrid culture incorporating Tibetan, Chinese, and Central Asian influences. They created their own writing system because apparently borrowing someone else's script wasn't impressive enough. They wanted to demonstrate cultural sophistication through linguistic innovation. The Western Xia script is beautifully complex and almost completely unreadable to modern scholars because the kingdom didn't survive long enough for literacy in it to become widespread, which means most of what they wrote died with the kingdom. This is what happens when your cultural statement piece is an unnecessarily complicated writing system. The Western Xia built extensive fortifications across some of the most inhospitable desert terrain imaginable. Archaeological discoveries in the Gobi Desert have revealed wall sections that demonstrate the Western Xia were seriously committed to this whole fortification thing, despite it being monumentally difficult to build walls in regions where water is scarce. Materials are limited and sandstorms actively try to bury your construction efforts. Building walls in a desert is playing architecture on hard mode, but the Tanguts did it anyway because walls had become a statement about being a legitimate civilized power worthy of respect. The Western Xia walls were adapted to desert conditions in creative ways. Where stone wasn't available, builders used layers of reeds, tamarisk branches, and gravel compacted together. Where water was completely absent, they built near oases and extended fortifications to protect water sources specifically. The walls weren't continuous barriers, more like fortified corridors connecting key locations with surveillance posts positioned to monitor movement through areas where the wall didn't extend. This made strategic sense in desert environments where you couldn't possibly wall off everything, but could control the routes that travelers and raiders had to use to access water and passable terrain. The fact that Western Xia walls exist at all demonstrates how thoroughly wall building had become associated with legitimate statehood in the Chinese cultural sphere. The Tanguts weren't building walls because they faced overwhelmingly superior military threats. They were building walls because that's what serious kingdoms did. It was architectural peacocking. Look at us. We can marshal the resources and organization to build walls just like the great Chinese dynasties. We're not random barbarians. We're a civilized empire with fortifications to prove it. The walls were as much about identity and legitimacy as about military defense. The Jurchen people, who had established the Jin dynasty in 1115, watched all this wall building by their nomadic cousins and neighbors and eventually decided to get in on the action themselves. The Jurchens were originally from Manchuria, related to the Khitans but distinct culturally and politically. They'd been subjects of the Liao Empire but rebelled in the early 12th century under a leader named Aguda. The Jurchen rebellion was spectacularly successful. They not only defeated the Liao but conquered much of northern China, establishing the Jin dynasty that would rule from 1115 to 1234. The Jin faced an interesting strategic situation. They'd conquered northern China and now controlled agricultural territories that generated substantial wealth, but were vulnerable to raids from nomadic groups still on the steppes. The Jin themselves were only one generation removed from nomadic life, but they'd transitioned to governing settled agricultural populations and had adopted Chinese administrative systems extensively. They needed to defend their new territories against potential threats from the north and west, and walls seemed like the obvious solution. So the Jurchens, like the Khitans before them, became wall builders. The Jin maintained existing wall sections and built new fortifications along their northern borders. They employed Chinese engineers who had expertise in wool construction, and combined that with Eurasian understanding of nomadic military tactics to create defences that addressed specific threats. The Jin walls were strategically positioned to defend against cavalry raids, the very type of warfare the Urchins themselves had excelled at just a generation earlier. They knew exactly how nomadic raiders would approach their territory, because they'd done that raiding themselves before they became empire builders. This is either ironic or perfectly logical depending on your perspective. The cultural dimension of wall building for these nomadic origin dynasties was profound. Walls weren't just military infrastructure, they were statements about identity and civilization. Chinese political philosophy had long held that walls were what civilized states built to separate order from chaos. By building walls, the Liao, Jin and Western Xia were claiming that they represented civilization and order, not barbarism and chaos. They were appropriating Chinese symbolic language to legitimize their rule over Chinese territories and populations. The walls said, "We're legitimate emperors, not foreign conquerors," even though they were literally both things simultaneously. This appropriation of Chinese architectural symbolism was part of broader patterns of cultural adoption and adaptation. The Liao emperors wore Chinese-style court robes during official ceremonies, but switched to nomadic clothing in private. They performed Confucian rituals to legitimize their rule to Chinese subjects, but maintained nomadic traditions for their Khitan population. The Jin studied Chinese classics and adopted Chinese governmental structures while preserving Jurchen language and customs. The Western Xia created elaborate Buddhist cave temples copying Chinese artistic styles while maintaining Tangut cultural distinctiveness. All three dynasties were juggling multiple cultural identities simultaneously, trying to be Chinese enough to govern Chinese populations legitimately while remaining nomadic enough to maintain support from their original ethnic bases. The walls these dynasties built were physical manifestations of this cultural juggling act. They were Chinese in architectural technique and strategic purpose, but served nomadic rulers defending against other nomads. They used Chinese engineering knowledge to construct fortifications that protected territories governed by people who'd traditionally been on the other side of such walls. The cognitive dissonance is remarkable when you think about it. You're building walls using techniques developed to keep people like you out, to defend against people who are culturally related to you, on behalf of an empire that claims legitimacy by adopting the culture of the people you conquered. It's layers of irony wrapped in rammed earth and topped with watchtowers. The Song dynasty, which ruled southern and central China from 960 onwards, watched these developments with mixed feelings. The Song claimed to be the legitimate successors to Chinese imperial tradition, but they'd lost control of northern China to the Liao and then the Jin. From the Song perspective, these northern dynasties were illegitimate barbarian kingdoms that had usurped Chinese territory. But the Song also negotiated with them as equals, paid them tribute to maintain peace, and engaged in extensive trade. The Song couldn't simply dismiss the Liao and Jin as uncivilized barbarians, because these kingdoms had adopted Chinese culture extensively and governed competently. The walls these kingdoms built added to the awkwardness. If walls represent civilization, and the northern barbarians are building walls, what does that say about the civilization versus barbarism binary? The Song themselves did relatively little wall building despite losing northern territories to nomadic origin dynasties. They focused more on military technology, gunpowder weapons, crossbows, naval forces, and on maintaining their economic strength rather than building walls. This was partly pragmatic. The territories they controlled didn't have the same vulnerable northern frontiers, but also philosophical. The Song saw themselves as continuing the Tang tradition of civilization through cultural and technological superiority rather than through walls. The fact that they'd lost northern China to wall-building barbarian dynasties must have created some awkward philosophical tensions in Song court discussions about the relationship between walls, civilization, and power. The Mongol conquests of the 13th century would eventually destroy all three of these wall-building nomadic kingdoms, along with the Song dynasty, but that's a story for the next chapter. What matters for now is understanding how thoroughly wall building had become integrated into the cultural toolkit of any state claiming legitimate power in the Chinese cultural sphere. Walls had transcended their original military purpose and become symbols of civilization, order, legitimate authority, and state capacity. You built walls to show that you were a serious empire with resources and organization, not just a temporary conquest state that would disappear when the founding generation died. The The archaeological evidence from this period reveals surprising sophistication in wall construction techniques. The Liao walls incorporated drainage systems to manage water flow and prevent erosion. The Jin walls included military supply depots positioned at strategic intervals. The Western Xia walls in desert regions had sophisticated engineering to protect against sand accumulation. These weren't crude barriers hastily thrown up. They were carefully planned infrastructure projects requiring substantial technical expertise. The nomadic origin dynasties had access to Chinese engineering knowledge and used it competently, which shouldn't be surprising but often is to people who've absorbed stereotypes about nomadic peoples being technologically unsophisticated. The labour mobilization for these wall projects created social tensions similar to what Chinese dynasties had experienced. The Liao, Jin, and Western Xia all had to conscript workers, transport materials, and fund construction from tax revenues. The nomadic populations who formed the military elite of these dynasties weren't thrilled about being taxed to fund construction projects they didn't particularly understand or value. The Chinese populations weren't excited about being conscripted by foreign rulers for building walls. The compromise was typically that Chinese workers did most of the actual construction, while nomadic populations provided military security and garrison forces, which maintained ethnic specialization but created its own resentments about unequal burdens. The garrison life along these walls was culturally complicated. Many garrisons had mixed populations of Chinese settlers, nomadic soldiers, and various other groups. Multiple languages were spoken. Different religious traditions coexisted. Nomadic military culture mixed with Chinese administrative culture. Garrison communities became spaces of intensive cultural exchange and mixing, creating hybrid populations that didn't fit neatly into either Chinese or nomadic categories. The walls were supposed to mark boundaries between different peoples, but the communities that lived along them were living proof that boundaries were more fluid and permeable than ideology suggested. The trade implications of wall systems controlled by nomadic origin dynasties were interesting. The Liao and Jin controlled significant portions of the Silk Road trade routes and used their wall systems to regulate and tax commerce. The Western Xia positioned their fortifications to control oasis cities that were crucial nodes in Trans-Asian trade. These kingdoms derived substantial revenue from trade taxation, which helped fund their administrations and military forces. The walls weren't barriers to trade, they were infrastructure for controlling and profiting from trade, which is what walls had always been economically despite the military rhetoric about defense against barbarians. The diplomatic relationships between these wall-building kingdoms created situations that would be comedic if they weren't serious geopolitics. The Liao built walls to defend against other nomadic groups. The Jin built walls to defend against Mongols and other northern nomads. Both kingdoms also maintained diplomatic relationships with various nomadic confederations as allies or tributaries. Sometimes the nomads you were defending against with walls were allies against other nomads. Sometimes today's ally became tomorrow's threat. The walls provided some strategic flexibility because they were always there regardless of diplomatic shifts, but the relationships were fluid in ways that static fortifications couldn't fully address. The religious dimension of these kingdoms influenced their wall building in subtle ways. The Liao patronized Buddhism extensively and built Buddhist temples along their wall systems. The Jin similarly supported Buddhism while allowing other religious traditions. The Western Xia were particularly devoted to Buddhism and commissioned elaborate translations of Buddhist texts into their unique script. Religious institutions along the walls provided services to garrisons and travellers, creating spiritual infrastructure alongside military infrastructure. The walls protected not just territory but also religious communities and cultural spaces, adding layers of meaning beyond pure military defence. The script systems these kingdoms developed or adopted tell interesting stories about cultural identity. The Khitans created their own Khitan script for writing their language, though Chinese script remained dominant for administration. The Jurchens developed Jurchen script in deliberate parallel to Khitan precedents. The Tanguts created their famously complex Western Xia script, as mentioned earlier. These script developments were statements about cultural autonomy and sophistication. We're not just borrowing Chinese culture wholesale, we have our own civilizational traditions worthy of unique writing systems. The fact that most of these scripts didn't survive their kingdoms and are largely undecipherable today suggests that creating a unique writing system is easier than maintaining literacy in it across generations, but the attempt mattered culturally. The art and architecture along these walls mix styles and influences in fascinating ways. Buddhist cave temples combining Chinese, Central Asian, and local artistic traditions. Palaces incorporating nomadic spatial organization with Chinese architectural techniques. Pottery and metalwork showing hybrid designs. The material culture of these kingdoms reflected their cultural complexity, and their walls were part of that broader architectural statement about identity and power. The end came for all three kingdoms eventually, though at different times and through different circumstances. The Jin conquered the Liao in 1125, which was poetic justice of a sort, nomadic empire replaced by another nomadic empire. The Mongols under Genghis Khan began their conquests in the early 13th century and destroyed the Western Xia by 1227. The Jin survived until 1234, when the Mongols finally completed their conquest of northern China. In all cases, the walls these kingdoms had built didn't save them from defeat by militarily superior forces. The walls slowed the Mongols down occasionally, but couldn't stop them, which was a pattern we'd seen repeatedly throughout history, but which each dynasty apparently thought wouldn't apply to them. The Mongol conquest would present its own interesting chapter in wall history, though in a different way than previous conquests. The Mongols unified China and much of the Eurasian steppe under one empire, which made walls along the northern frontier essentially pointless, because there was no northern frontier anymore in any meaningful sense. But that's a story for next time. What matters for understanding the Liao, Jin, and Western Xia is recognizing that walls had become a universal language of power that transcended ethnic and cultural boundaries. Chinese built walls, nomads who conquered China built walls, hybrid kingdoms built walls. Everyone was building walls because walls said important things about state capacity, civilization, and legitimate authority that transcended their military function. The walls became symbols as much as fortifications, and the symbolic value mattered enormously for legitimacy and prestige. The historical irony of nomadic conquerors becoming wall builders reveals something important about how power and culture interact. The Khitans, Jurchens, and Tanguts could have rejected walls as symbols of Chinese culture they'd conquered. Instead, they appropriated walls along with many other Chinese cultural elements, adapting them to their own purposes while maintaining aspects of their nomadic heritage. This wasn't cultural submission, it was strategic adoption of useful practices and meaningful symbols. The walls didn't make these kingdoms Chinese, but they did make them legible as legitimate imperial powers within the Chinese cultural and political framework. The archaeological work uncovering these walls continues to reveal surprising complexity. Wall sections in remote desert regions that previous historians didn't know existed. Construction techniques showing innovation and adaptation to local conditions. Evidence of extensive trade and communication along wall corridors. The physical remains tell stories that complement and sometimes contradict written historical sources, reminding us that history is more complicated than neat narratives about civilization versus barbarism suggest. The legacy of these nomadic wall builders influenced later dynasties' thinking about fortifications. If even nomadic conquerors built walls, clearly walls were a fundamental part of how states functioned in this region. The examples of Liao, Jin, and Western Xia walls legitimized wall building for subsequent dynasties and provided precedents that could be cited in policy debates. When Ming officials argued for massive wall construction centuries later, they could point to this long history of both Chinese and non-Chinese dynasties, building walls as evidence that fortifications were a necessary part of imperial administration. The human experience of living in these kingdoms, working on their walls, serving in their garrisons, was probably similar regardless of the ethnic identity of the ruling dynasty. The workers conscripted for construction faced similar hardships, whether they were building for Chinese emperors or Khitan Khans. The soldiers manning watchtowers dealt with similar isolation, whether they were defending against nomads for Chinese states or defending against nomads for Jurchen states. The material reality of walls, their construction, maintenance, and military use transcended the cultural and political context that motivated their building. The story of nomadic wall builders demonstrates that architecture and technology are politically neutral tools that can be adopted by anyone with sufficient resources and organization. Walls don't belong to any particular culture or ethnicity. They're engineering solutions to strategic problems that any state can employ. The fact that nomadic peoples adopted wall building when they transitioned from raiding states to ruling states shows that strategic calculations overwhelm cultural identity when it comes to basic questions of defense and administration. You build walls if they seem useful for your circumstances, regardless of what your ancestors did or what the walls symbolize culturally. As we move forward in our story toward the Mongol conquests and eventually the Ming dynasty's massive wall construction projects, keep in mind these Liao Jin and Western Xia examples. They demonstrated that walls were universal tools of state power, that cultural boundaries were more permeable than fortifications, and that the distinction between civilization and barbarism was always more political rhetoric than observable reality. The walls these kingdoms built are slowly disappearing into the landscape, eroded by time and weather, but while they stood, they told complex stories about power, identity, and the endlessly fascinating ways that cultures interact, conflict, and ultimately blend together regardless of what barriers get built to separate them. The Mongols arrived on the historical stage in the early 13th century with a military approach that rendered centuries of wall building essentially pointless. This wasn't their intention. Genghis Khan wasn't thinking, let's invalidate all that expensive Chinese infrastructure. But the Mongol way of warfare, their strategic thinking, and their organizational genius created a situation where walls that had consumed millions of lives and untold resources to build became expensive monuments to outdated defensive assumptions. The Jin dynasty, which we discussed last chapter as enthusiastic wall builders, discovered this reality the hard way between 1211 and 1234, when Mongol armies systematically conquered their territory, despite all those fortifications the Jurchens had carefully maintained. The Mongol military system was fundamentally different from what sedentary agricultural states had developed. Every Mongol male was a warrior from childhood. Riding, archery, and military tactics were part of normal upbringing rather than specialized training. The entire society was organized for war, with tribal structures that could rapidly mobilize for campaigns. Their armies moved with extraordinary speed because they traveled light, lived off the land, and used multiple horses per warrior to maintain pace. Chinese armies moved slowly because they needed supply trains, siege equipment, and infrastructure support. Mongol armies could cover distances in days that Chinese forces needed weeks to traverse, which created strategic advantages that walls simply couldn't address. Genghis Khan unified the Mongol tribes in 1206 and immediately began expanding in all directions. The Western Xia kingdom, with all its desert walls and fortifications, was the first to face Mongol assault. The campaigns against Western Xia between 1205 and 1227 demonstrated Mongol strategy clearly. They didn't batter themselves against walls in futile assaults. They bypassed fortifications, raided the countryside to destroy economic base, cut supply lines to garrisons, and forced defenders to come out and fight on Mongol terms. When they needed to take fortified cities, they besieged them patiently until starvation and desperation forced surrender. The Western Xia walls slowed Mongol conquest but didn't prevent it. The kingdom fell, the walls stood empty, and the Tangut people were scattered. The Jin dynasty was next, and they had more resources than Western Xia for resistance. They'd been preparing for northern threats for generations. They had extensive wall systems, well-garrisoned fortifications, and large armies. They understood nomadic warfare from their own Jurchen heritage. On paper, they should have been able to resist Mongol conquest effectively. In practice, they lasted longer than Western Xia, but ultimately failed completely. The reasons for this failure tell us important things about the limitations of walls as defensive technology. The Mongol invasion of Jin territory began in 1211. The first Mongol approach revealed their strategic thinking immediately. They didn't mass their forces against the strongest wall sections. Instead, they scouted extensively, identified the weakest points in Jin defenses, and concentrated attacks where garrisons were undermanned, walls were poorly maintained, or passes were inadequately defended. The Jin had thousands of miles of border to defend. The Mongols could concentrate their highly mobile forces wherever they wanted. This asymmetry meant the defenders had to be strong everywhere, while attackers only needed to find one weak point. The strategic passes through the wall system were obvious vulnerability points. These passes, gaps in mountains where roads could run, river crossings where walls couldn't easily be built, traditional routes that armies had used for centuries, were heavily fortified in theory but hard to defend in practice. The Jin couldn't pack unlimited troops into mountain passes. They needed soldiers distributed along the entire frontier. The Mongols could mass overwhelming force at one pass, break through, and then spread into Jin territory behind the wall system. Once Mongol forces were south of the walls became irrelevant because they were designed to keep invaders out, not to contain them once they'd penetrated. The Battle of Yahuling in 1211 was decisive early victory for the Mongols. They defeated a major Jin army in the field, which demoralized Jin forces and encouraged defections. Military defeats matter psychologically. When your armies lose battles, garrisons wonder if they're defending a losing cause. The walls didn't make soldiers braver or more loyal. They just sat there being walls while the human defenders grappled with strategic realities that fortifications couldn't address. The Mongols also demonstrated sophisticated understanding of intelligence and psychological warfare. They recruited Chinese and Jurchen defectors who provided information about Jin defences, weak points in walls, garrison strengths, and internal political tensions. They spread propaganda about Mongol military invincibility and the futility of resistance. They offered generous terms to cities that surrendered and brutal treatment to cities that resisted, creating incentives for cooperation that walls couldn't counteract. A city behind walls that decides to surrender might as well not have walls. The fortifications are only useful if defenders are willing to use them. The siege technology the Mongols developed or acquired was also crucial. Initially, Mongols weren't great at siege warfare. Their strengths were mobile cavalry operations in open terrain. But they learned quickly, particularly from Chinese engineers who defected or were captured. The Mongols adopted Chinese siege equipment including catapults, siege towers, and mining techniques. They recruited engineering specialists who taught them how to assault fortifications effectively. By the later stages of the Jin conquest, Mongol forces were conducting sophisticated siege operations that would have been impressive for any contemporary army. The city of Zhongdu, modern Beijing, then the Jin capital, was besieged multiple times during the Mongol conquest. The city had impressive walls and large garrison forces. It should have been impregnable. But the Mongols cut off supplies, diverted nearby rivers to create flooding, launched psychological warfare against defenders, and simply waited. Cities don't have infinite food supplies. Garrisons don't have infinite morale. Eventually, hunger and desperation forced the Jin emperor to flee the capital in 1215, after which the city fell to Mongol forces. The walls had done nothing except delay the inevitable and trap the population inside to starve. The engineering limitations of walls that Mongols exploited weren't secret vulnerabilities. They were inherent to the technology. Walls need maintenance. They erode under weather. They develop weak points from age and damage. Garrison forces need supplies, reinforcements, and rotation. The logistics of defending thousands of miles of fortifications strain any administrative system. The Mongols understood that walls were only as strong as the weakest section, and only as effective as the defenders manning them. They attacked system vulnerabilities rather than just physical structures. The river crossings through wall systems were particular problems. You can't build solid walls across major rivers. Water needs to flow. So wall systems had gates or openings at river crossings, defended by forts and chain barriers and various engineering solutions, all of which could be bypassed or overcome by determined attackers with sufficient resources. The Mongols would sometimes cross rivers far from official checkpoints, ford in unexpected locations, or use boats to get around water defences. Walls assume attackers will conveniently use the routes you've fortified rather than finding their own paths. The Mongol use of terror and massacre was strategic. When they captured cities that had resisted, they sometimes killed the entire population as an example. This sounds barbaric and was barbaric, but it was also calculated to encourage other cities to surrender without fighting. Walls are only useful if people are willing to endure siege and risk death defending them. If resistance means certain massacre while surrender means survival, the strategic calculation changes dramatically. The Mongols manipulated this calculation through their reputation for ruthlessness, making walls less effective by reducing willingness to defend them. The Jin dynasty's collapse took decades because they kept fighting despite defeat after defeat. The Jin emperors retreated south as Mongol forces conquered northern territories. They established new capitals, reorganized armies, and continued resistance. But strategic momentum was entirely with the Mongols. Every year of war depleted Jin resources while Mongol forces grew through recruitment from conquered populations. The walls the Jin had built didn't prevent this grinding attrition, they just made it slightly slower. The final destruction of the Jin dynasty in 1234 involved cooperation between Mongols and the Song dynasty, which still controlled southern China. The Song made a catastrophic strategic error thinking they could ally with Mongols to destroy their old enemy. They helped the Mongols crush the Jin, then discovered that now they faced Mongol armies on their borders without the Jin as a buffer state. The Song had no significant wall systems in their northern territories, because those regions hadn't traditionally been vulnerable to steppe nomads. This would prove unfortunate when the Mongols turned their attention to Song conquest after finishing with the Jin. The Yuan dynasty that Genghis Khan's grandson Kublai Khan eventually established in 1271, after conquering the Song dynasty completely by 1279, created a situation where walls along the northern frontier became meaningless. The Mongol Empire stretched from Korea to Eastern Europe. The steppe peoples whose walls had been built to defend against were now part of the same empire as the Chinese agricultural regions. There was no northern threat because the north was part of the government. Building or maintaining walls under these circumstances made as much sense as building walls between provinces of the same country. The Yuan administration initially maintained some wall sections for administrative boundary marking and for controlling movement of populations. Walls could serve police functions even if they weren't needed militarily. But there was no investment in new construction or major repairs. The walls gradually decayed as maintenance ceased. Some sections were cannibalized for building materials by local populations who saw no reason to preserve them. The Great Wall infrastructure that had accumulated over 1,500 years started disappearing into the landscape through benign neglect. The strategic lesson the Mongols taught was that mobility and speed could defeat static defenses. Their armies moved faster than information about their movements, which meant defenders were always reacting to threats rather than positioning effectively to meet them. They could concentrate overwhelming force at points of attack while defenders had to spread forces thinly across entire frontiers. They could bypass strong positions and attack weak ones, forcing defenders to either pursue them into unfavorable terrain or watch helplessly as their countryside was ravaged behind their walls. The Mongol military organization was itself a strategic innovation that Chinese-style armies struggled to match. The decimal system, units of 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000 warriors, was simple and effective. Communication and command were streamlined. Discipline was harsh but produced cohesive forces that followed orders reliably. The combination of excellent horsemanship, archery skills and tactical doctrine created armies that were qualitatively superior to most opponents they faced. Walls couldn't compensate for this military excellence. Better armies found ways around or through fortifications. The psychological impact of Mongol conquest on Chinese strategic thinking was profound. For centuries, the operating assumption had been that proper defensive infrastructure could protect against northern threats. The Mongols demonstrated this assumption was wrong. Walls were expensive insurance that didn't actually pay out when needed. The enormous investment of resources into fortifications hadn't prevented conquest. It had just made conquest slower and more expensive for everyone involved. This should have discredited wall building permanently, but strategic cultures have inertia, and later dynasties would return to walls despite Mongol lessons. The Yuan dynasty's rule over China from 1271 to 1368 created interesting cultural exchanges as Mongol elites governed Chinese populations while maintaining many Mongol customs and traditions. The Yuan were less Sinified than previous conquest dynasties. They remained more clearly Mongol rather than becoming primarily Chinese. But they did adopt Chinese administrative systems where useful and maintain the empire as a functioning state, rather than just extracting tribute and leaving. The relationship between Mongol rulers and Chinese subjects was tense and complex, marked by ethnic distinctions that the Yuan maintained more rigidly than the Jin or Liao had. The wall infrastructure under Yuan rule became historical artifact rather than active military installation. Travellers could still see wall ruins stretching across the landscape. Local populations lived in or near old garrison settlements. But the walls no longer defined borders or organised military deployments. They were relics of a strategic era that Mongol conquest had ended. The physical structures remained while their purpose evaporated, which is a common pattern in technological history. Infrastructure persists after the conditions that justified its construction have changed. The Yuan capital at Dadu, modern Beijing, was built without significant wall fortifications initially, which showed Mongol confidence in their military dominance. Why build walls when your empire is so large and your army so powerful that no external threat can reach your capital? The Yuan eventually built city walls around Dadu, but these were for administrative control and prestige rather than serious military defense. The walls said, "This is an important imperial city more than we're afraid of invasion." The Mongol census and administrative systems under Yuan rule were sophisticated. using technologies and techniques borrowed from Chinese precedents, but adapted to Mongol needs. They categorized populations carefully, tracked resources precisely, and maintained control through organization rather than primarily through fortifications. This demonstrated that walls had always been just one option among many for maintaining state control, and probably not the most effective option if you had sufficient administrative capacity. The decline and fall of the Yuan dynasty in the mid-14th century resulted from internal problems rather than external invasion, which also said something about walls and security. Factional struggles among Mongol elites, resentment from Chinese populations, natural disasters and resulting famines, and rebellions across the empire combined to destabilize Yuan rule. Having walls wouldn't have addressed any of these problems because they were all internal to the empire. Walls defend against external threats but can't prevent internal collapse. The Red Turban Rebellion that eventually led to Ming Dynasty founding was fundamentally a Chinese nationalist uprising against Mongol rule, mixing religious messianism with ethnic resentment. The rebel forces that eventually coalesced under Zhu Yuanzhang, future Ming Dynasty founder, weren't stopped by any walls because there weren't walls between them and the Yuan government. The conflicts were internal warfare where fortifications sometimes mattered tactically, but weren't the determining strategic factor. The Mongol conquest demonstration that walls could be bypassed or made irrelevant should have ended wall building permanently. Static defences can't stop mobile armies with superior strategy and organisation. But historical lessons are only learned if people want to learn them, and later dynasties would have different strategic circumstances that made walls seem attractive again despite Mongol precedents. The Ming Dynasty in particular would invest enormously in wall construction, creating the impressive fortifications that tourists photograph today. But that story comes later. What matters for understanding the Mongol period is recognizing that they solved the wall problem not through superior siege technology, but through superior strategy. They didn't develop some wonder weapon that shattered fortifications. They simply had better armies, better organization, better mobility, and better strategic thinking than their opponents. The walls became obstacles to be worked around rather than barriers that stopped invasions. This is a pattern throughout military history. Defensive technologies rarely stay effective long because attackers adapt and innovate to overcome them. The human experience of living through Mongol conquest was traumatic for populations in the path of invasion. Cities that resisted faced massacre. Agricultural populations faced raiding and taxation. Political elites who'd governed under Jin or Song found themselves either incorporated into Mongol administration or killed. The walls that were supposed to provide security had failed, which must have been psychologically devastating for people who'd believed in fortifications as ultimate protection. The failure of walls meant failure of the strategic assumptions underlying them. The question of whether walls were inherently flawed or whether the Jin simply defended them poorly is interesting historically. Could the Jin have successfully resisted Mongol conquest with better strategy? Possibly, though unlikely. The Mongol military advantages were substantial. Were the walls fundamentally useless, or did they slow conquest enough to be worthwhile? Debatable. They certainly didn't prevent conquest, but they did impose costs on Mongol forces. The real answer is probably that walls were one element in defensive systems that needed to include mobile forces, effective intelligence, diplomatic management of potential threats, and economic strength to sustain defense. Walls alone were never sufficient, and without the other elements they might not even be necessary. The technological determinism that suggests better walls would have stopped Mongols is misguided. The Mongols conquered because they had better strategy, organization, and military culture, not because walls were poorly constructed. Building thicker walls or higher towers wouldn't have changed the strategic calculus. The solution to mobile cavalry isn't more static defenses. It's equally mobile forces plus strategic depth, plus alliances, plus economic resilience. The Jin lacked enough of these elements to resist successfully despite having walls. The Yuan dynasty's ultimate collapse and replacement by the Ming in 1368 would restart discussions about walls and border defense. The Ming would face renewed nomadic threats from Mongol successor states, and would eventually decide that walls were necessary despite the historical evidence suggesting otherwise. But that decision was based on Ming strategic circumstances being different from Yuan circumstances. The Ming didn't control the steppe, so they needed border defences in ways the Yuan hadn't. The cycle of wall building would resume with even more ambition than previous dynasties had shown. The archaeological evidence from the Mongol conquest period shows destruction layers in cities, disruption of settlement patterns, and changes in material culture reflecting political upheaval. The wall sections from this era show decay rather than maintenance, clear physical evidence that walls were no longer priority infrastructure. The Yuan period walls that do exist are mostly urban fortifications around important cities rather than frontier barriers, reflecting the changed strategic environment. The lessons from Mongol conquest about technological innovation versus strategic innovation remain relevant. Societies often invest in expensive defensive technologies assuming they'll provide security, but strategic innovations by adversaries can render those investments obsolete. The Great Wall represented enormous technological and engineering achievement, but it couldn't overcome strategic disadvantages against better organized, more mobile opponents. This pattern repeats throughout military history. The Maginot Line, coastal fortifications in World War II, expensive weapons systems made obsolete by tactical changes. The Mongol period demonstrated that walls were ultimately monuments to fear and defensive thinking rather than solutions to security problems. Confident powers project force outward rather than building barriers. The Tang had understood this, and their strategic approach succeeded for centuries without walls. The Ming would forget this lesson and return to defensive fortifications, with mixed results that we'll explore in coming chapters. But the Mongol conquest made the limitations of walls undeniable for anyone willing to look honestly at what had happened. As Yuan dynasty ended and Ming dynasty began, the new rulers faced a strategic question that previous dynasties had grappled with repeatedly: how to secure the northern frontier against nomadic threats. The Mongols had taught that walls alone weren't sufficient. The Tang had shown that mobile defense and aggressive strategy could work without walls. The Sui had proven that excessive wall building could destroy a dynasty. The Ming would have to decide which lessons mattered most for their circumstances and what approach to take. Their answer would create the wall system that modern people imagine when they think about the Great Wall, but that's a story for the next chapter when we explore the Ming dynasty's monumental reconstruction of the northern fortifications and the fascinating question of why they chose to invest so heavily in a technology that history had repeatedly shown wasn't decisive for security. The Ming dynasty that overthrew Mongol rule in 1368 had mixed feelings about walls. On one hand, they'd just spent decades fighting against the Yuan dynasty, during which fortifications sometimes provided tactical advantages. On the other hand, the Mongol conquest of China had pretty definitively demonstrated that walls don't actually stop determined nomadic invasions. The early Ming emperors initially leaned toward the Tang approach: mobile defense, aggressive campaigns, and projecting power northward rather than building barriers. This worked reasonably well for about 80 years, which in dynastic terms is pretty good. Then came 1449 and the Tumu crisis, which was such a spectacular disaster that it fundamentally reshaped Ming strategic thinking for the next 2 centuries. The Tumu crisis deserves some explanation because it's not widely known outside specialist historians, but it was absolutely pivotal for wall history. In 1449, the Oirat Mongols under their leader Asentaiji invaded Ming territory. Emperor Zhengtong, who was young and apparently convinced that personally leading armies was a great idea despite having zero military experience, decided to march north with a massive force to confront the invasion. This was his advisor's worst nightmare scenario, but emperors don't take criticism well, so off they went with something like 500,000 troops, a huge army by any standard. The campaign was a disaster from the start. The logistics were terrible, the route was poorly chosen, and the emperor's advisors spent more time jockeying for position than actually planning military strategy. The Oirat forces lured the Ming army deep into unfavourable terrain, then attacked at Tumu Fortress. The battle was less a fight than a slaughter. The Ming army collapsed, tens of thousands died, and most importantly, the emperor was captured. An emperor being captured by barbarian enemies was about the worst possible outcome short of the emperor being killed, and possibly worse because it created all kinds of awkward political problems about legitimacy and authority. The Ming government responded to this catastrophe with remarkable speed. They installed the emperor's brother as the new emperor, refused to negotiate ransom for the captured emperor despite Oirat demands, and reorganized defenses around the capital. The Oirats eventually released Emperor Zhengtong when it became clear the Ming weren't going to pay ransom or make concessions, which was anticlimactic, but at least avoided the embarrassment of having a captive emperor permanently. Zheng Tong was kept under house arrest by his brother for years in a situation that was politically awkward for everyone involved, then eventually seized power back in a coup in 1457, because apparently being captured by nomads and humiliated nationally wasn't enough drama for one lifetime. The strategic lesson the Ming drew from Tumu was that aggressive forward defense was too risky. Sending the emperor and massive armies deep into nomadic territory had resulted in catastrophic defeat and capture. The alternative was defensive fortification. Build walls, garrison them heavily, and don't venture too far north chasing nomads who could run faster than you could march. This was basically the opposite of the Tang approach that had worked so well for centuries, but the Ming had just experienced the consequences of failed aggression and were understandably gun-shy about trying it again. The initial Ming wall construction in the late 15th century was relatively modest, repairing existing sections, building some new fortifications, but nothing approaching the scale of what would come later. The real wall-building frenzy began in the 16th century under emperors who'd fully committed to defensive strategy and had the economic resources to fund massive construction projects. The Ming economy was prosperous through the 15th and 16th centuries, agricultural improvements, commercialization, trade growth, which generated tax revenues that could fund ambitious infrastructure projects without immediately bankrupting the state. This is an important distinction from the Sui dynasty's approach. The Ming built their walls during prosperity rather than during crisis, which made the projects more sustainable. The technical specifications for Ming wall construction were far more sophisticated than anything previous dynasties had attempted. Instead of rammed earth, which erodes relatively quickly, the Ming used stone and brick, not just as facing materials but as primary structural elements. They quarried stone from mountains near construction sites and manufactured brick in dedicated kilns established specifically for wall construction. The scale of brick production was industrial, millions of bricks needed for thousands of miles of walls, which required whole industries of clay extraction, brick formation, kiln operation, and transport logistics. The Ming essentially had to create brick-making infrastructure before they could build walls, which was a project within a project. The stone foundation work was extraordinarily labour-intensive. Workers cut blocks from quarries, shaped them to specification, transported them to construction sites, often up steep mountain slopes, and fitted them into place. The Ming preferred building walls along mountain ridges where possible, because elevation provided natural defensive advantage, but this meant all materials had to be carried uphill, sometimes for miles. No trucks, no helicopters, no mechanical lifting equipment, just human muscle power, simple mechanical advantage from pulleys and levers, and tremendous amounts of sweat. The workers probably had some choice words about engineers who designed walls for mountaintops, while sitting comfortably in offices far from the actual construction sites. The brick portions of Ming walls used specially manufactured bricks that were larger and more durable than standard building bricks. These wall bricks were fired at higher temperatures for better strength and weather resistance. They were transported to construction sites via cart roads where possible and human porters where carts couldn't go. The logistics of moving millions of bricks across northern China to remote frontier locations was complex enough that the Ming established dedicated transport bureaus just for wall construction materials. Bureaucracy wasn't glamorous, but it was necessary for projects at this scale. The wall design itself represented genuine engineering innovation. Ming walls were typically much wider than earlier versions, often wide enough for multiple horses to ride abreast along the top, which meant the wall could function as an elevated roadway for troops and supplies. The height was substantial, ranging from 20 to 26 feet in most sections, tall enough that cavalry couldn't easily scale it even with ladders. The walls incorporated drainage systems to prevent water damage, with channels that directed rainfall away from structural elements. The engineers had learned from centuries of wall failures that water was the main enemy of fortifications, so managing it properly was crucial. The watchtowers, the iconic multi-story structures that tourists photograph today, were the Ming dynasty's most visible architectural innovation. These towers were positioned at regular intervals along the wall, typically every few hundred yards, providing overlapping fields of observation and creating strong points for defense. The towers were hollow inside, allowing garrison troops to shelter from weather and store supplies. They had multiple levels connected by stairs or ladders, with each level serving different functions. The bottom level was storage and troop quarters. Middle levels provided firing positions with windows and archer slits. Top levels were observation posts with clear sight lines in all directions. The tower design was ingenious defensively. The hollow interior meant the tower was stronger structurally than solid towers would be while using less material. The multiple levels created vertical depth of defense. Attackers who somehow got to the wall still had to deal with defenders firing from above. The regular spacing meant that any point along the wall was within range of defenders in at least 2 towers, creating crossfire opportunities. The towers also served as communication posts for the beacon signal system, allowing for rapid information relay along the wall. General Qi Jiguang, who supervised major wall construction and renovation in the late 16th century, was the architect of many refinements to Ming fortification systems. Qi was a military officer who'd spent years fighting Japanese pirates along the coast, and had developed sophisticated ideas about defensive infrastructure and military organization. When he was appointed to oversee northern frontier defenses in the 1560s and 1570s, he brought practical combat experience to the wall construction program. This was unusual. Most wall construction had been supervised by civilian administrators who understood budgets and logistics but not actual fighting. Qi understood both. Qi's innovations included standardizing tower designs for easier construction and maintenance, improving the beacon signal system with better protocols and equipment, developing garrison training programs that prepared soldiers for actual defensive, fighting rather than just parade ground drills, and creating administrative systems that reduced corruption in supply and payment of garrison forces. These weren't flashy technological breakthroughs. They were practical improvements that made the wall system function better operationally. Sometimes the best innovations are boring administrative reforms rather than dramatic new inventions. The garrison system under the Ming was more sophisticated than previous dynasties had managed. Each wall section was assigned to specific military units with clear command structures and support systems. Garrisons had regular troop rotations rather than permanent assignments that left soldiers stuck on the frontier forever. Supply systems were more reliable due to better roads, established depots, and dedicated transport units. Payment of soldiers was more regular, which improved morale and reduced desertion rates. The Ming understood that walls were only useful if defended by adequately supported troops who had reason to actually do their jobs. The beacon signal system was updated with standardized protocols that specified exactly how many beacon fires to light for different threat levels, what combinations of smoke and flame to use during different times of day, and how quickly signals needed to be relayed. The Ming created signal manuals that garrison commanders studied, establishing common language for communication across thousands of miles of frontier. This systematic approach to information networks was ahead of its time, essentially creating something like telegraph protocols centuries before telegraph was invented, but using fire instead of electricity. The life of Ming garrison soldiers was certainly more comfortable than their Qin or Han predecessors had experienced, though more comfortable is relative when you're still living in remote fortifications far from civilization. The hollow towers provided better shelter than previous open-air watchtower designs. The improved supply systems meant more reliable food and equipment. The rotation systems meant most soldiers knew their frontier service was temporary rather than permanent exile. But it was still isolated, boring work punctuated by occasional moments of terror when actual raids occurred. The ratio of tedium to danger was probably 99-1, which is realistic for garrison duty but doesn't make for exciting stories. The soldiers stationed along the Ming Wall came from hereditary military households, families designated as military providers who supplied soldiers for each generation. This created a military caste system where certain families were locked into providing troops regardless of individual aptitude or interest. If your father was a soldier, you were a soldier, your son would be a soldier, and your grandson would be a soldier. Social mobility was limited. The system ensured steady troop supply but created resentment among families who'd rather have had other career options for their children. Not everyone finds military service fulfilling, but the Ming system didn't particularly care about individual preferences. The daily routine at garrison posts involved watch duties, maintenance work, military drills, and substantial amounts of waiting around. Soldiers maintained the wall sections they were responsible for, repairing weather damage and preventing erosion. They kept equipment in working order, weapons, armor, signal fire supplies, all requiring regular attention. They practiced combat skills and coordinated maneuvers so they'd be prepared if actual fighting happened. And mostly they watched empty landscapes, alert for threats that usually didn't materialize. Garrison duty was playing defense on a team where the offense rarely showed up, which is simultaneously stressful and boring. The food situation at Ming garrisons was better than earlier dynasties had managed, but still monotonous. The military farm system continued to provide some local food production. Improved supply routes brought grain, salt, and occasional vegetables from more productive regions. Soldiers could supplement rations through hunting, fishing, or small personal gardens if conditions allowed. The diet was adequate for survival and basic health, but not exciting. Rice or millet formed the base, with vegetables when available, meat rarely, and variety almost never. Soldiers probably fantasized about food from home more than anything else during long watches on cold winter nights. The relationship between garrison soldiers and local civilian populations was complex. Some garrison posts were in regions with existing settlements, farmers, merchants, craftspeople who'd lived in frontier areas for generations. The soldiers were supposedly protecting these civilians, but they also consumed local resources, competed for limited water and land, and sometimes created tensions through conflicts over women, property, or simple cultural differences between military and civilian populations. Other garrisons were in truly remote areas with no nearby civilians, which eliminated those tensions but increased isolation and made supply logistics even more challenging. The winter conditions at northern frontier garrisons were particularly harsh. The Ming Wall stretches through regions that experience brutal winter weather, temperatures well below freezing, heavy snow, fierce winds. The hollow towers provided some protection but weren't heated beyond whatever fires soldiers could maintain for cooking and minimal warmth. Imagine standing watch on an exposed mountain ridge at 2 a.m. in January when it's 20 below zero and the wind is howling. This was regular duty for garrison soldiers. Good luck finding thermal underwear or insulated boots in the 16th century. They layered whatever clothing they had and tried not to freeze to death while watching for raiders who were sensible enough to stay home during winter. The cost of Ming Wall construction and maintenance was enormous, but spread across many decades and funded from a growing economy, which made it sustainable in ways the Sui projects hadn't been. The Ming government had revenue from agricultural taxes, commercial taxes, and salt monopoly profits. They allocated percentages of this income specifically for wall construction and garrison support, creating dedicated funding streams rather than just grabbing whatever resources were available. This was more sophisticated fiscal management and prevented the kind of economic collapse that had destroyed earlier dynasties that tried massive construction projects. The total labour force involved in Ming Wall construction across the dynasty's nearly 300 years was probably in the millions, though spread across generations. Any individual construction project might employ tens of thousands of workers for a few years before moving to different sections. Workers were still conscripted through corvée labour obligations, and the work was still dangerous and exhausting, but the conditions were generally less brutal than Qin or Sui projects because the Ming weren't in crisis mode rushing to complete everything immediately. Slower construction meant fewer worker deaths per mile of wall, which was progress of a sort, though the workers probably still weren't thrilled about the conscription. The technical quality of Ming Wall construction was genuinely impressive. Modern engineers who study the walls note the sophisticated understanding of structural mechanics, water management, materials science, and construction sequencing. The walls have survived 400-plus years of weather, earthquakes, and general decay while remaining substantially intact in many sections. This wasn't accident. It reflected careful engineering and quality construction. The Ming built walls that would last, which meant they were building for centuries beyond their own dynasty's expected lifetime. Whether they intended this or just built competently, the result was architectural legacy that would outlive them. The strategic effectiveness of Ming walls is debatable, and was debated even during the dynasty. Some officials argued that the walls successfully deterred raids and protected the agricultural heartland, pointing to reduced frequency of large-scale invasions during Ming rule. Others noted that determined enemies still raided successfully, and that the enormous cost of walls might have been better spent on mobile military forces or diplomatic management of nomadic groups. The debate was complicated by the fact that successful deterrence is hard to measure. How many raids didn't happen because of walls versus didn't happen for other reasons? No one could say definitively. What's clear is that Ming walls didn't prevent the dynasty's ultimate fall. The Manchu conquest in 1644 involved Manchu forces being let through the walls by Ming general Wu Sangui, who decided to switch sides rather than continue fighting for a collapsing dynasty. The walls were militarily irrelevant when defenders chose not to defend them. This pattern had repeated throughout wall history. Fortifications only work if people are willing to use them, and people's willingness depends on factors like morale, loyalty, leadership, and whether they think their cause can win. Usangui concluded the Ming cause was lost and opened the gates, rendering centuries of wall construction pointless in the moment that actually mattered. The irony of the Ming situation was that they'd built the most impressive walls in Chinese history, using the best materials and most sophisticated engineering at enormous cost over many generations, and the walls ultimately didn't prevent conquest, because a defender decided to open the gates. This doesn't mean the walls were useless throughout Ming history. They probably provided security benefits for most of the dynasty's duration. But the endpoint demonstrated again that walls are only as strong as the weakest defender's loyalty, and no amount of stone and brick can fix political problems or sustain lost causes. The Ming Wall became the Great Wall in modern imagination because it's the most visible and well-preserved section of the historical wall system. When tourists visit, they're almost always seeing Ming construction, the stone and brick sections, the watchtowers, the mountain ridge segments that photograph so dramatically. Earlier wall sections from Qin, Han, or other dynasties have mostly eroded to earth mounds or disappeared entirely. The Ming Wall survived because it was built better and because it's more recent. This creates a perception problem where people think the Great Wall is one unified structure from one time period, when actually it's multiple construction projects across 2 millennia, of which the Ming version is just the most visible remnant. The modern preservation and reconstruction of the wall has focused almost entirely on Ming sections, particularly those near Beijing that are easily accessible for tourism. This makes economic sense. Tourists want to see impressive architecture, and Ming walls are impressive. But it creates distortions in historical understanding because the tourist experience of walking on restored Ming fortifications is very different from the historical reality of most wall construction across Chinese history, which was rougher, less permanent and more varied than the standardized Ming version suggests. The UNESCO World Heritage designation in 1987 recognized the historical and architectural significance of the wall, but it also transformed the wall from historical artifact into tourist attraction and national symbol. The Chinese government invested heavily in preservation and reconstruction of accessible sections, while allowing remote sections to decay naturally. This is pragmatic. You can't preserve thousands of miles of ancient fortifications, but it means the wall most people experience is a curated version rather than authentic historical remains. The reconstructed sections near Beijing are essentially historical theme parks, beautiful but sanitized compared to the original structures that were military infrastructure built by conscripted labor under difficult conditions. The wall's transformation into global symbol of China has given it meaning far beyond its original military purpose. It represents Chinese history, cultural continuity, engineering prowess, and national identity. Politicians invoke the wall in speeches about Chinese resilience and civilization. Tourist brochures sell it as testament to human achievement. The wall has become symbol that means different things to different audiences, most of which have little to do with the wall's actual historical function, as expensive border fortification of dubious strategic value. The human stories behind Ming wall construction, the workers who quarried stone and fired brick, the soldiers who garrisoned remote outposts, the engineers who designed sophisticated fortifications, the families who dealt with absent members serving. On the frontier, these stories are less visible than the impressive architecture, but ultimately more important for understanding what the wall meant to the people who built and maintained it. For them, the wall wasn't symbol or tourist attraction. It was workplace, home, duty, burden, or all of these simultaneously. Their relationship with the wall was immediate and practical rather than abstract and symbolic. The technological achievement of Ming wall construction is undeniable. They built better walls using better materials with better engineering than any previous dynasty. The structures they created have survived centuries and remain impressive today. But the strategic question remains unanswered. Were these magnificent fortifications worth the cost? Did they provide security benefits equivalent to the resources invested? Would alternative strategies have been more effective? These questions don't have simple answers because counterfactuals are impossible to prove. The Ming built walls, and the dynasty lasted until it didn't. Whether it would have lasted longer, shorter, or the same duration with different frontier policies is unknowable. What is knowable is that the Ming Wall represents the culmination of nearly 2,000 years of Chinese wall-building tradition, technological refinement, accumulated engineering knowledge, and strategic thinking about border defense. Everything previous dynasties had learned about building walls was incorporated into Ming construction. The result was the most sophisticated and durable fortification system ancient China produced. And yet, it still didn't ultimately prevent the dynasty's conquest by the Manchus, which suggests that maybe, just maybe, the Tang had been right centuries earlier when they decided that confident powers don't need walls because real security comes from military strength, economic prosperity, and effective governance rather than from barriers between us and them. But that lesson was apparently too uncomfortable for Ming emperors to accept after the trauma of Tumu, so they built walls instead, creating monuments that would outlast their dynasty and become symbols of Chinese civilization, while also serving as very expensive reminders that static defences alone can never guarantee security. The Manchu conquest of 1644 that ended the Ming dynasty didn't immediately change much about the wall itself. The new Qing dynasty, like the Yuan Mongols before them, controlled both sides of the traditional frontier, which made defensive walls largely pointless. The Manchus were from Manchuria. They'd literally come from the north side of the wall, so maintaining fortifications against northern threats when you are the northern threat makes about as much sense as locking your door against yourself. The early Qing emperors maintained some wall sections for administrative purposes, and because letting everything collapse immediately would look bad, but there was no strategic imperative for wall maintenance, and gradually the empire just stopped bothering. For about 250 years, from the mid-17th century through the late 19th century, the Great Wall mostly just sat there decaying. Local populations cannibalized sections for building materials, because why not use convenient pre-cut stone and brick when they're sitting unused on a hillside? Parts of the wall disappeared into farms, houses, and various construction projects. Other sections eroded naturally under weather and vegetation growth. The wall system that had consumed millions of lives and enormous resources to build was becoming a ruin through simple neglect. No dramatic destruction, just entropy winning the long game against human construction, which is how most historical architecture ends when people stop maintaining it. The late Qing period saw renewed interest in the wall, but more as symbol than as military infrastructure. Chinese intellectuals grappling with China's defeats by Western powers, and Japan in the 19th century looked for sources of national pride in Chinese history. The wall, as this massive achievement of Chinese engineering and determination, became a rallying point for nationalist sentiment. Look at what our ancestors accomplished, the argument went. We built the longest structure in human history. We created something that has lasted millennia. This is evidence of Chinese greatness that foreign powers can't erase. The wall transformed from military fortification into symbol of Chinese resilience and exceptionalism, which was convenient timing because the actual military capabilities of late Qing China were not impressive enough to generate much nationalist enthusiasm. The fall of the Qing dynasty in 1911 and the subsequent Republican period saw continued symbolic use of the wall alongside continued physical decay. The Republican government didn't have resources to maintain remote fortifications when they were fighting civil wars and dealing with Japanese invasion. The wall was symbolically important. It appeared in propaganda, artistic representations, and nationalist discourse, but practically neglected. This disconnect between symbolic importance and physical reality would persist through most of the 20th century. The Japanese invasion and World War II damaged some wall sections through combat and deliberate destruction. The subsequent Chinese Civil War between nationalists and communists also saw fighting near or on wall sections. By 1949, when the Communist Party established the People's Republic, the wall was in substantially worse condition than it had been at the end of the Ming dynasty 3 centuries earlier. Sections near Beijing remained somewhat intact because they'd been maintained for tourism even during Republican years, but most of the wall was ruins or had disappeared entirely. The early People's Republic had complicated attitudes toward the wall. On one hand, it represented Chinese achievement and could be useful for nationalist purposes. On the other hand, it was built by imperial dynasties using feudal exploitation of workers, which didn't fit neatly into communist ideology about class struggle and the evils of the old society. The solution was to mostly ignore the wall. It wasn't actively destroyed, but it wasn't preserved or celebrated either. For the first 3 decades of communist rule, The Great Wall was historical curiosity rather than national symbol. This would change dramatically in the 1980s. Deng Xiaoping's famous statement, "Love China, restore the Great Wall," in 1984 marked a turning point in official attitudes. Deng was leading China toward economic reform and opening to the West, and he understood that national symbols could serve political purposes. The wall became a focus of restoration efforts and a symbol of Chinese identity in the reform era. The government organized funding campaigns for wall preservation, recruited volunteers for restoration work, and began promoting the wall as a tourist destination. This was partly about heritage preservation, partly about tourism revenue, and partly about constructing a modern Chinese national identity that could incorporate both communist ideology and historical pride in imperial achievements. The UNESCO World Heritage designation in 1987 elevated the wall's international profile enormously. UNESCO recognition meant the wall was officially acknowledged as having outstanding universal value and deserving preservation for all humanity. This sounds nice and was certainly prestigious for China, but it also created practical complications. UNESCO designation comes with obligations. You're supposed to preserve the site in authentic condition, limit damaging development, and maintain it according to international standards. These obligations can conflict with national interests, tourism demands, and economic pressures. The wall became a site where international heritage preservation norms met Chinese sovereignty and development priorities, which created ongoing tensions. The tourism boom that followed UNESCO designation was massive and immediate. Sections of the wall near Beijing that had been visited by maybe thousands of tourists annually suddenly attracted millions. The most accessible sections, Badaling, Mutianyu, Jinshanling, became major tourist sites with all the infrastructure that implies: cable cars to carry tourists up steep approaches, restaurants, shops and hotels to serve visitors, paved parking lots for tour buses, restoration work to make the wall safe and photogenic for tourists. The wall transformed from historic ruin into tourist attraction, which arguably saved it from complete decay, but also changed its character fundamentally. The economics of wall tourism are substantial. Tens of millions of visitors annually, each paying admission fees, buying souvenirs, using services. It's a major industry. Local governments recognize this and have strong incentives to promote tourism, even when it conflicts with preservation goals. More visitors means more revenue, which means pressure to make sections more accessible, more tourist-friendly, more commercially viable. The result is that popular sections of the wall are highly developed tourist sites that bear little resemblance to their historical state, while remote sections continue decaying because there's no economic reason to preserve them. The restoration work on tourist sections raises philosophical questions about authenticity. When you replace eroded bricks, rebuild collapsed sections, add safety railings, install lighting and pave pathways, how much of what remains is actually the historic structure versus modern reconstruction? The Ship of Theseus problem applied to fortifications. If you replace every part of the wall, is it still the Great Wall or is it a replica? UNESCO heritage rules prefer authentic historical materials and minimal intervention, but tourist safety and accessibility often require substantial modifications. The compromise has been selective restoration that maintains appearance of authenticity while making practical modifications for modern use. The space visibility myth deserves special attention because it's simultaneously the most famous thing many people know about the wall and also completely false. The claim that the Great Wall is visible from space with the naked eye has circulated since at least the 1930s, long before any human had actually been to space to check. When astronauts finally did reach space in the 1960s and beyond, they repeatedly confirmed that no, you can't see the Great Wall with naked eye from space. You can see it from low Earth orbit with magnification, but you can also see highways, airports, and lots of other human structures with magnification. The Great Wall isn't special in this regard. It's actually quite hard to see because it's narrow and blends into the surrounding landscape. But the myth persists despite repeated debunking by astronauts, scientists, and space agencies. Why? Because it's a good story that serves emotional needs, the boring truth doesn't satisfy. The space visibility myth tells us that the Great Wall is so magnificent, so monumental, so uniquely impressive that it transcends earthly scale and becomes visible from the cosmos. This narrative appeals to our desire for superlatives and our fascination with human achievement. The truth, that the wall is impressive but not actually visible from space, is less emotionally satisfying, so people keep believing the myth even when confronted with facts. The Chinese government has used the wall extensively in nationalist messaging and cultural diplomacy. The wall appears in everything from Olympic ceremonies to government propaganda to tourism marketing. It represents Chinese civilization, Chinese strength, Chinese endurance across centuries. The wall's defensive purpose, keeping nomadic barbarians out, has been reinterpreted as symbolic of Chinese resilience and self-determination. That this reinterpretation ignores the historical reality that many nomadic peoples were incorporated into Chinese civilization, and that walls often didn't actually keep anyone out, is beside the point. National myths don't need to be historically accurate. They need to be emotionally resonant and politically useful. The wall's transformation into symbol has allowed it to mean different things in different contexts. For Chinese nationalism, it represents historical greatness and cultural continuity. For tourism marketing, it represents exotic destination and ancient mystery. For international audiences, it represents China itself. The wall has become visual shorthand for Chinese civilization in ways the Forbidden City or Terracotta Army haven't quite matched. This symbolic flexibility is powerful, but also means the wall's actual history gets obscured by layers of symbolic meaning that serve contemporary purposes rather than historical understanding. The environmental impact of wall tourism and preservation is substantial but rarely discussed. Millions of tourists trampling over historic structures inevitably cause damage. The infrastructure to support tourism, roads, parking lots, buildings, alters the landscape around wall sections. The restoration work itself, even when done carefully, changes drainage patterns, vegetation growth, and wildlife habitat. The wall sits in ecosystems that have adapted to its presence over centuries, and sudden changes from tourism development can disrupt these systems. Preserving the wall as heritage site while protecting the environmental context it exists in requires balancing competing priorities that don't have obvious solutions. The political symbolism of the wall has evolved with changing Chinese political circumstances. During the reform era of the 1980s and 1990s, the wall represented China's opening to the world. Foreign tourists were welcomed. International cooperation on preservation was embraced. The wall became a symbol of cultural exchange. In more recent decades, as Chinese foreign policy has become more assertive, the wall's defensive symbolism has been emphasized more strongly. The wall that keeps threats out, that marks clear boundaries, that represents Chinese strength and self-sufficiency, this interpretation serves contemporary political narratives better than the cultural exchange interpretation did during the Reform era. The commercialization of the wall has created kitsch alongside preservation. You can buy Great Wall snow globes, t-shirts, shot glasses, bottle openers, and countless other tchotchkes. There's Great Wall wine, Great Wall credit cards, Great Wall automotive brand. The wall has become brand to be licensed and monetized. This commercial exploitation bothers heritage preservationists who see it as degrading a historic monument, but it also indicates how thoroughly the wall has penetrated global consciousness. You don't make snow globes of things nobody recognizes. The wild wall sections, unrestored, undeveloped parts of the wall in remote locations, have become attractive to adventurous tourists precisely because they're not developed tourist attractions. These sections offer authentic ruins experience without crowds, commercialization, or safety railings. But this creates its own problems. Increased traffic on unstable ruins accelerates decay, and there are genuine safety risks when people climb crumbling fortifications without support infrastructure. Some wild wall enthusiasts argue these sections should be left completely untouched, while preservationists worry they'll collapse entirely without at least minimal maintenance. The question of how much wall actually exists is surprisingly complicated. The Chinese government announced in 2012 that the total length of the Great Wall, including all branches and historical iterations, was about 13,000 miles. This number includes walls from all dynasties, including sections that no longer exist above ground and are only detectable through archaeological methods. The number most people think of as the wall's length, around 5,500 miles, refers specifically to Ming Dynasty construction. The definitional question of what counts as the Great Wall versus just a wall is fuzzy and politically influenced, because longer measurements sound more impressive. The international perception of the wall is filtered through various cultural lenses that often have little to do with Chinese history. For many Westerners, the wall represents ancient wisdom and exotic Eastern civilization in ways that flatten the complex, often brutal history of wall construction into Orientalist fantasy. The wall becomes symbol of mysterious China rather than real place, with messy, complicated history involving millions of workers who mostly didn't want to be there. This romanticization obscures the human cost of construction and the strategic failures that wall couldn't prevent. The comparison to other World Heritage sites reveals different approaches to preservation and tourism. Sites like Machu Picchu or Angkor Wat face similar tensions between preservation and access, but they're much smaller than the Great Wall, which makes preservation more manageable. The sheer length of the wall, thousands of miles of fortifications, means comprehensive preservation is impossible. Choices must be made about which sections to prioritize, which to let decay, which to develop for tourism. These choices involve economic calculations, political considerations, and heritage values that don't always align. The digital age has transformed how people interact with the wall. Virtual tours, drone footage, satellite imagery, and countless photographs have made the wall accessible to people who'll never physically visit. This democratizes access in some ways. You don't need money to travel to China to see the wall anymore. But it also creates a mediated experience where people think they know the wall from images, while missing the physical reality of walking on it. Touching ancient stone, feeling the scale in person. The gap between digital representation and physical presence is significant but often unacknowledged. The education and research conducted around the wall has expanded dramatically in recent decades. Archaeological work continues to discover previously unknown sections and revise understanding of construction techniques and purposes. Historical research has complicated simplistic narratives about the wall's effectiveness and meaning. This scholarly work often conflicts with popular understanding and nationalist mythology, creating tensions between what research reveals and what public wants to believe. Academic knowledge doesn't always win this conflict. Myths are more emotionally satisfying than complex historical reality. The climate change implications for wall preservation are concerning but rarely discussed publicly. Temperature fluctuations, changing precipitation patterns, and extreme weather events all accelerate erosion and decay. Some wall sections in arid regions might benefit from increased moisture, but others in already wet areas could see accelerated deterioration from more intense rainfall. The long-term preservation of outdoor monuments like the wall requires accounting for changing environmental conditions that previous preservation efforts didn't anticipate. The wall's role in contemporary Chinese identity is complex and sometimes contradictory. It's simultaneously symbol of isolationism, building walls to keep foreigners out, and symbol of openness, welcoming millions of international tourists to experience Chinese heritage. It represents both the greatness of Chinese civilization and the failures of imperial dynasties that built expensive fortifications that didn't ultimately protect them. It's source of pride and also a reminder of historical vulnerability. Modern China can project whatever meanings onto the wall that serve current political needs, because the wall is sufficiently old and complex that competing interpretations are all defensible. The ongoing preservation debates reveal fundamental disagreements about what the wall is for in the 21st century. Is it museum piece to be preserved in stasis? Is it living monument that should evolve with modern needs? Is it primarily education resource, tourism product, nationalist symbol, or some combination? Different stakeholders, preservationists, local governments, tourism industry, national authorities, international heritage community, have different answers, and conflicts between these visions are ongoing and unresolved. The human stories of people who live near the wall today, farmers whose fields include wall sections, villagers who've watched their obscure local ruins become tourist attractions, guides who walk the wall daily explaining its history to visitors, these contemporary experiences are part of the wall's continuing story. The wall isn't just historical artifact but living presence in landscapes where real people make real lives. Their relationships with the wall are pragmatic and immediate rather than symbolic and abstract. The wall stands today as monument to human ambition, engineering capability, and the persistent delusion that security can be built from stone and fear. Millions of workers across 2 millennia moved earth and stone to create barriers that rarely accomplished their stated purposes, but cost enormously in human suffering and resources. The walls they built have outlasted most of the dynasties that commissioned them, becoming ruins that tourists photograph while thinking about determination and civilization rather than about the conscripted labourers who built them and died in the process. The transformation of the wall from military infrastructure to global symbol demonstrates how material structures acquire meanings that have little to do with their original purposes. The wall was built to keep enemies out. It now serves to draw visitors in, It was constructed through forced labor and suffering. It now generates profit and national pride. It failed to prevent the conquests it was built to stop. It now symbolizes enduring Chinese strength. These contradictions don't trouble most people because symbols don't need to be logically consistent. They need to be emotionally powerful and culturally useful. The myth of space visibility, the tourist kitsch, the nationalist rhetoric, the UNESCO designation, the preservation debates, all these contemporary phenomena show the wall continuing to generate meaning and controversy long after its military function ended. The wall has become a screen onto which modern societies project their hopes, fears, identities and conflicts. The actual history of the wall, the complex, messy, often tragic story of how and why it was built, gets obscured by these projections, but that history matters for understanding both the past and how we use the past to make sense of the present. So we've reached the end of our journey along the Great Wall's history, from the earliest defensive barriers built by warring kingdoms, through the massive imperial projects that consumed millions of lives, past the paradox of nomadic conquerors. Building walls, through the Mongol conquest that made walls irrelevant, to the Ming reconstruction that created the tourist attraction we know today, and finally to the wall's modern transformation into global symbol and tourist destination. The story of the wall is ultimately a story about human civilization, state power, the relationship between settled and nomadic peoples, and the ways material structures both shape and are shaped by the societies that build them. The workers who died building the wall didn't know it would become UNESCO World Heritage Site. The emperors who commissioned construction didn't imagine tourists would someday pay to walk on their fortifications. The soldiers who garrisoned remote outposts couldn't have predicted their workplace would become symbol of national greatness. The wall's meanings have transformed repeatedly across the centuries, and they'll continue transforming as future societies find new uses for this ancient structure that refuses to completely disappear despite centuries of decay. The Great Wall stands today less as wall than as mirror. We see in it what we choose to see, what serves our needs and confirms our beliefs. For Chinese nationalism, it reflects greatness and endurance. For tourists, it reflects exotic adventure and bucket list achievement. For historians, it reflects the complexity of state formation, military strategy, and the human cost of imperial ambition. For critics, it reflects the brutality of forced labor and the futility of defensive thinking. All these interpretations are simultaneously true and incomplete, because the wall contains multitudes. It's large enough physically and symbolically to support contradictory meanings without collapsing under their weight. And maybe that's the final lesson from 2,000 years of wall history. The things we build outlast our purposes for building them, and future generations will use what we've created in ways we never intended or imagined. The walls go on standing or crumbling or being reconstructed for tourists, while the meanings we assign them shift with changing times and needs. The stone and brick don't care what we think about them. They just continue being stone and brick until entropy finally wins. Everything else is stories we tell ourselves about what the wall means, and those stories say more about us than about the wall itself. So that's the story of the Great Wall, or at least one version of it told from a particular perspective with particular biases and blind spots. Other tellers would tell it differently, emphasizing different aspects, drawing different conclusions, finding different meanings in the same basic facts. That's how history works. It's not one definitive story but many overlapping stories, and the value is in understanding the complexity rather than settling on a single comfortable narrative. Thanks for walking this long historical journey with me, from ancient battlefields to modern tourist sites, from imperial ambitions to nationalist symbols, from the workers who built the walls to the tourists who photograph them today. The Great Wall has been standing for a very long time, and it'll likely stand a while longer, continuing to generate stories, meanings, and probably some confusion about whether astronauts can see it from space. History is messy, complicated, and endlessly fascinating when you take time to look past the myths and engage with the real human experiences behind the monuments. Sleep well, everyone. May your dreams be filled with walls that accomplish their purposes and emperors who learn from history rather than repeating its mistakes. Good night and sweet dreams.